So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto was losing everything, expect his ex Rias in DxD world, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. We gotta try something new. What's your plan? I don't know, you're the smart one. So you've finally noticed, huh? Shut up. Naruto yelled, dodging one of Kaguya's attacks. She had separated them from the others just after hitting Obito with her all-killing ash bone. Now Sasuke and Naruto were trapped within a dimension filled with grassy plains and lakes. If Naruto had time to observe his surroundings, he would have said it was a nice place to relax. Shikamaru would have had a blast watching the clouds. But he couldn't stop. Kaguya kept pushing them, and Sasuke didn't have time to open a portal back to the sand dimension. Sasuke was abusing his new Rinnegan, teleporting around her constantly, trying to find some kind of opening. Meanwhile, Naruto was taking her head on, using his enhanced speed to blitz at her, barely missing as he passed. This had gone on for a long time now, and Kaguya was getting smarter. She had almost hit Naruto with her all-killing ash bone, and it was only his ability to combine the Hiraishin with Sage Mode that allowed him to teleport away in time. From the left, Mother. Black Zetsu remarked, just as Sasuke appeared with a Chidori in hand. Kaguya flew upwards, thrusting her all-killing ash bone downwards. Sasuke saw it coming in slow motion. He could see the attack rushing towards his eyes. He jumped backward, eyes widening as he felt the tip of the attack nick his ankles. Immediately, he lost all feeling in his foot and he watched as his skin slowly began to turn to ash. This is it my mission. Sasuke fell backward, staring at his foot. And no, he whimpered. Kaguya floated down, smiling at his form. Black Zetsu complimented her on a job well done. It was wonderful, seeing her son writhing in pain below her, ripe for her to take her chakra back. Head back. Kaguya was slammed backward, flying hundreds of meters away, before the Sage Art. Super-tailed beast Rasen Shuriken exploded, injecting malicious chakra into her body, causing her to shapeshift into horribly disfigured versions of the tailed beasts. She could barely control her own body. Naruto could hardly care about what was happening to her because he was watching his brother slowly disintegrate before his eyes. What? It's over Naruto, he won't make it. I can heal him. I got Old Man Sage's powers. Naruto said shakily. No, you can't heal this, it's over for me Naruto. It can't be. It is. You are the stronger one, you were always walking in front of me, just like my brother, and in the end, I never surpassed either of you. What do you mean? Itachi bared Kano has hatred, to spare the Uchiha clan he decided to walk in the darkness, to protect the light. Sasuke's foot had become a pile of ash. I wanted to do the same thing, I was supposed to protect the new world. Sasuke hit the ground beside him. What? Naruto exclaimed breathlessly. I was going to erase the past, wipe the slate clean. I would use my power to make sure there would never be any war again. How were you going to do that? I would kill the 5 Kage and erase everyone associated with me, including you. Sasuke stared into Naruto's eyes. There was only one place that Oni-san failed. He didn't erase me. He couldn't erase his bond with his brother, and that's why he fell in the end. Naruto, a Hokage. A Kage means shadow. A Kage has to walk alone and bear the hatred alone. That's what it means to be Hokage. To walk the dark path alone so everyone else can feel the light. Like what Nagato wanted. No, it's what you wanted to do. You wanted to do everything yourself so that no one would hate anybody else. I was like this. Naruto admitted. I did want this. You wanted to be Hokage so bad Naruto, it was your dream. So why did you refuse to erase your bonds? I took, I killed, I destroyed. Eventually, everyone chose to sever their bonds with me, but you refused. I want to know, I need to know why. Sasuke watched the ash slowly crawl up his legs. Because you're my friend. What does friend mean to you? No, you're not my friend, you're my brother, my family. The only family that I had. Sasuke, watching you leave to go to the darkness, it tore something from me. It hurt to let you go, so I wouldn't you. We both know how it is to feel alone. We both know how it feels to lose someone you love, and we both know how much it hurts. It hurts being alone. We were so alone for so long, and when I finally got what I wanted, when we got those bonds, we had to love and cherish them because there weren't that many, and watching you willingly throw our bonds away, willingly go back to being alone, willingly go back to being in pain, it hurts me to see you alone. So I couldn't let you. Why did you care so much? Weren't you listening? Naruto yelled, grabbing Sasuke by the collar. Your plan, to erase the past and live in the shadows. That's a fake piece, Sasuke. It doesn't last. It's just as fake as the infinite Tsukiyomi. It's not worth the pain you'd have to suffer. Imagine if we never found those bonds, if we'd been alone forever. How would we cope? We'd have gone insane, we would have murdered and never feel anything for anyone else. We needed those bonds, Sasuke. Without them, well, I don't think we would have been human anymore. Sasuke didn't have anything to say. Naruto was right. Without the bond Sasuke had, he wouldn't have been here today. He wouldn't be who he was. His bonds had shaped him. Itachi told me he said that no matter how strong I got, I could never do everything alone. The only way to real peace is cooperation. The shinobi forces only united because they had a common enemy. And now they've realized that they had no reason to hate each other in the first place. It took a war to start that. It would have happened eventually. The world just needed more gentle people. People were coming around. How do you know? Did people deserve to die so that other people would come together? Naruto asked. Sasuke remained silent. The entire village hated me. If they can overcome their hatred of me, then they can do it for the other villages too. Only because you became a hero. No, that helped, but you know that by the time you left, the village didn't hate me as much. It was getting better, slowly, yeah, but it was Sasuke. It's possible. Peace is possible, but no one can be alone for it to work. Hatred is what starts the cycle. How can we stop it with more? It has to end, Sasuke. That's why I can't let you start hatred. I can't let you go. It's for you and for everyone. Sasuke felt his legs began to decay. He could tell that he was running out of time. He could also sense that Kaguya was getting control of her body again. He smiled. He felt like he finally understood Naruto's reasoning. Naruto was right. Deep down, Sasuke didn't want to go back to being alone either, and if Naruto was the one who was going to survive, Naruto had to bring peace to the world. It was Naruto's responsibility now. Sasuke raised his hands to his face, above his eyes. His Sharingan swelled, and he felt his Rinnegan pulse as he prepared himself. Sasuke. Reaching inwards, he ripped his eyes out, gritting his teeth in pain. He couldn't see anymore, but he could still feel his eyes within his hand. The hell, what are you doing? Take them. I trust you, Naruto. You need to stop her. What? An Uchiha willing to give up his eyes? This is the first I've seen, Kurama remarked. Take them. You need them to defeat her. Son Goku stated. It's for the best, Naruto, Jayuki commented. Naruto reached out hesitantly, taking the eyes from Sasuke. Hesitantly, Naruto reached for his eye, hands shaking. You can do it, Sasuke said softly. Grimacing, Naruto plunged his hand inward, ripping his right eye from its socket. HRGH. Naruto slammed Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan into his eye. Holding his hand over it, he began the healing process. Oh, wow, holy shit. What? Naruto asked out loud. They integrated perfectly with your cells. It's like you're in a Uchiha. Kurama started. Probably something to do with the Sage of Six Path cells. He trailed off. Your eye, Sasuke asked. How is it? It still hurts, but Naruto pulled his hand away. I can see. He caught sight of his reflection in a lake nearby. My eye looks normal. Did I fuck it up? Try sending chakra to your eye, Sasuke said, smirking. Holy shit, I have the Sharingan. Naruto watched his new eye change from his normal blue to blood red, and the three Tamo appeared and began to swirl. He sent more to the eye, and he watched it shift until it resembled Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Why does it go back to normal? That never happened to Kakashi-sensei. It's your cells, Naruto. They combined seamlessly. I knew it would work now. Take my Rinnegan. Sasuke could feel the ash reach his torso. Once it reached his lungs, it would be over for him. Alright. Naruto reached for the other eye. Now. An all-killing ash bone descended from above, striking Naruto in the hand. Kaguya was back. No, I can't die too. Naruto yelled, staring at his hand. Just then, he heard the sound of chirping birds and felt a massive amount of pain as the Chidori cut through his arm, leaving it severed at the elbow. Naruto watched as the rest of his arm slowly turned to ash. You need to stop her. Take my eye and seal her away forever. Sasuke said as the ash reached his stomach. Why didn't you do that to your leg? I didn't know it would work. Move. Naruto jumped backward, grabbing the Rinnegan from Sasuke just as another all-killing ash bone descended, striking Sasuke in the chest. Promise you'll stop her. Sasuke yelled as his heart began to disintegrate. Promise. It's your last wish. Of course I'll keep it, Naruto whispered. Sasuke smiled just before the remains of his body slumped over. He was gone. Alright. Naruto used his left hand to pull out his other eye, placing the Rinnegan inside. Dodging backward, he held his hand over the eye, integrating it into his body. Kaguya watched silently. Naruto watched as his new Rinnegan activated. It was weird, being able to see chakra differently than before. Naruto watched as the sun and moon marks appeared on his left hand. They'd combined into one seal. Naruto, I think it's safe to say that you are the most powerful person now. You are the new Sage of Six Paths. That's not important right now. Kurama. Naruto activated his new Sharingan. We have to beat her. Rushing towards her, he pushed chakra into his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Kaguya was pushed backward by an invisible force, tumbling through the air. She barely had time to react when Naruto slammed into her, sending them through a portal Naruto had created. They tumbled into a dimension of water, ocean as far as the eye could see. Kaguya created all-killing ash bones, trying to stop Naruto from slamming into her, but Naruto poured chakra into his truth-seeking orbs before slamming her with them, dodging her attack. She was bombarded from all sides with attacks, ranging from clones with Rasengan to Rasen Shuriken. To Naruto, it was all a blur. His mind wasn't fully there anymore. He was only focused on one thing. Win. He had to. So he put more effort in, made more clones, teleported towards her, and slammed a boil release. Rasen Shuriken into her back, sending her flying. He sent a clone back to the sand dimension, trying to spare Kakashi and Sakura from the heat. Mother. Black Zetsu cried. Kurama. Naruto yelled. Got it? Kurama activated his chakra, forming a chakra construct around Naruto. The 9 remaining Naruto clones did the same. Amaterasu. Kaguya began to burn as the black flames licked at her skin. Combine. The original Naruto yelled at his clones. The chakra constructs began to merge until there were 3 left. 3 massive 3-headed 6-armed Kyubis each holding a truth-seeking orb enhanced Rasen Shuriken and a tailed beast bull Rasen Shuriken. The original stood back, smiling as his old clone dissipated, telling him that Sakura and Kakashi had made it back to the elemental nations. Go. He commanded. 6 paths. Ultra Big Bull Rasen Shuriken. The clones yelled, all thrusting their attacks towards Kaguya. She was battered from all sides as the attacks exploded, destroying almost everything within their range, including the shadow clones. Naruto used a Amenetejikara to get close just as the explosion stopped, opening a portal back to the acid ocean dimension. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 2 more clones, who moved forwards, tackling Kaguya through the portal, as Naruto stayed behind to reclaim his truth-seeking orbs. Naruto recalled them to his side, and the 9 orbs came out of the water vapor left behind after his latest attack. Naruto closed the portal behind him, entering the acid dimension. For Kaguya, it was going horribly. She was beaten and bruised. That last attack had taken so much out of her, and these 2 clones would not stop. They appeared and hit and then disappeared before she could react. Why did it have to be so difficult? They were using her chakra. She should have been able to reclaim it easily. Right. Black Zetsu shouted. She thrust out her arm, clotheslining a clone who just appeared. He spun out, losing control of his speed, descending into the acid, dissipating on contact. Naruto grimaced. He had to end it now before Black Zetsu stopped his other clone. Hopefully, his clone would know what to do. Forming a magnet release. Rasen Shuriken he thrust it forward, followed by his truth-seeking orbs before flying upwards. It's coming. Black Zetsu warned as the attack approached. Kaguya nodded, dodging sideways, watching the attack pass her by. Naruto suddenly appeared before her, grabbing her horn. He stared into her eyes hardening as she glared back into his. I'm sorry but I can't let you. Naruto used his feet, pushing into her stomach as he pulled backward, causing immense strain on her horns, until, with a crack he flew backward, holding her broken horn. Pain erupted from her forehead, blinding her. She grit her teeth, trying not to scream. Above. Looking up, she saw Naruto, the original, rushing down at her, seal blazing in his hand. She tried to back away, but she found herself surrounded by truth-seeking orbs. There's nowhere to run. 6 paths. Chibaku Tensei. He slammed the seal into her face. Why? Kaguya thought, just as dust began to circulate around her. It was the same as when her sons did this to her. They betrayed her and sealed her away. Why? Her body began to morph, growing back into the 10 tails. The rocks began to grow larger and larger, covering its body quicker and quicker. Energy began to leak out of it, and the forms of the tailed beasts began to reappear. Naruto saw a black blip move away from the ceiling, and he quickly chased after it, catching it after a few seconds. I thought you wanted to be with your mother. Naruto said, smiling, though that smile didn't seem to reach his eyes. Why don't you stay with her forever? He threw Black Zetsu into the seal, watching as he was covered by the earth. You did it, Naruto, Kurama said. You freed us, Seiken remarked. Thank you, Isobu said. Yeah, ouch. Naruto grimaced, holding his still bleeding severed arm. Let's leave before we all fall into the acid. Activating his Rinnegan, he created a portal beneath them, pouring more chakra in until it was big enough to fit everybody. I think I'm gonna seal her dimension away too, so no one can get to her again, Naruto said, staring up at the seal. It was slowly rising higher and higher, much slower than they were falling. How? Like this. Naruto deactivated his 6-path Sage mode, along with the Sharingan. Flaring the Rinnegan, he closed the portal as he fell through, packing the space so tightly, no one would ever be able to open it again. What's this? Jayuki asked. Naruto looked around. This didn't look right. This didn't feel right either. At all actually, it burned. Naruto began to writhe in pain, his body began to scream at him. That stings actually, oh shit, something is wrong with him. Shukaku yelled. Naruto, activate your cloak. I can't. Kurama used all of his chakra. Alright, get out of the way. Kurama yelled, floating over towards Naruto. Let's do this. Kurama tapped Naruto's stomach, right where the seal had been. He was quickly sucked inwards, appearing back within the seal. It's going to be nice to finally be back together. Kurama said. Yup. Kurama nodded before the two Kuramas began to merge back into one. As soon as the process was over, the newly whole Kurama sent his chakra into Naruto's system, activating the Kyuubi cloak. Naruto stopped squirming, but the poison was still in the air and it was beginning to affect the other Biju. What's happening? Hagoromo suddenly appeared before them. Ah, this is strange. What do you mean? Naruto asked. This isn't another dimension, this is the space between dimensions and the air is deadly to all things. Can you do something, father? Gyuki asked. I'm not sure, the only thing I can think of is to seal all of you into Naruto, that will protect you from the air at least. I'm willing, Matatabi said. Sure, Kukyuo remarked. For someone like me, it seems a bit demeaning, but I'll do it, Shikaku said arrogantly. The other tailed beasts agreed as well, and Hagoromo began the sealing process. They started with Shikaku, working their way up based on tail numbers. I've undone the remaining Edo Tensei, Hagoromo said. You don't have to worry about them. Finally, Gyuki was sealed away, and the Biju didn't have to worry about the poisonous air. I don't seem to have much chakra left, I have one last request, Naruto. Yeah? I always wanted peace, but my teachings were corrupted and all it brought was war. I failed to spread the message, but you are still young, Naruto. I believe that you will succeed where I failed. I ask that you spread the message of Ninshu to all people and teach them to use their power to help others. I believe that humans can find peace, there can be peace, please. Don't give up on them. Hagoromo's body began to fade. You are my successor. Please bear the name of Sage of Six Paths and lead humanity towards a better future. His figure began to waver before finally disappearing. Naruto watched him go, along with the tailed beasts now sealed within. The old man was right. It was Naruto's responsibility to teach people how to live in peace. He was given the power to do so. He had to use it right. Let's get out of here, Kurama said. Agreed. Naruto flared his Rinnegan, feeling his chakra levels dip further. I don't actually know how to use this right. Then how did you get back to her dimension? I kinda just opened a portal and it ended up being the right one, let me try that again. Naruto opened a portal. Looking into it, he stared around at the strange landscape. There seemed to be a massive building surrounded by dead trees. Along with an ocean of blood. That's not ours. Yeah, I can tell, Kurama. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm not blind. Closing the portal, he tried to find a different location. This time, it was a massive building with a strange mark above a sign reading. Fairy tale. Damn it. That's not it either. Naruto yelled, closing his left eye. The Rinnegan was beginning to drain more and more chakra as he kept it open, and Naruto had used so much that he was practically empty now. Along with the fact that his arm was still bleeding out and the poisonous air, Naruto was starting to worry about his health. And there's no nature here, so I can't use Sage Mode to search for their chakra either. Naruto grit his teeth. Come on. Naruto began to search for any energy he could find, which was difficult to do in this dimensional gap. It didn't feel like there was anything nearby. Just then, he felt a sudden energy spike coming from somewhere. He wasn't sure what that energy was, but it had just flared dramatically before dropping quickly. Naruto didn't recognize the energy at all. I sense chakra, it's unfamiliar and very sparse, but it's near the source of that energy. It kinda reminds me of yours, Matatabi. Kurama remarked. It does seem cat-like. But I don't recognize it at all and I can't sense my friends either. Try it anyway, maybe we'll be lucky. Chimei said. Naruto opened his eye, ripping a hole into the dimension. Just then, Naruto felt a pang as his chakra level dropped to dangerously low. The chakra cloak dissipated and Naruto fell forwards, the portal closing just as he passed through. Iris Ein, okay, Iris Ein. Riser held his attack high up in the air. Please just let him go. Issei slid backward, almost falling off the edge of the roof. Riser smirked, allowing his attack to fade away before holding Rias closer. There were tears in her eyes, but she did nothing. To Issei, it was a blur. All he could think about was how unfair this was. They had trained so hard, sacrificed so much so that Rias wouldn't have to marry that scum, and it hadn't worked. It didn't work. The magic circle appeared on the ground beneath the rooftop. Grafia, Ajuka, Surziches, along with Rias and Riser's Purages appeared. Surziches seemed tense, but he refrained from saying anything. Grafia and Ajuka seemed passive, but their masks seemed to waver slightly. Akeno led the peerage over to Rias, who just seemed to collapse. She seemed so broken. Issei was beginning to feel tired. He had used so much of his energy trying to win that now he was having a hard time staying on his feet. However, he refused to faint. Rias didn't need more things to worry about. He refused to make this worse for her. The air before them shimmered slightly, drawing their attention. It seemed to shift and waver before suddenly tearing apart, revealing a shimmering void behind it. Just as quickly it disappeared, leaving something on the ground before them. Surziches raised an eyebrow. Whatever this thing was, it was extremely powerful. That was the dimensional gap, Ajuka remarked. Nothing is supposed to survive in there. Surziches nodded just when the thing began to move. The person had spiky blonde hair, almost yellow, which wasn't a color most people had. He was tanned, but Surziches couldn't see much more of him. He lay crumpled on the dirt. "Ow," Naruto muttered. He'd face planted into the dirt since he couldn't really use his arms to stop it. "This doesn't seem right," Kikuo said. Naruto moved slowly. His chest hurt and his arm was beginning to burn. Looking up, he could barely make out the shape of strange people watching him. Aren't they all supposed to be trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi? That's right, and this isn't the elemental nations either. Kurama started. From what I can tell, this is a mini-dimension within a larger dimension. It's strange, but that's where all the energy was coming from. That's not right. Naruto opened his Rinnegan, flinching in pain. Let me try again. Ajuka watched the boy look around before flinching as another rip appeared in the air. The boy staggered to his feet, limping through the tier, which closed behind him. There was silence as the present devils tried to figure out what had happened. However, it was Rias who noticed that he was missing his right arm. It had been bleeding heavily when he began to move, leaving blood spots on the floor. The air began to shimmer again, and the same boy fell out of the portal, collapsing once again. "Damn it," he yelled. "Here again." They watched him open another portal before disappearing again. He reappeared a few seconds later, looking even more tired than before. The boy kept on going, opening portals, but he never seemed to get anywhere. Finally, the boy stopped, heaving on the floor, seeming to breathe his last breath. Why can't I use this right? Why can't I find their chakra? Naruto, I think they're gone. The god tree is turning them into white Zetsu, or it already has. No way. That wasn't supposed to happen for a while. Naruto, I don't know if you can sense it, but time here is much slower than it was in the elemental nations. It might have already been long enough, Son Goku said. Your friends are gone. No. I can still save them. Naruto. We don't even know how to get back. We can't sense them, and the energy here is stronger than there, which shouldn't be, because this place is weaker than the elemental nations. I know that it hurts, but your friends are probably dead. Then what was the point of it all? To stop Kaguya. Kaguya wanted to take all chakra from people, she wanted to be God. I don't know, but to me, it sounds like there isn't just one god tree. There might be others, and who knows what she would have done to the others if she got ours. How do we even know if they're gone? Naruto, you don't even have enough chakra to move anymore, let alone open a portal back to the elemental nation. Son Goku is right, they're not there anymore. Kurama said. He felt bad, really bad. Naruto had fought so hard to stop it, and in the end, it didn't work out for him. His friends and family had died. I wonder if the Rinnegan can go to the afterlife dimension. It could be possible. Rias shivered. This boy may have been exhausted, but there was a lot of power sealed deep inside of him. She wasn't sure if her husband could beat the child on his best day. They silently watched as the boy's expression changed from anger to desperation, to deep and utter sorrow. Tears began to leak from his eyes as he clenched them shut. However, he did not make a single sound. All the boy did was repeatedly mouth. "I'm sorry." There was silence. It was hard to understand, but seeing the boy so shattered made this already sad day even worse. He seemed to exude an aura that made you feel what he felt. It was depressing. Finally, the boy seemed to relax as his already minuscule energy levels dropped even lower, sending him into a state of rest. He remained motionless, only the rise and fall of his chest told them that he was still alive. "I can't believe that there's someone out there who can freely manipulate the dimensional gap," Ajuka said, approaching the boy cautiously. "It is strange, and there isn't a trace of devil or holy power within him," Surziches remarked. "But there is Yaokai and a strange form of Senjutsu. I've never felt something like this before. His body is coated in natural energy. It's protecting him." It was strange. His body seemed to be completely open to natural energy, allowing it to pass through him without any resistance. However, as it exited his body, it felt purified, almost holy, but not quite. If it wasn't for the fact that his energy screamed human, Surziches would have assumed that he was some sort of god. "What are we going to do with him?" Gremory asked. "I say that anybody able to pass through the dimensional gap should be treated as a potential ally," Ajuka said. "I agree, let's take him to the mansion, and then we'll wait and see what happens." Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the darkness surrounding him. He was submerged in water, but he wasn't wet. "Finally conscious enough to appear here, huh?" Kurama said, appearing within Naruto's line of sight. "It gets boring in here quickly." Hey, guys, Naruto sighed, lifting himself upwards. He quickly fell to his right, not used to being without the arm. How long have I been asleep? Not really sure, this place has a strange day and night cycle, almost artificial, but I'd say that it's been at least a day or two. Okay, at least my chakra is back. You actually have a lot more than before, it's astronomical, almost as much as Kurama, Jayuki spoke, appearing by Kurama's side. Great, Naruto muttered, sitting up. He could see the other tailed beast sitting nearby. Are you going to be okay? Jimei asked quietly. I don't know, it doesn't feel right, I'm just sitting here, in this dimension, and my friends might be dead, and I don't know if they're even okay. What about Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei? Naruto gripped his head. I left them there, in a dimension where our friends are dying there all alone, and I was the one who took them there. And if I'd beaten her faster, or if I'd been more careful, Sasuke wouldn't have died either, and maybe he'd be able to do something. All my friends are trapped in some stupid illusion, not knowing that they're slowly dying, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix it. I know. Why didn't I do it right? I have all this power, and I can't even use it to save my friends. What's wrong? You stopped Kaguya from destroying your world, ruling over it with the chakra she would have stolen from your friends. I think you saved them from that. What's the point if they're not even alive to know it? They die either way. I didn't want to tell you this, but there's a chance that you could save them again. Naruto stared up at Kurama, eyes wet. The Rinnegan allows you to travel through dimensions, maybe, just maybe, you could break into the afterlife. I didn't want to give you false hope though. Ha 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 ha, Naruto wheezed. Maybe if I'm able to use this right. Naruto pointed to his eye. But I can't, I don't even know where to start. We'll help you, we don't know anything about this dimension either, maybe you could get even stronger. I don't want to get stronger, I'm never strong enough anyway. Naruto grit his teeth. Naruto. Madatabi stepped forwards. I didn't know your friends, and I can't claim that I loved humans, but you seem to have formed a special connection with everyone you've ever met. You even got Kurama to like you, and he has a stick shoved so far up his ass that he's about to choke on it. Kurama gaped, speechless. I know this doesn't help much, but you'll make new friends. I can see it within you. You can't help but befriend the people that you meet. It's a part of you, and from what I've seen from you and what Kurama has said, I know that deep down, you know that your friends wouldn't want you to stay here, weeping forever about what happened. I'm not saying that you should move on, but don't stay here in regret. Live on and keep them in your heart. I had no idea you could say something so nice. Shut up, Shikaku, Madatabi said over her shoulder. Aside from the comment about me, Madatabi is right, Kurama said, looking down at Naruto. Imagine what your grandmother would do if she saw you sit here forever. She'd probably yell at me for being such a lazy ass. Naruto smiled at his shoes, holding himself with his arm. And Sakura. She'd hit me, you guys are right. And Lee. Something about bringing my flames of youth back. Naruto stood up, looking up towards the tailed beasts. Thanks, guys, I shouldn't give up here, and if you're right about other god trees, then I need to get stronger so that I can protect my new friends, whoever they are. He's back. Jayuki nodded towards Madatabi. Good job. What about me? I did stuff too. You didn't do shit, Kurama. Let me remind you that I have 9 tails, well you only have 1, Shikaku. Tails don't mean shit. Shukaku ran at Kurama, summoning sand to his side. I'll prove it. Naruto watched the two wrestle, the other tailed beasts forming a circle around the two. Naruto had forgotten, but they were siblings. They were acting just like brothers, just like he and Sasuke. How he had ever thought of them as monsters, he wasn't sure. They had just as much humanity as anybody else. I'd leave before they get even more violent, Jayuki said, turning to Naruto. It may be boring in here, but at least we aren't trapped behind some cage door, there's space to do something. We'll be fine. Alright, time to wake up, Naruto said, closing his eyes. He concentrated, already used to entering and leaving his mindscape by now. Kurama, I do want to see if I can see my friends one more time if it's possible. Okay. Kurama grunted, biting Shukaku's tail. Naruto grinned, leaving the tailed beasts to their entertainment. He opened his eyes to find himself in a strange room. He was laying in a massive bed, bigger than anything he'd ever slept in before. The second thing he noticed was the presence in his room. The energy was female and felt similar to chakra, but slightly tainted and seemingly inhuman. You've awoken. The lady said. Naruto sat up, looking over at the woman. Naruto may have been oblivious to women, but even he knew that she was beautiful. Her hair was very long, something that he enjoyed, and the color was pleasant, a light silver, almost bordering white. She was wearing a maid outfit that for some reason made her breasts seem bigger. Naruto wasn't sure why that was. Hello, where am I? You are currently within the Gremory mansion. Where is that? Within the underworld. Like the afterlife. No, the home of the devils. What? Devils? Is that what they are? This is a different dimension. The rules here are different than in the elemental nations. Did you guys finish your fight? Yup, I won. Naruto could practically hear Kurama's smirk. Shut up. Shukaku yelled. Miss. I'm pretty sure you noticed, but I'm not from here. What's a devil? Naruto wasn't sure, but this woman exuded an aura that screamed, respect me. Naruto could sense that he was far stronger than her, but he still felt like he shouldn't piss her off, or it would end painfully. I am Grafia Lucifage, the maid. She stared at him, making him feel self-conscious, especially since he was almost naked. Apparently, they'd removed his clothes when they bandaged him up. A devil is a species that resides within this dimension, and we are one of the three factions, along with angels and the fallen. Okay. Naruto didn't know anything about this. He knew that angels were supposed to be the servants of God, but these devils didn't seem that bad. She hadn't attacked him, and he had been bandaged. Could I get some food? Kurama had been right, it had been at least a day because Naruto could not remember being hungrier. Of course, please follow me to the dining hall, Grafia said, raising her arm towards the door. Yeah. Naruto slid out from under the covers, struggling slightly without his dominant arm. Do you know where my clothes are? He asked, looking down at himself. Yes, she said, bending down towards a nearby drawer. She pulled out his jumpsuit. They were tattered when you arrived, so we took the liberty of repairing them. Thanks, Naruto took them from her, struggling to put the shirt on with his arm the way it was. Eventually, he got it, along with the pants, but something wasn't right. Did I get taller? Naruto said, looking down. His jumpsuit was much higher on his legs than he remembered, and it felt a little tight in certain areas. I think so, Seiken said. Everything about you is larger now. Your chakra system is probably the biggest change, but I'm pretty sure your body had to adapt to all our chakra. Grafia watched the boy struggle to pull on his outfit, noting that he seemed uncomfortable without his arm. He examined his body, lingering for a moment before finally turning to her. She had been observing him for a while now, and the power she'd felt was still sealed deep down, but it seemed even larger than before, leading her to believe that he still wasn't utilizing all his energy. What would you like? Do you have ramen? The boy asked, following her towards the door. I could go for some ramen. That is not normally served, but I'm sure that the chef could make something. The boy seemed nice enough, but she did not want to anger a being with the amount of power he held. May I ask for your name? Oh. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The boy raised his severed arm, seemingly trying to do something, before noticing and switching to his left arm and saluting off of his forehead. And you are what type of creature? Grafia asked. A human. Naruto said, seeming confused. I think, at least that might have changed. If not, then I'm not sure it's not devil, angel or fallen though. And where do you come from? I came from a place called the Elemental Nations. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. What happened? There was a war. It was over this power, and the results weren't that great. Naruto said, looking away. He obviously had a hard time talking about it. Maybe it would be better to ask later. We've arrived, Grafia said, opening the door to the dining hall. Immediately, a cook appeared from the kitchen. Would it be possible to order ramen? Yes, ma'am. The devil said, running back into the kitchen. This place is really big, Naruto muttered. Grafia turned to him. How rich do these Gremory people have to be? May I introduce you to the leaders of the devil faction? Grafia said, presenting the two. She had already informed them the moment that Naruto had woken up. Surzich's Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. Okay, so you are probably the strongest being in this dimension if these two are the leaders. Son Goku stated. The red-haired one seems to be the stronger one, and even then, he's only around Seiken's level, Kurama muttered. But don't become arrogant. Your humbleness one of your only tolerable qualities. Shut up. Naruto yelled at them. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Thanks for letting me stay here. Naruto's eyes were immediately attracted to his hair. Apparently, he'd gotten his dad's attraction to red hair. Of course, my wife is very good at her my maid is very good at her job. Surziches said, rubbing his cheek. Wife? Naruto looked between the two. She doesn't act like it. You were severely injured, repeatedly breaking into the dimensional gap like that. Can I ask why? I was trying to go home. I was fighting and we started crossing dimensions, and I wasn't sure how to get back, and when I tried to find my friend's energy the only place I found was here. Surziches grimaced. It seemed like a bad topic. I have ramen here. Ooh, that's mine. Naruto yelled, raising his severed arm into the air. Here. Naruto instantly seemed much happier. He sat down at a nearby table, while Surziches and Ajuka sat opposite of him, while Grafia remained standing. The ramen was placed before him, and Naruto's eyes shined. He grabbed the chopsticks before giving and immediately raising the bowl to his face. He began to pour the ramen into his mouth, and the three devils watched in disbelief as he set the bowl down, only a few seconds later. Could I get seconds? Oh, of course. The cook said shakily, turning back towards the kitchen. I take it that you like ramen. I love it. And this one's really good. You wanted to know about how I got here, right? Yes. Well, I come from the elemental nations. It was a land full of ninja. I was one of them. Ninja? Yeah, we were soldiers. Naruto looked down. We all had our own hidden village and we worked under the leader, who was called the Cage. I lived in Konohagakure and under the Hokage. Village hidden in the leaves. Yeah, it was my home. Well, there was this organization that wanted to collect these massive beasts of chakra. Chakra? Yeah, ninja were chakra users. We had rankings from Genin, Chunin, up to Jonin and the Hokage. And you were? I was a Genin, but not because I was weak. I just never took the test. I can sense that you aren't weak. Surzicha smiled. You were talking about chakra beasts. Well, we call them tailed beasts. There are 9 of them, and this organization, called the Akatsuki, wanted to use them to create world peace. Isn't that a good thing? Yeah, but their secret leader wanted to use them to bring back this dead beast called the 10 Tails, and then imprison everyone inside a dream world forever. It was bullshit. So we united all the hidden villages and we fought against them. And? Well, we failed. No, I failed. I had the power to undo the illusion, but I don't know how to get back, and all of them have been turned back into energy for the God Tree. God Tree? It was the 10 Tails, Naruto said, grabbing the bowl of ramen as it was placed before him. It turns out that it wanted to get its energy back from all the people on the planet. And it ended up turning into this lady called Kaguya. She was horrible. What happened to her? Grafia asked. I sealed her and all her dimensions away. She'll never get out of there. Naruto glared. And did you have a god? Naruto asked, slurping on his ramen. This world has a biblical god, a creator. No, we didn't have a creator. The only god I can think of is the Reaper. I know he exists. I guess the closest thing to a god that we had was Kaguya and the old man sage. And he was? He was the sage of 6 paths. Naruto smiled. He actually was the first person to seal Kaguya away, but it wasn't a perfect seal, so I finished it for him. How? You see this eye? Naruto tried to point towards his Rinnegan. It was a power he gave to my friend who gave it to me when he died along with my other eye. He activated the Sharingan. And he gave me his chakra too. Doesn't that make you the sage of 6 paths? Surzicha asked, crossing his fingers under the table. Yeah, that's what Kurama said. Kurama? The tailed beasts have names. Kurama is the 9 tails. And where is he? Surzicha asked. Is he in your dimension? He's sealed inside me, Naruto said, patting his stomach. Along with all the others. When I sealed her away, I ended up floating in that dimensional gap thingy, and to save my life, they agreed to be sealed within me. And how powerful are they? Surzicha was happy that Naruto seemed to be willing to talk. He was getting a lot of information. Super. Kurama can destroy mountains with a flick of his tail. Yeah, but you could probably destroy moons with that 6 paths. Rasen Shuriken. Oh, you're jealous, aren't you? Shut up. You speak with him? All the time. He's my friend. Interesting. Well, I think that's enough with the questions. Surzicha clapped his hands together, ecstatic that he'd found someone powerful enough to spare his sister from her fate. Actually, could I ask, how do you travel through dimensions? Ajuka spoke. This eye can open and close portals, but it takes up a lot of energy and it takes energy just to keep it open. Naruto shook his head. Not that it matters, since I make more than I lose anyway. I have noticed, you keep using your severed arm. Yeah, that was my dominant arm before. It's gonna take a while to get used to using my left arm only. Doesn't that mean that you lost it recently? I lost it during my fight with Kaguya about an hour before I got here. Let's move away from the depression, okay? Surzicha stood up. Thanks for answering all our questions. It was nothing, thanks for the ramen. Naruto stood too. You can stay here for now. I'll see if I can arrange something for you. Why don't you explore the mansion with Grafia-chan? Alright. Sure, I can do that. Naruto shrugged. He still had some questions about this dimension. I will leave you in Grafia-chan's care then. Surzicha nodded, creating a magic circle. Bye. Naruto watched as the 2 leaders disappeared. What was with the weird seal on the ground? Naruto asked, looking at Grafia. Was that Fuinjutsu? No, that was a magic circle used to teleport devils between certain places, Grafia said, leading Naruto towards the door. What is Fuinjutsu? It's sealing jutsu. I don't know much about it, but I know that if you did it right, it could do anything you could think of, as long as you had enough chakra to power it. And jutsu? Oh well, they were things that ninja could do with their chakra and usually you had to use hand signs to use them but was never really good at remembering those, so most of mine are used without them. I see. Could you demonstrate? Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused. Well, it was true that most people wanted to see what a ninja could do. Grafia didn't seem like that kind of person. Well, maybe the whole maid thing was just an act, in which case, he didn't even want to think about what Surziches and Grafia did in the bedroom if they did this in public. Don't use anything like the Rasengan or higher. We don't want to antagonize her, even if you'd stomp her. Alright, I guess that just leaves me with Henge in substitution. Naruto held his left hand up, bringing forth a minuscule amount of chakra. Henge. Grafia watched as Naruto burst into smoke, waiting for the effects of his jutsu. She opened her mouth as another Grafia appeared. It was a perfect copy, all the way down to her curves. This is Henge, Naruto said. Even the voice sounded like hers. I can transform into anything that I wanted, like a rock or a fly, but it feels like I'm wearing someone's skin, so I don't use it much. Your arm doesn't affect the transformation. Grafia gathered her wits. It was strange, but there were more shocking things. No, but it still doesn't feel right. Naruto turned the henge off. His version of the henge was different from other people. He actually used the chakra to create a new body over himself, making his real body as large or small as he needed, instead of just creating a jinjutsu. This version wasn't unheard of, but he hadn't even noticed until Kakashi had pointed it out when he transformed into a kunai for Sasuke to throw when they'd been fighting Zabuza. If it had been a jinjutsu, Naruto would have had to run, and he didn't know how to walk on water yet, so it never would have worked. Sasuke had actually picked Naruto up and thrown him, so it turned out that Naruto had never done an actual jinjutsu in his life. What else can jutsu do? Well, most of the other ones cause way too much damage to use outside of a fight, and even then, some of them would blow up a lot of land, so, unless you guys have a spot that you're okay with destroying, I don't have much more to demonstrate. Grafia nodded, knowing that he was telling the truth. Someone who defeated the closest thing to God would be able to destroy countries. Is this the young man who appeared from the dimensional gap? A voice said from ahead. Naruto looked forwards, seeing two people who kinda reminded him of Surziches. The man had crimson hair, the same color as Surziches, along with the same eye color. The woman he was standing next to had hazel hair, but he could see faint traces of Surziches within her as well. He certainly looks powerful, the lady said. Again, Naruto noticed how large her breasts were. Did everyone here have Tsunade genes? Hello. I am Vanillin, a Gremory. And this is my husband Zeodicus Gremory. We are the heads of the Gremory family. Oh, so this is your mansion. Well, thanks for having me. Naruto said. You already met our son Surziches. Zeodicus said, staring directly into Naruto's eyes. He's your son. But you guys are like 20. Devils can live upwards of 10,000 years, Grafia stated. Devils remain young for a very long time. Oh, but isn't Surzix named Lucifer? That is a title that he was granted when he became the leader of the underworld. He used to be Surzich's Gremory, but he has since lost his status as the Gremory heir, and the title has moved on to his sister, Rias Gremory. Grafia explained. That reminds me, will you be attending Grafia? It is tonight. Of course, Gremory-sama. Grafia nodded. Zeodicus nodded. So I still don't really understand, what are factions? A few hundred years ago, the devils fought a war against the fallen, and the angels. Us three factions are currently within a prolonged armistice. There are skirmishes, but we all agreed that the losses were too great to allow the continuation of the war. There's war everywhere, Naruto grimaced. Humans and human-like creatures will always fight each other, whether it be for power or hatred. Humans are warmongering. They are insufferable. The old man said that humans could get better, Goku. Don't give up on us yet. I'll bring peace, no matter what I have to do. Naruto heard Son Goku huff in exasperation, but he didn't say anything more. Alright. Naruto shook his head. He hadn't noticed, but Son Goku had flared his power slightly, and the three devils had noticed the sudden spike in power at the mention of war. It was subtle, but it was a lot of power, and they sensed much more buried deeper down. Vanillina was surprised, especially because Naruto seemed completely human. I'll leave you to Grafia, Naruto. Stay as long as you like. Zeodicus said, leading his wife towards a nearby door. Naruto watched the two disappear. That power, was that you or the tailed beasts? Or did someone do something? Goku got mad and released some of his power, Kurama muttered. Great job. Damn it, Goku, sorry, the Four Tails doesn't like human-like species. Grafia stared at Naruto, who raised his severed hand, trying to do something. We devils have been doing our best to avoid war. Needless suffering isn't something we appreciate. Hear the Goku? Goku grunted. Well, whatever. What else can you do in the underworld? Why do I have to wear this? Naruto asked, staring at the tuxedo. Why can't I wear my jumpsuit? We will be attending a wedding, and Surzich's Sama has invited you. Along with the fact that you said yourself that your jumpsuit no longer fits. Naruto grimaced. It was true, his jumpsuit was too small now that he'd suddenly grown ever taller. Okay, but can't I wear something more casual? No. I don't think I've ever seen Naruto speechless before, Kurama whispered to his siblings. I can hear you. Naruto yelled. Could I get some help at least? I've never worn something like this before and I don't think I can do it with only one arm. Grafia nodded, holding the inner shirt open for Naruto. Naruto moved his bandages, putting his right arm in first, before maneuvering his left arm inwards. Grafia began to button the dress shirt up, closing it all the way up to his neck. Naruto didn't like how stuffy it felt and they had only just begun. Grafia helped him put on the rest of the tuxedo, leaving the blazer open, since Naruto claimed that he was way too sweaty now. Which tie would you like? There's more. We are almost done. After spending this much time with Naruto, Grafia was sure that she had his personality figured out. Naruto was childish, reacting immaturely, however, when needed, Naruto seemed much too wise for his age, seeming almost like an old man whenever war was mentioned. It seemed like the most powerful beings were also the most quirky. Grafia opened the cabinet, revealing a multitude of ties. Naruto sighed, eyeing over the others until his eyes zeroed in one hidden near the back. This one, Naruto said, grabbing it. Grafia sighed, the tie was bright orange, seeming completely unprofessional. Naruto seemed invested though, so she relented, tying it for him, since he had no idea what it even was. Stepping away, Grafia had to admit that he looked good in orange. He didn't look very professional, but he made it work. Are we done? Yes. Grafia showed him towards a mirror. Here. Naruto looked at his reflection, noting how strange he looked with his Rinnegan compared to his blue eye. He did look nice though, much better than he could have ever done for himself. Too bad his sleeve just flopped at his side. Okay, I'll admit that this isn't the worst, Naruto said, walking towards the door. Grafia smiled inwardly. Naruto walked into the party, gathering attention from many of the devils present. Someone they'd never seen before was being escorted by the strongest queen, and the boy seemed completely human too, along with the fact that he was crippled. Naruto began to feel nervous. Yeah, when he was younger he'd wanted the attention, but that was so he didn't feel so alone. Now he felt self-conscious more than proud, especially since he hadn't done anything to deserve the attention. He quickly spotted Surzich's bright crimson hair, along with Zeodicus, who were talking to a black-haired person. Naruto and Grafia approached Surzich's. Ah, let me introduce Naruto Uzumaki, Surzicha said as they approached. He is the boy who appeared during the raiding game. I heard that you could travel through dimensions. Did you have magical girls in your dimension? The girl said, getting way too close to his face. This is Seraphol Leviathan, another one of the great Satans, Grafia explained calmly. No we didn't. Aw, boo-hoo. She said, backing up. Surzicha said you were pretty strong, but if you lost your arm, I don't know if that's true. Hey. Naruto was beginning to feel irritated. I'm not weak. Chill out, Naruto. We both know that you are the strongest person here, there's no need to be so defensive. Kukyo said. She seems eccentric. Chimera remarked. I can vouch for Naruto's strength, Grafia stated. Oh, so you think he's strong, Seraphol said, turning to Grafia. Maybe to you. Grafia glared at Seraphol, and Naruto felt like the air was getting much colder than before. He began to back away, locking eyes with Surzich's as Surzich's did the same. Isn't he that guy? You mean the guy who broke into the raiding game? Asia asked. Yeah, that's him. Remember, he had no arm and he had that purple eye. Kiba said. He looks tense like he's prepared for a fight to break out. He's staying very close to Surzich's Sama, he's look so scared, I wonder how he would look under my foot. Akeno said sensually, eyes glinting. He has chakra. Chakra? Asia asked. It's a type of energy that every living thing has, including humans, Akeno said. Usually only in minuscule amounts. This is very dense. Usually that only happens in Yaokai, he might be trained in the use of Senjutsu. Kaneko flinched. That makes him dangerous, Akeno explained. It smells like many different things, it's hard to tell. Whatever. He doesn't really matter right now. Silence settled over the group. Today wasn't a great day. Time. Naruto looked towards the entrance just as a massive pillar of flames appeared. The chatter quieted and a man stepped out of the pillar. Naruto could already tell, just by how he held himself, that the man thought himself to be superior to everybody else. The cocky aura screamed, I'm better than you. I've always been surrounded by arrogant assholes. True. I'd like to welcome all of you to my wedding. He said, stepping forward. Not only is this day my wedding, but also the union between two powerful families. Let me present my bride, my queen, Rias Gremory. Isn't that Surzich's sister? Naruto thought, looking towards the girl. He had to say that she was beautiful. Her crimson hair hung low, framing her round face. She looked really cute, which was something Naruto was weak to. However, her face didn't reflect how happy this day was supposed to be. She looked so sad, so defeated, and she walked forward in silence. There were no smiles, no bright eyes. Naruto was beginning to feel like this wedding wasn't right. But you. A scream was heard and the door behind him was slammed open by a brown-haired boy. Every devil present looked toward the offender. I am Issei Haidu. I'm here to save Ria's Gremory. Save? Naruto thought. This is a wedding. Ria's virginity is mine. And of course, I'm also surrounded by perverts. True. What's going on? Who is he? There were shouts of confusion from all around the room. They seemed to be panicking. Riser seemed like he'd swallowed a lemon, but Naruto could sense his rage growing. Relax. Surziches raised his hands. I organized this. He stepped forward, moving in between Issei and Riser. What do you mean, Lucifer-sama? Riser asked, eyebrow twitching. Rias doesn't want to marry you, Riser. Issei shouted, pointing his hand towards the duo. Let her go. I won the rating game, and I won Rias. Those were the conditions. Naruto's eyes widened as he processed the information. Just as quickly, his eyes hardened and he began to walk forwards. Naruto. This is their dimension's business, don't get involved, it's not. I'm sorry, what did you say? Naruto shouted, stepping forwards, glaring at Riser. You won her. Shit. Fear that thing, you aren't even from this dimension. Riser yelled. Answer the damn question. Naruto yelled. You won her. Did you even give her a choice? Why does it matter? Do you want to marry him? Naruto asked softly, even though his voice resonated throughout the entire room. No. You could hear the desperation in his voice. Naruto looked back at Riser, pure rage in his eyes. How dare you? The marriage was signed by the Lucifer. You know nothing of underworld politics. Surziches gulped. Did you know that your sister didn't want this? Well, when I signed it, she hadn't been born yet. Did you know? Yes. I had to. The pure-blooded devils are dying out. We need to preserve our race. Surziches flinched at the glare that Naruto sent him. So it's this kind of shitty world, huh? Naruto grit his teeth. Can the marriage be overturned? He whispered. Not technically, but if you work with me, we can do this, Surziches whispered back. At least you're doing the right thing now, Naruto sighed. I'll do it. Hey wait. Naruto turned. Issei ran up to him. I remember you, but this is supposed to be my moment. What do you mean? I came here to fight for her. I was gonna beat him until he gave her back. If I remember correctly, in a rating game, a devil's peerage fights another devil's peerage. You're a part of hers, right? Issei nodded. Didn't you lose to him then? Well yeah, but I'm stronger now. Naruto did want to let the kid do it, he seemed to be fighting for a good cause, even if he was a pervert, but he had just said that he'd work with Surziches. He couldn't just stop now. I even sacrificed my arm for this. That made Naruto freeze. For a quick power-up. Naruto shook his head. Kid, let me tell you this. Don't ever take shortcuts for power. It's not worth it. It's not worth losing pieces of yourself. Naruto looked to the side. Trust me, I know. Issei wasn't really sure what to say. This guy had just taken his spotlight, sure, but Issei felt like he was missing something. He was having a hard time processing what the guy meant though. Who are you anyway? Riser yelled. I am Naruto Uzumaki. The Sage of Six Paths. I'm a dimensional traveler and I will overturn this marriage. He released a bit of his chakra as he yelled, letting the people around him know that he was serious. Rias stared at Naruto. She knew that she'd seen him before, but they'd never interacted. He didn't even know her, so why was he doing this? It didn't make sense. Since Naruto here seems so determined, I propose that we have a little entertainment. Surziches began. What are you saying, Lucifer-sama? I'm saying that the rating game was unfair. You won, but your entire peerage was defeated by my sister, who was severely disadvantaged. She had fewer numbers and less experienced, but she still managed to defeat all of your peerage, albeit a few players. It was an underwhelming performance on your part, Riser. Surziches sighed. I'm giving you a chance at redemption. I propose a fight between you and Naruto here. I'll do it, Naruto said without hesitation. Don't care what the rules are. Eager are we? Well, what do you want if you win? Surziches asked. Money, glory, women. Naruto grit his teeth. No, I want this marriage to be cancelled, immediately and forever. Very well. Surziches clapped his hands. Riser, what do you think? Issei tapped Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto. Rias is my king. It's my responsibility. Issei whispered. Naruto turned to him. I know, but I have to do something. I've had too many losses recently, so if maybe you could give me this victory. Please. Naruto looked into Issei's eyes. Issei stared back, almost feeling bad for asking. It looked like Naruto really needed something like this. Issei stepped back, walking towards his peerage. What are you doing, Issei? I trust him. Was all he said. Well, from what I sense, you're a filthy human and a cripple at that. Riser laughed. Your dimension hopping trick won't help you here. I accept. I'd tear off my other arm and I'd still be able to beat you and your peerage, Naruto said, walking forwards. Oh really girls? 15 beautiful girls appeared in pillars of flame between Riser and Naruto. Naruto stood firm, even as the girls glared at him. I think it's been settled. Sasuke stepped back. Ajuka, would you be kind enough to create a battlefield? Already done, Ajuka said, smiling. Ready? Yes. Riser said, surrounded by his peerage. Rias is mine. Let's go, Naruto grunted. A massive magic circle appeared beneath them and they disappeared, being transported to the battlefield. Ajuka created a magic circle on a nearby wall and it became a window to the battlefield where Riser and Naruto, along with the peerage appeared. Are you okay Butchu? Kiba asked as Rias staggered over to them. I think so Rias muttered. Do you know who he is? Not any more than you do. He's gonna save you, Issei said, glaring at Riser through the screen. I could see it in his eyes. Yes Kaneko said softly. I can't sense his power. Rias stared at the boy, watching as he stood calmly. She did admit he looked good in his strange tuxedo. Even the orange tie matched. I hope I had given up. He's my last chance at freedom. Damn it Naruto. A fight will reveal your power to this dimension. We were gonna lay low. You know that I'm too brash to stay quiet for long. I mean yeah, but I never thought you would be the one to say that. Kurama trailed off. I have something to tell these devils Naruto said, looking towards the screen. He could still see them, even though they were in a different dimension. I am from a dimension of ninja. We used our chakra to wage constant war and it all culminated in a fight against Kaguya our god Naruto said, putting quotations around the word. I won. I hold the power of an entire dimension within me. Spare us your stories. When you arrived, you had almost no energy. Riser scoffed. Let me just display why the Phoenix are superior. Naruto turned back to him, closing his fist. Fine then. Naruto would beat him. Those are some brazen lies, Akeno said, glaring in disgust. How dare he lie about his power when Butchu's freedom was on the line. I can't believe them. They are not lies, Graphia said, scaring Ria's peerage at her sudden appearance. He truly has the power sealed within him. Issei muttered. Well then Sasuke said. Begin. Mira. Test him. Riser shouted. Yes. A blue-haired girl said, rushing towards Naruto, holding her staff. Naruto sank down, ready for her attack. It was sad really, with how slow she was moving. Naruto knew that he was much stronger than them, but it seemed pathetic. She swung her staff down towards his face and Naruto raised his arm to block. Of course, Naruto had used the wrong arm and the staff passed by, hitting him directly in the forehead. I thought that he'd block it Issei said. He tried, Kiba said. He pointed to Naruto. His severed arm is raised. He must have lost it recently and hasn't changed his fighting style in accordance yet. Does that mean my chance is ruined? Rias whispered. He had no reaction, Kaneko said simply. I'm just dumb Naruto sighed. He had placed chakra on his forehead, so he didn't feel anything. He still felt bad for using the wrong arm. Oh, so he notices. Shut up Kurama Naruto stepped forward, grabbing the girl by the arm. She stared up at him, confusion on her face. Tensing, he suddenly lifted her into the air, throwing her back towards her peerage. She rocketed backward, landing just meters before her peerage. Ow, she winced. So he does have some power. Riser chided. Sharia, Burant, and Marion joined Mira. Beat him quickly. Yes. The three girls ran forwards, helping their teammates to her feet. So you're hiding behind your peerage can't fight for yourself, huh? Naruto laughed. All bark and no bite. Riser was irritated, but he knew that the boy was trying to goad him into a fight. He'd wear the boy down with his peerage and only if he was needed would he use his own power. The four girls worked in sync, proving that they had trained together. Too bad they were fighting Naruto. He weaved between their attacks, not bothering to counter-attack. He can't even find a chance to hit back. Marion shouted, confusing his lack of offense for weakness. Guess this is the end. That's what you get for going against Riser-sama. Naruto raised his hand, blocking her attack. He raised his other arm, trying to block the staff again. Damn it, he muttered. Again, really? Akeno sighed. No he is very good. He wastes no movements. He is trained. He's just not used to being without his arm. Kiba corrected. Alright, I'm tired of this. Naruto activated his chakra, forming a massive blue aura. The four girls jumped backward, feeling his power wash over them. It's bigger than before, Kaneko said. She couldn't help but release her ears and tails. Graphia nodded. Naruto was powerful. I can't fight in this thing. Naruto yelled, gripping his tuxedo. He ripped it off, throwing it to the side, revealing his upper body to the devils, along with his bandaged arm. Holy shit, he's ripped. Issei gawked. Naruto revealed his perfectly toned body, causing several females to swoon. Every muscle was chiseled, designed exactly for this purpose. For fighting. Even Riser felt self-conscious, staring at Naruto's muscles. This needs to go. Naruto grabbed the bandages, ripping them off as well. His arm's gonna start bleeding again. Rias shouted. What's he doing? However, she was proven wrong when Naruto revealed that his arm was perfectly fine. The wound was closed, covered in skin. It looked like it had always been like that and not as if he had just lost it. That was starting to itch. Naruto rubbed his stump. Kurama, I want my arm back. This is the best I can do. The devils watched in disbelief as orange energy began to ooze from his skin, slowly forming a new arm. Naruto flexed his hand, which flickered like fire. There we go. Naruto looked up at the girls, Rinnegan glowing purple. Now then, goodbye. Naruto disappeared from sight and the air before Mira flickered just as Naruto reappeared in front of her. Slamming his new fist into her side, she flew sideways, crashing into the ground. She slumped over, disappearing into light in a way that was similar to a raiding game. Isn't he faster than you, Kiba? Yes, I couldn't keep track of him. Kiba stared at Naruto, who stood straight, smiling at the other pawns. I've never seen someone move so fast before. He smells like Kitsune. I'm sorry girls but I have a wedding to stop. Naruto tensed his legs, running forwards, tapping the 3 girls as he passed. He stopped just after he hit the last one and watched as their bodies dissolved into light. Feels good to fight again. He flexed his shoulder, causing his muscles to ripple. Issei was pretty sure he saw people faint with blood flying out of their nose. And Naya and Lee. Naya. The 2 catgirls ran towards Naruto, flexing their claws. Catgirls, man, this world has the weirdest stuff. Naruto dodged backward, slapping a paw away from himself. Now then, do we really need to fight? You insulted our master. We won't forgive you, Naya. Naruto shook his head. Fine. I just got some new powers, maybe I'll try them here. Naruto pushed chakra into the Rinnegan. Bansho Tensei. The 2 girls were pulled forwards very quickly and Naruto stepped backward, causing the 2 girls to collide with each other. Naya. They clutched their heads in pain. That one's cool, what else do I have? You got the Susanoo? Oh yeah. Naruto activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. I wonder how it works. Naruto poured chakra into the eye, imagining protective armor. As soon as he tried it, he was boosted up into the air as a massive construct of orange appeared. Naruto felt like it was similar to combining with Kurama since he was suspended within it, but it felt more distinctly human to him. Rias gaped at the creature Naruto had created. It stood at least 10 stories tall, and it wore what seemed to be just a simple cloak, with black flames embroidering it. The cloak extended from its neck, ending just above its ankles. It held no weapons, but its hand seemed to be all it needed. It wore some sort of headband, which seemed to be written in kanji. It read. 6 paths. I don't think I need this though, Naruto muttered. He shut off the chakra flow, turning the Sharingan off, and the Susanoo began to dissipate, dropping Naruto back to the floor. Imagine walking around in that Kurama. I don't need armor. I'm strong enough without it. I just thought it was cool, Naruto muttered. I think it looks great. Thank you, Matatabi. We surrender, Naya. Yeah, Naya. The 2 catgirls disappeared. Riser was starting to feel like this would be harder than he thought. The boy wasn't normal. No one should have been able to create that. Maybe this whole thing was a mistake. Well, I don't want to waste time fighting every single one of them, so the boy disappeared from sight. Here. Riser was slammed backward, having taken Naruto's fist to the face. Riser scrapped across the ground, ripping his skin open multiple times. Naruto watched as his wounds burst into flames, repairing him immediately. So you can regenerate. How dare you attack Riser-sama so underhandedly? Naruto heard the sound of something growling. He jumped away, just as a girl holding some sort of weapon slammed down towards where he'd been. The weapon seemed pretty sharp and Naruto wasn't really willing to test it. Come on. Just let me win. Naruto yelled, dodging her twin. This is a waste of time. Just then, a burst of smoke appeared, revealing another Naruto, who tackled the first girl, holding her down, allowing the original Naruto to do the same to the other girl. They struggled, but Naruto was much stronger, and a quick tap to a nerve on their neck, and both girls went unconscious, disappearing into the light. Nice job. The clone said. You're still really good. You know it. We're the best. Of course we are. We're Naruto Uzumaki. Kano has #1 knuckle-headed ninja. That's not a compliment, is it? Naruto paused. Isn't that an insult? Oh damn it. Hiya. A girl attacked his clone, firing casing her foot. The clone dodged backward, surprised. Hey, you actually know martial arts. He remarked. The original decided to hang back and let his clone take care of it for now. Stop talking and fight. She rushed forward with a barrage of punches. Naruto got the sense that he had been fighting with the weakest people in the peerage and now the stronger fighters were coming out. Oh wow, you're actually pretty good. The clone circled behind her. Too bad you're too slow. Hey ow. The girl tensed as she felt the clone grab her ass. Where are your underwear? The clone asked, staring directly at her butt. What are you doing? The original appeared, bopping the clone on the head, who disappeared into smoke. I'm sorry, my clones know that their lifespan is short, so they do stupid things to get me in trouble. I'm not a pervert. He waved his hand in front of himself, trying to stop any rumors from spreading. Die. The girl kicked him, aiming for his face. Naruto grabbed her leg, redirecting the girl towards the ground. He slammed her downwards, and she disappeared into the light. Another girl approached him. Naruto turned towards her. I swear I'm not a pervert. That clone of his was certainly gutsy. Rias said. While the clone was strange, she couldn't help but feel happy. Naruto had defeated every opponent and he didn't even seem to be tired yet. He grabbed her so brazenly, yet claims not to be a pervert. We'll see about that. Akeno licked her lips. That clone died a hero's death. Issei shouted. I will forever remember him. I've never seen someone who was able to clone themselves before. I wonder how he does it. Maybe he could teach us. Kiba said. You are certainly powerful, the woman said. She was wearing a mask, which covered half of her face. I can respect that. Thanks. Naruto stepped backward, holding his hand in front of him. It's nice to finally talk with someone instead of just fight, which is why I'm sorry. While Naruto's arm suddenly extended, grabbing Isabella by the face. Naruto held her up in the air while chakra began to circulate in his other hand. He slammed the Rasengan into her stomach and she went unconscious, disappearing as well. Cirrus Carlaman. Riser shouted, having picked himself up from the ground. His pride was severely wounded. The two sword fighters stepped forwards. Without a word, they ran in opposite directions circling around Naruto. They were much faster than the others, but even then, they were slow. One of them suddenly turned towards Naruto, holding her sword at her side. She slashed towards Naruto. Naruto jumped over the attack, striking her from above as she passed beneath him. She fell forwards, slamming into the ground. Naruto noticed that she seemed to be easily injured. She was lacking in durability. Naruto stood over her, watching the other one run towards him as well. He raised his arm. Shinra Tensei. The girl beneath him was pushed deeper into the ground while the other one was pushed backward, using her sword to stop herself quickly. Naruto kicked the girl beneath him away and she dissolved. Appearing above the other girl, he punched her in the back of the head and she hit the ground, dissolving as well. Naruto looked over towards Riser. There were only 3 girls left. Probably the most powerful ones. Naruto concentrated, gathering a small amount of natural energy from nearby. A simple Rasen shuriken was formed, whizzing through the air. He raised it above his head, jumping high into the air. Naruto threw it and it flew directly towards the group. It exploded on contact and he heard their screams of pain. When it dissipated, it revealed Riser, who was already regenerating, and one of the girls. She was also blonde, seemingly related to Riser. She was also regenerating, albeit much slower than Riser. Sorry, but I can't let that happen. As soon as Naruto landed, he shot forwards, kicking the girl across the ground. He waited until he saw a pillar of light appear and her body dissolved. So it's just us now, Naruto grinned, turning towards Riser. No one else to hide behind. The Phoenix are immortal. You can't defeat me. No matter how much damage you do, I will regenerate. Yeah, but I'm sure that you wouldn't like to feel all that pain, would you? Naruto grinned. Riser grit his teeth, raising his hand. Fire began to swirl in the air above his hand, reminding Naruto of the Rasengan. He had to admit, those flames were pretty hot, but Naruto could use lava and had withstood the heat within an active volcano. Here. Riser yelled, thrusting the ball forwards. These are Phoenix flames. Lava release. Rasengan. Naruto jumped towards the fireball, holding his hand before him. What is he doing? Issei yelled, banging on the screen. Don't jump into the attack. We saw how powerful he was, I'm sure he has a reason, Kiba said. Sure enough, Naruto appeared on the other side, having forged a path through the fire with a strange ball he held in his hand. You know, if that was your most powerful attack, you are pathetically weak, Naruto said. Issei grinned. Let me show you mine. Naruto closed his eyes. Suddenly, light burst forth from Naruto. He was wearing an orange cloak with 9 symbols on his back. It flickered like fire, similar to his fake arm. 9 dark balls floated in the air behind him. He was also holding a strange black staff. Hanako couldn't sense the amount of energy anymore, but she could tell that the air was being saturated with senjutsu. Isn't that? Rias asked. It is, he is a sage after all, Surziches said. But wow, I never expected this much power to be within him. I can't sense it anymore, Rias whispered. Neither can I, Graphius said. Oh, you want more power, okay. Naruto grinned. Here you go. He began to float up into the air. He can fly. Issei shouted. not fair. I can't believe that he's even more powerful than this, Ajuka said. Kurama, sync with me. Alright. A guttural voice yelled. Naruto's chakra cloak expanded, growing until it resembled a fox. 9 massive tails waved lazily through the air behind it. One of them passed through a chess piece, slicing it like it wasn't even there. The fox also had the same 9 markings on its back. Black lines radiated outwards from a circle on the avatar's stomach. It stood at the same height as the armor he'd created before. What do you want to do, Kurama? Let's not destroy the entire dimension. The devils shivered at the thought. Not a single one of them thought that the strange boy was weak. If anything, they felt bad for Riser. He had no possible way to win now. Hailed beast ball it is. Naruto grinned. Prepare yourself, Riser. The fox's mouth opened and a small purple ball appeared, growing in size until it was the same as the fox's head. It suddenly shrank in size and the fox ate it. There was complete silence as everyone present waited in anticipation. Hailed beast ball. The fox opened its mouth and an indescribably large ball of chakra shot forwards, directly towards Riser. The screen could only display wide as the attack detonated, exploding outwards. The devils could feel the explosion through the screen, even though the fight was taking place in a separate mini-dimension. Finally, the battlefield was restored. There was a massive crater within it and Naruto was standing on the floor once again, having turned off 6 Paths Age mode. Riser was lying in the center of the crater, missing both his arms. However, they were slowly growing back, but it was stamina sapping and he'd just wasted a lot of it trying to hold back the attack. Oh, you're still conscious, give up? Naruto asked, hopping down next to Riser. Never. When I regenerate. What? I'll just do it again. Kurama was getting bored anyway. Naruto said. The screen zoomed in, displaying the two much better. Is she really worth this man? You already have 15 girls in your peerage. Do you need more? This is to preserve the pure-blooded devils. Man, I don't give a shit. She didn't want it, end of story. Marriage is supposed to be a union between two people who love each other and this was not a marriage, so just let her go. I refuse. I am Riser Phoenix. Riser sat up, his arms almost back. I get what I want. Fine, then I didn't want to use this one, but whatever. Naruto raised his arm, his Rinnegan shining brighter than ever before. I'm stealing this from Madara. For a few seconds, nothing happened, leading most people to believe that the attack was a bluff, but that was only until Riser's eyes widened as he stared up at something high in the sky. Ajuka zoomed out, displaying the entire battlefield to the audience. Issei's mouth was open in astonishment. A massive meteorite was falling from the sky, directly towards where Riser and Naruto were standing. It was covered in a purple hue, the same purple as Naruto's strange eye. As he god Issei gripped his head in pain, along with all the devils who hurt him. Ria's eyes shone with tears. It was the end, and he'd done it. He'd won her freedom. I'm getting tired of this fight, so either give up or take this to the face. Naruto snarled. For a moment, Riser considered fighting back, but when Naruto flared his eye and the meteor began to fall faster, he fell backward, shivering in fear. I surrender. Good. Naruto deactivated the technique, leaving the meteor perpetually suspended in the air. I wasn't sure if I could use it like Madara did. Holy shit, is that terrifying. You'd better use your power responsibly. I don't want an arrogant Jinchuriki. Kurama shouted. Alright, got it. Naruto looked back down at Riser, who looked like he was about to piss his pants. Let me tell you this, if you keep going down this path of arrogance, it won't end well for you. Your name and power doesn't mean shit. You didn't deserve someone like Rias and. Unless you change yourself and become a better person, one day you'll wake up alone because no one wants to be associated with your name. Naruto turned around, opening a portal back towards Urzuchi's energy. Just think about that for a while. Naruto appeared back at the party. He got the feeling like he was starting to get better at using his new eyes. They are absurdly powerful, though, Kurama sighed. It's no wonder the Uchiha became so arrogant. Naruto was almost knocked off his feet by what looked to be a crimson bullet. Using chakra to lock himself to the ground, he stopped in place, glancing downwards. Ria's Gremory was clutching him like a lifeline, crying into his shoulder. She was moving her mouth, but he didn't hear anything. Naruto could feel all the eyes on him, but he felt like he was supposed to do something about the crying girl first. Not that he really had experience with crying girls, but it felt wrong not to do something. Kurama had taken all his chakra back, so Naruto was left with just his left arm, but even so, he hugged her. Is it just me, or do the women in this world have massive breasts? And you say you're not a pervert? It's just a question. Naruto pat Rias on the back, looking around for a certain someone. Well, Naruto won, so I guess the marriage has to be nullified, Urzuchi said, stepping forward. Congratulations. He said, sounding way too cheerful. Naruto glared at the man. You have something you have to do, Naruto said. It's your fault that your sister was put in a loveless marriage. Apologize. Naruto commanded. Surziches gulped. Rias had stopped crying, but she was refusing to look at him, which stung. Along with the fact that everyone present was watching him now and he was beginning to feel very small. I'm sorry. Not to me. Naruto barked. To Rias. Your sister. The one that was actually affected by your stupid choices. Rias finally turned towards her brother. Her eyes were still wet, but she looked into his, trying to display her pain to her brother. It worked. Surzich's heart was shattered. He didn't like knowing that he was the one who had caused her this pain. That it was his actions that had resulted in this. However, he wouldn't run from the truth. He had caused this and it was his responsibility to fix it. He stared back into his sister's eyes, baring his soul to her. I'm truly sorry for what I did. I made the decision early in my career when I was still naive. I didn't do the right thing and I have regretted it ever since. Could you please forgive me? Surziches asked. There was silence for a while before finally, Rias looked away. She could feel it. Her brother really had regretted his decision. It wasn't right to leave him to continue to regret it after it was all over. I can forgive you. She said softly. Naruto stifled a laugh. It was like watching a puppy get praised. Surzich's face lit up, smiling wider than he'd ever seen before. I believe this calls for a celebration. Surziches shouted. Let us celebrate my sister's freedom and the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto felt overwhelmed. He'd been introduced to so many people that he felt like all their names were being combined within his head. Rias had refused to leave his side, clutching his left arm the entire time, which made it really difficult to shake hands. Not to mention she kept pulling his arm into her cleavage. Now, Naruto wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose, but he was pretty he caught her smirking once. Along with the fact that the tailed beasts were being suspiciously silent, aside from the occasional giggle. He also caught Issei glaring at him and he could sense the jealousy. Whether that was Kurama's doing or if he had gotten the ability from the old man was the question. Finally, Surziches let him go, saying that teenagers need their alone time. He let Rias lead him over to a group of people who stood on the side. This is my peerage, Rias stated. This is Akeno, my queen. Again, what's with the tits? Naruto-kun, I want to know just how powerful you really are. Naruto paled. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like Jiraiya had told him to avoid these kinds of people. No teasing, Akeno. Rias chided. But you can't keep him all to yourself. Rias growled, moving on. This is Kiba, my knight. It's very nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Don't add honorifics please, just Naruto is fine. Of course, Naruto. Kiba nodded. Could you tell me how you became so fast? Well, my father was actually the fastest person in my entire dimension, he was called. The Yellow Flash. Surely, you are faster than him. Yeah, but I still want to think he was better than me in some ways. Naruto sighed. Keep his memory alive, you know. Oh, Kiba said, realizing what Naruto was saying. I'm sorry for your loss. It's fine. It's been 17 years and I know that he loved me. Along with mom. They're happy together in the afterlife now. He promised that to me. You met your father? Rias asked. Yeah, there was this really fucked up technique called the Ito Tensei. If you had a human sacrifice and some DNA, you could bring someone back to life. It caused a lot of problems during the war, but I did get to speak with my father again. You use Senjutsu? Naruto heard from below. Looking down, he met a young, white-haired girl's eyes. Finally, someone without the massive breasts. Yes. Is it a problem? Senjutsu is dangerous. Really? Naruto looked around. I don't sense anything wrong with the natural energy around here. Natural energy contains the hatred of nature within it. It can easily corrupt people who are not careful. And she is my rook, Kaneko. Wait, you're talking about that tiny ass amount? That's nothing. I came from a world where life was a fight. Nature hated shinobi. This here is a mild dislike, not hatred. Not to mention Kurama was even worse than that. Kurama? You remember the scary voice that showed up when I turned into a kitsune? Yes. That was him. Naruto flexed his chakra and the seal appeared on his bare stomach. He'd actually forgotten that he was still half naked. Now he knew why all the women he'd met were blushing. He's sealed in here, along with the other Biju. What's a Biju? Asia asked. This is one of my bishops, Asia. Okay. Naruto sighed. My world had a tree that contained all the chakra on the planet. Kaguya, our god, ate it and used it to rule over the land. She gave birth to 2 sons, and one of them was the original Sage of Six Paths. He sealed her away and split her chakra into 9-tailed beasts. Those are the Biju now. Then, during my time, this crazy dude named Madara tried to use this jutsu that would seal everybody into a perfect illusion in the name of peace. All the shinobi united against him. However, I wasn't strong enough and he succeeded, but in doing so, he unsealed Kaguya. The Sage of Six Paths gave me and my friend his powers and my friend died during the fight, so he gave me his powers. I sealed Kaguya away, permanently this time, and I sealed all the Biju inside me. However, the technique Madara used killed all the people in my dimension, so I came here. That's a lot, Rias muttered. That's the really short version. My life was a lot more than that. Naruto raised his severed arm, quickly switching to his other arm. I'll tell the entire thing when I have time. He rubbed the back of his head. I want to get as strong as you are, Issei said, looking up at Naruto. What do I have to do? Why do you want to get stronger? I lost to Riser the first time and I know that there will be stronger people in the future. Issei stared at his lost arm. I have to be stronger so that I can protect this peerage. Alright. It's hard work. And determination. That's it. A power boost along the way from a good friend but never sacrifice parts of yourself. Okay. That's it? Issei asked. That's all there is to it. Well, that and a good teacher. Well, can you teach me? I've never taught before, I'm sure you could find someone better. No, I think that you're the best teacher I could get, Issei said. I would also like to be taught by you, Kiba said. I would like to become faster. Could you train us, Naruto? Naruto looked down at Rias, which proved to be a mistake. He could tell that she was a practitioner of the famous puppy dog eyes no jutsu. Naruto couldn't even consider denying her anymore. Alright, fine. You just got here and you're already whipped. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto rubbed his eyes. I don't need you commenting every time. Actually, I'd like to thank Kurama as well, is it possible for us to talk to him? Yeah, just let me switch with him. Naruto opened his eyes. They watched as his cheek scars deepened and his hair became more frizzy, giving a more savage look. He opened his eyes and his normally blue eye was replaced with a slitted red one. Naruto smiled, revealing sharpened canines. You called. Even his voice had changed, sounding more guttural. Someone wants to thank me. I did, Rias said. You fought against my marriage. I thank you. Rias watched Kurama's eyes look her up and down. Good choice, Naruto. Shut up. Naruto reappeared, his eye changing back to blue as the other feral features disappeared. Don't make me come in there and beat you up again. Rias giggled, watching Naruto argue with a voice they couldn't hear. She truly was grateful for what he'd done and she was interested in learning more about him. And the fact that he was very attractive just made him even better. Too bad it seemed like Akeno had realized that too. Rias would have to make sure that she got to Naruto first. It was her personal way of thanking him. Surziches, thanks again for letting them stay. Of course, you saved my sister. The underworld is already used to powerful beasts roaming the land, a few more wouldn't be bad although none of them are usually this powerful. Well, they were never supposed to be sealed inside me in the first place. They've had enough of being trapped. That's true. We're all tired of being sealed away. You decided to stay, Kurama. Be quiet. Surziches laughed, he had arranged for a nice apartment near Kuo Academy. After bribing Naruto with a lifetime's worth of ramen, Naruto had agreed to enter as a second-year transfer student, entering Rias and Akeno's year. Naruto wasn't looking forward to it, but he was ready to go back to the human world. He'd been ecstatic to hear that there were humans in this dimension too. They lived on a planet called Earth and they seemed technological superior to the elemental nations, even though they were physically weaker. Surziches had also planned a little surprise, along with Rias. He was sure that Naruto would appreciate it. Grafia had already stocked Naruto's closet with clothing. Naruto had refused not to have orange in most of them, but Naruto now had a respectable wardrobe. Instant ramen lined the shelves, along with a kettle for boiling water. Now then, there are 2 bedrooms down the hall. Grafia-chan, put your stuff into the room on the right. Okay, Naruto said, walking towards the bedroom. It was simple enough and compared to his old apartment, this one was much better. There was even a maid for the building, so Naruto wouldn't have to worry about cleaning it for himself. His bed was covered in orange sheets and there was a nice view of a nearby park. A small desk and lamp sat in the other corner. What a glow up, it's much better than that pigsty you called home. That was all I had. It was important to me. Naruto told him. Is there anything else I need to know? Well, I'm pretty sure that Ijuka has been working on some sort of prototype for a new arm. Surziches started. Also, here. He handed him a small card. This is a credit card. Use it for monetary purposes. You can spend as much as you want. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? The Gremory family has more than enough money. Trust me, it's alright. Surziches looked up at the clock on the wall. School will be starting on Monday, so don't be late. I have an appointment I can't miss, I'll see you later. Surziches disappeared via magic circle. He seemed like he was in a hurry, Naruto muttered, walking back towards the kitchen. While he had been staying in the underworld, he had also been introduced to television. Now, the only thing he'd ever seen was that one movie, but now humans used it as a constant form of entertainment. Naruto wondered if there was anything interesting. Surziches had also given Naruto a phone, saying that this device could connect people from across the globe instantly. Naruto only knew how to call people, and he could barely understand how it worked, but Surziches said that he would get someone to teach him. Just as Naruto was sitting down on the couch, he heard his doorbell ring. Naruto was confused. He hadn't been expecting anybody. He walked towards the door. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Rias said as he opened the door. He stood just a few centimeters above her, noticing that she seemed overly bubbly. Hey Rias-chan. Naruto eyed the several suitcases behind her. "What's with all the stuff? I'm moving in with you. Didn't my brother tell you?" Rias said, letting herself in. "Hey. What? Aren't there 2 bedrooms here? I'm taking the second one," she said innocently. Naruto thought she was anything but innocent right now. Nevertheless, he grabbed her other suitcases. He had a feeling that Surzich's appointment was fake. "Why thank you." Rias smiled, and Naruto had to fight down the blush that was trying to appear on his cheeks. Rias walked towards the bedrooms, opening the door on the left. It looked similar to his room, but the sheets were a light pink instead of orange. He had been right. This had been prepared. "Alright, well, welcome to my home." Naruto sighed, putting her suitcase down. "I'll let you unpack. I'll be in the living room." When Rias exited her room, she spotted Naruto sitting on the couch, slurping from a cup of instant ramen. He had forgotten the use of chopsticks since he couldn't use them with his left hand. Naruto was watching some TV drama, not really paying attention to the show. Rias had the feeling that he was talking to Kurama. "Can I change the channel?" she asked. "Yeah, this one's kinda boring anyway," Naruto said, looking up at her. "I have to say, I really like your hair. It looks really cool." "Thank you," Rias smiled. She could tell that Naruto was attracted to the hair, especially as his eyes followed the strands as they hung over her curves. She sat down on his left, grabbing the remote from the table. Flicking through a few channels, she stopped when she found what she was looking for. One of her favorite anime had started a new season, and a new episode was airing tonight. Naruto actually seemed to perk up as the anime began. He leaned back into the couch, putting the empty cup down. While the anime was a rom-com, there were a few action moments, which Naruto really seemed to love. "Come on, kick his ass," Naruto shouted, thoroughly invested by now. "You have to." Rias would have laughed, but she was doing the same thing. "Okay, that was a good show," Naruto admitted when it finally ended. "It's one of my favorites," Rias said, flicking through the channels. They finally settled on a movie. It was about these 3 students who kept finding themselves in strange supernatural situations while still trying to pass their classes. The sky outside darkened, and soon the only light in the room was the television. At some point, Rias had gotten much closer, leaning into his arm. Not that Naruto really minded, but he wasn't sure why she was so close now. Finally, the credits started, and Naruto realized just how late it was. It was super dark out, and he had to use his Rinnegan to actually see anything. "Rias? Rias, the movie's over." Naruto looked closer. Her eyes were closed, and she was breathing deeply. She had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Naruto laughed quietly, wrapping his arm around her. It was difficult, but, using henge, Naruto was able to carry her to her room. He did note that her room was filled with strange figurines and books, but he assumed that it was a dimensional difference, and he placed her in her bed. Closing her door, he deactivated his henge, opening his own door. He pulled his t-shirt and shorts off, climbing under the covers. Naruto snuggled deeper into the bed, falling asleep soon after. Naruto woke up to a strange warmth. He actually felt really warm, which was strange, since it was still pretty cool in April. He felt something shift. He definitely noticed a strange weight laying on his right side. Actually, at the end of what was left of his arm, he was pretty sure that he could feel a heartbeat. "What?" Naruto opened his eyes, squinting as his eyes got used to the light. This is a new one?" Kurama sounded confused. "I'm pretty sure this wouldn't be normal even in a new dimension." Naruto turned his head, trying to make sense of the red blob he saw. Finally, his eyes adjusted and Naruto's jaw dropped. Rias was sleeping, just inches away from his face. From this close, she looked even more sensual than before, especially in the way the light shone through the window. Her lips looked delectable. The subtle curve and the way they moved as she breathed. "And you say that you aren't a pervert?" "I'm denying it," Naruto said. Naruto inched backward, sliding towards the wall. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending which part of Naruto's body you asked, this dragged the blanket with him and it slipped off of Rias, revealing her nude form. Naruto immediately averted his eyes, having taken many anti-pervert lessons from Tsunade and Sakura, so much so that he could no longer control his reactions anymore. "Why?" "I don't know. This has never happened before," Kurama yelled. "You think I'd know what to do?" "Did the covers back, it's cold," Rias muttered, shifting. Naruto had to physically fight his eyes back. "Oh, good morning, Naruto." Rias opened her eyes. "Good morning, Rias." Naruto refused to look at her. "What are you doing in my bed?" "Well, it's a strange new house and I woke up in the middle of the night and you just looked so inviting." Rias laughed seductively. "Was it a problem?" "No, yes." Naruto shook his head. "Not really, but why are you naked?" "I've found that I can't sleep comfortably with clothes on, they're too scratchy." Rias moved closer to Naruto. "Why?" "I'm just not used to waking up to girls in my bed," Naruto asked, closing his eyes. He knew that she was doing this on purpose. He wasn't that dense. "Yeah, but she had to go this far." So, you're inexperienced." Rias whispered into his ear. He wasn't sure when, but she had gotten much closer. So close that he could feel her lips tickle his earlobe, which sent shivers up and down Naruto's body. He was feeling really uncomfortable now. Yeah, he may have Jiraiya as a teacher, but even Jiraiya had known that you couldn't let a kid into brothels. "Kurama, take over, please." "Fine." Rias shuffled backward when she felt Naruto's aura change. She met the red-slitted eye and suddenly felt much smaller than before. "What are you doing?" Kurama asked, staring directly at her. Naruto has retreated into his mindscape. "Don't think your seduction will work on me." "Yes, Kurama." Rias looked down. Kurama nodded, climbing out of the bed. Rias looked towards his crotch. "Nothing." "Humans continue to vex me." "Do tailed beasts not feel arousal?" Rias asked, grabbing her school uniform from the floor. "Don't you reproduce?" "No. We are beings of pure chakra. We are immortal. Even if I were to die, I would be recreated within a few years." Kurama grabbed a pair of black sweepants from the closet. "We do not even have the organs necessary for reproduction." "Your dimension sure was strange," Rias muttered, clipping her bra. "Your dimension is the strange one. All these different species. Ours was simple." Kurama pulled a dark orange t-shirt over his head. "Alright, Naruto, she's dressed," Kurama said, glancing over at Rias, who was finishing up. She watched as Naruto's eye returned to blue. "I've never," he sighed. "I swear you almost gave me a heart attack," he said, looking over at her. "Why's that?" Rias asked, walking towards him. Was it too much stimulation? Naruto fought the blush down, refusing to let her get too far. "No, I just don't wake up with people at my side, usually they were an enemy trying to slit my throat in my sleep." Naruto opened the door. "But I guess if my apartment is strange, it's fine. Just please wear something next time." "Alright," Naruto-kun. Rias smiled. Well, Kurama may not have felt anything, Naruto was a teenager with a libido. She would find a way to break through his defense. "I thought I was used to tits after Bachan. I'm pretty sure this is the first time they were completely naked." "Don't put the image in my head," Naruto shouted, looking into the fridge. "I can say that your mornings will be more interesting from now on." "Yeah." Naruto would never admit that he'd allowed her to continue sleeping with him because he wanted to see her like that again. Never. "Perv. This is really good," Naruto said, trying to use his chopsticks left-handed. Rias had made ramen, which he had not been expecting. You really would be a good wife one day." For some reason, Naruto was feeling a little nostalgic. He knew that Matatabi was right, but he missed them. He missed them so much. He remembered when he had been able to sit down at Ichiraku's and order as much ramen as he wanted. His friends or senseis would show up sometimes, just sitting down to talk with him. Ichiraku meant a lot to him. Not just as a ramen stand, but as a place where Naruto didn't feel so alone. Iruka had taken him there, he'd spent time with Team 7 there. It was special. And eating ramen that tasted so similar to Ichiraku was bringing back those memories, and the fact that Naruto knew that he would never be able to sit there again made seeing those flashes of his past all the more painful. Rias perked up when Naruto said something about being a good wife. She had been prepared to tease him, the words being on the tip of her tongue. However, she'd heard the hesitation in his voice, how it warbled slightly near the end of his sentence. Naruto was staring down at his ramen, eyes starting to shine slightly. His hand was shaking, and Naruto looked to be in physical pain. He didn't make a sound though. "Nothing. I'm sorry." "It wasn't your fault, Kurama." Naruto breathed in sharply, trying to keep the tears from falling. It was Kaguya, Black Zetsu and Kaguya. Rias listened to Naruto's talk. She couldn't claim to know what was going on. This morning had been so light-hearted, but now the atmosphere had dampened. She knew that Naruto liked to act all happy and loud, but he had said that his dimension had been destroyed. It would have been impossible for Naruto to move on so quickly. Anyone who said otherwise didn't understand what it meant to lose someone. You said that I had a chance of seeing them again, is it true?" "It could be possible, but I don't know, Naruto, I really don't know." "It's alright." Kurama. Tears were freely flowing from his eyes, falling into his bowl. "If it's possible, you know that I'll find a way." "Naruto, could you tell me about your world? I want to know what it meant to you." Rias asked softly, putting her hand on Naruto's. He met her eyes, and all she saw was deep and utter pain. Naruto drew in a shaky breath. If Rias wanted to know, it would be cruel to deny her of the information. Well, I was born on the day my parents died and they were killed by Kurama. Naruto's chuckle was full of water. Don't blame him though, he wasn't in control in my world, there were very special eyes that could control tailed beasts. It's the Sharingan. Naruto's eye swirled. Obito Uchiha used his Sharingan to force Kurama to attack after unsealing her from my mother. The elemental nations were afraid of the tailed beasts and they sealed them inside of Jinchuriki. They took the freedom of the Biju, along with the Jinchuriki, who ended up as a weapon for the villages to use during war. My father was the village leader at the time, the Hokage, and he sacrificed his life to stop Obito and seal Kurama inside me. My mother used her last breath to protect me. They died for me. Okarias whispered. You grew up in an orphanage. Only until I was 4 the village hated Kurama for what he did. He was powerful, and when he rampaged, he killed a lot of people, and when they found out that I was the Jinchuriki, they hated me too. I didn't even know I was a Jinchuriki until I was 12, so I didn't understand why. I got kicked out of the orphanage and I was on the streets for a while, at least a week or two. I only survived because the 3rd Hokage stepped back into the office after my father died. He gave me an apartment and enough money to live on my own. He was like my grandfather. That's why would they treat a child like that? People do stupid things when they hate they couldn't see past the demon. I remember running from them on my birthday. They got drunk during the Kyuubi festival, and sometimes they got a little violent. I learned to live on the streets. I learned how to run, how to steal. I was lucky that Jiji was so nice. He tried to make life as easy as possible for me. Anybody who attacked me was never seen again, so most people just ignored me. Naruto looked back down at his ramen. There was this ramen stand in the middle of the village, near my apartment. It was called a churku. A few days after I left the orphanage, I remember being attracted by the smell. I ran away when the owner spotted me. But I went back the next day, and he had made a bowl of ramen for me, and those were my only friends for a while. Rias felt bad. She couldn't explain it, but something about Naruto's story made her feel like her problems meant nothing. It wasn't fair, he had been treated so poorly, and he still smiled, soldiering on with determination. As I grew up, I realized how much the people of Konoha respected Jiji. They looked to him for guidance, and he was so good at his job too. I decided that I wanted to be Hokage. I wanted to be acknowledged by the people. I wanted to be noticed. The Hokage was the leader of the village, so I thought that if I became strong, the people would stop ignoring me. I acted out, pulling pranks, doing anything to get the people to say something. I didn't care if they hated me, I just wanted to be noticed. I entered the ninja academy when I turned 6. It turns out that the hatred for me was deep, cause they kept trying to hold me back, trying to stop me from getting stronger. Didn't your grandfather do something? He tried, but he was so busy. Tension between the villages was rising, and the civilians were getting restless. I didn't want to force more work onto him. I wanted to do it myself. So I persevered. I trained by myself, trying to do anything I could think of. There was this kid in my class though, he was super popular. He was also a prodigy, he could do whatever he wanted with minimal work. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha like the Obito who controlled Kurama. Yes, the Uchiha clan lived in our village, but Obito had left the village a while ago. Nobody knew that he was still alive. The Uchiha clan felt like they deserved to lead the village, and they planned a coup d'etat. However, Sasuke's older brother, Itachi Uchiha, killed every single Uchiha clan member. Everyone except Sasuke left the village and became as hated as I was. He did it to protect Konoha. Naruto smiled. He told Sasuke that he wanted to do it. He told Sasuke that he had to hate him. He told Sasuke that Sasuke was the only person who could kill him. What happened to Sasuke? He became an avenger. He was so obsessed with getting his revenge that he didn't think about anything else. He sat at the top of the class and he didn't even care. He just wanted to get stronger. Meanwhile, I had to teach myself how to read and write, so I ended up being the dead last. I thought Sasuke was arrogant, but I liked him. We were the same. How so? The village became obsessed with Sasuke. He was the last Uchiha. He was elevated so high that he didn't feel like he was still a part of the village anymore. He was isolated. Just like I was. We both knew it. We'd catch each other staring. I was the village pariah, he was the champion. But we were both all alone. We just wanted to be loved. Become Ho'o and have someone waiting for you. I almost failed the final shinobi test. You only got 3 chances after that, you were kicked out. But in my final year, I got this really cool teacher. His name was Iruka. He didn't hate me like every other teacher I'd had. He treated me like everybody else. And because I'd never been taught, I didn't have the chakra control to make a clone for the final test. He told me that I had failed and I felt betrayed. I thought that he was different, but during that moment, I didn't see that he was trying to protect me. So I stole the forbidden scroll from Gigi. I was tricked by my other teacher. He convinced me that if I could steal it and give it to him, I would graduate. I wanted to get my hit I-8. The symbol for ninja. The clone suddenly appeared next to Naruto, walking towards the hallway. Rias watched it go, still thinking about what Naruto had said. Iruka caught me, and I showed him what I had learned. I showed him that I could do the cage bunshin technique. Mizuki showed up and he attacked us. He was the one who told me why the village hated me. He told me that I was the nine-tailed fox. That I was a demon. I froze up. And he threw his shuriken at me and I was prepared to die. But Iruka protected me. He told me that it wasn't true. He told me that I was Naruto Uzumaki and that just because Kurama was sealed inside me didn't change who I was. After I beat Mizuki, he gave me his hit I-8. He took me to Ichiraku. I was so proud. The clone returned, holding a forehead protector in its hands. Naruto took it, running his fingers over the leaf symbol on the metal plate. The clone disappeared. This meant everything to me. It was a symbol of my progress and my new friend. Iruka treated me like a little brother even though Kurama was the one who killed his parents. He was my sensei. Naruto's eyes began to leak with renewed vigor. Whenever I needed him, he was prepared to help me. Ria's eyes leaked too. Iruka meant so much to Naruto. It seemed like that man was a man who only appeared once in a millennium. After that, we were sorted into our teams. Konoha had a system: 3 Genin students, 1 Jonin sensei. They would be your sensei until you became a Jonin yourself. It was like a mini family, at least that's what it meant to me. The first and second Hokage were Jiji senseis. He was sensei to one of my senseis who became my father's sensei. My father trained a team that had my Jonin sensei on it along with Obito. Ria's eyes widened. Yes, that Obito. He used to be on a team with my father and my sensei. They thought he died when really, he was taken in by Madara Uchiha. Madara convinced him that he needed to take the 9 tails in the name of peace. I'll explain later. What happened to your team? Well, I was put on a team with Sasuke along with one of his fangirls, Sakura. I used to have a crush on her, I think. I'm not even sure if it was a crush or if I just wanted her attention. I didn't know what love was at the time. Kakashi sensei was our teacher. Naruto looked towards the window. We didn't get along, we had no synergy. Sakura only listened to Sasuke and I had such a strong rivalry that we refused to work together and we failed Kakashi sensei's bell test. I thought that my shinobi career was already over, but Kakashi gave us one last chance. He tied me to a log and told the other 2 now to feed me. That's it. We hadn't eaten breakfast and we had just fought with a Jonin, so we were all starving, but Sasuke fed me anyway. He said that he couldn't have a teammate who went without food. Kakashi sensei passed us and we became Team 7. I'll always remember what he told us: those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. We had to work together or we would never survive in the shinobi world. Did it work? For a while it was all fine. I remember going on our first mission. Sasuke jumped right into the fight. Well, I froze up. I felt so weak at that moment that I was determined to beat Sasuke the next time we fought. Kakashi tried to teach us how to walk up trees and Sasuke and I made it a competition. We couldn't let the other one be better. We were up all night. Naruto laughed, eyes dried of tears now. We were so stupid, we didn't understand the reality of the shinobi world. During our fight with Zabuza, we realized what shinobi were supposed to be. Shinobi were tools, weapons to be used in war. It didn't feel right to me. Even Kakashi sensei said that. The shinobi system was so wrong. It only filled people with hatred for each other, it fueled war. Naruto clenched his fist. During that fight, Sasuke sacrificed himself for me. He'd finally awakened his Sharingan and the first thing he did was save me, and when I thought that he was dead, I didn't know what to do. I snapped. He was my first friend. Even though we'd never interacted before, we understood each other on a level deeper than anybody else. I unleashed Kurama's chakra back. Then, me and Kurama didn't get along. I blamed him for how the village hated me and he hated me for keeping him sealed inside a cage using his chakra hurt me. I was bloodlusted. I wasn't myself anymore. What happened after that? Team 7 kept getting closer. We began to train for the Chunin exams. And I was so proud of myself when Sasuke finally admitted that he wanted to fight me during the exams. I felt like I was finally reaching him. There was this kid though, his name was Gaara. He was a Jinchuriki like me, but he ended up going insane. It was a combination of a poor seal and repeated assassination attempts by his own father. He unleashed Shukaku, the One Tails, during an invasion. I used summoning to defeat him. I told him that I knew how it felt to be alone and that I knew that it hurt but that I was okay because I had friends. I had Jiji and Iruka, I had Sasuke and Sakura and Kakashi. I was okay because of them. But Naruto's eyes darkened. On the day of the finals, one of Jiji's students led the invasion against Konoha Orochimaru and he killed Jiji. I hated him for it. I wanted to see him dead. He took my grandfather from me. Did you get him? Naruto sighed. Me and another one of Jiji's students went to find the last one, Tsunade. I traveled with Jiraiya. He was just as perverted as Issei. I called him Iro-sen and he was my godfather, but he couldn't associate with me because then other villages would have started attacking me. He ran a massive spy network. He protected me from other villages so I could live safe within the village. Safe? You were chased on your birthday. Rias shouted. He didn't do a good job of it. He was your godfather. I know. I wanted to say the same thing when I found out, but he didn't know about what happened in the village. My father's death hit him hard too. He had a hard time staying in the village. Rias was about to open her mouth again. I know it's not an excuse, but can you leave it alone? I already forgave him. It's not worth it. Rias closed her mouth. She felt like Jiraiya should have done more, but it was Naruto's life, not hers. On the way to Tsunade, Jiraiya taught me my dad's jutsu, one he created on his own. The Rasengan. Naruto held his hand open and a ball of chakra appeared. It was hard. I didn't have the chakra control to control it and it usually ended up exploding on me, but he gave me tips as we went along. It was the first time I felt like I had someone. He may have been a massive pervert who spent as much time as possible with women, but he did care about me. Naruto let the Rasengan disappear. It turns out that Obito had created an organization called the Akatsuki. They wanted to gather all the tailed beasts so that their leader could become a god and rule over the world so there would never be war again. That's a dictatorship. I know. Naruto sighed. I was confronted by Itachi and Kisame. They came to take Kurama. I thought Itachi was a good guy. He was, but he was pretending to work with the Akatsuki so that he could send information to Konoha, and we all had no idea until after he died. Me or Sasuke showed up, probably because he heard about it or something, and I could see the rage in his eyes when he saw Itachi. He'd learned this technique from Kakashi sensei. It was called a Chidori. He used it when he spotted Itachi. Itachi used his Sharingan to lock Sasuke in an illusion and he tortured him. His own brother. He had to make sure that Sasuke wanted to get stronger. He needed Sasuke to be strong enough to defeat the Akatsuki. Naruto looked back down at his hit I-8. That was the beginning of the end for Team 7. What happened? We found Tsunade in a small village on the outskirts of the country. She was running away from people she'd lost money to. I thought she was weird, especially since she used a jutsu to make herself look young. She was 50 and I thought she was dumb for trying to look 20, and when she insulted Jiji's memory, I got mad. I yelled at her and ended up challenging her to a fight. A stupid decision on my part. She was stupidly powerful. She could break rock with just one finger. Wow. I lost, but when I said that I wanted to be Hokage one day, it reminded her of her dead brother, so she gave me a chance. She said that if I could master the Rasengan within a week, she would come back to Konoha. I was so determined. I spent every day on the field, practicing. I destroyed so many trees. Now I can destroy planets. I've come really far, haven't I? He chuckled softly. Life was simple back then. You've come very far. Anyway, I did it, but Orochimaru showed up too. It turns out that before Jiji died, he managed to seal Orochimaru's arms away. Without those, he couldn't do any jutsu. He had an assistant though. Kabuto. Naruto spat. I thought he was a loyal ninja of Konoha, but it turned out to be a lie. Deception was another part of the shinobi world. Naruto shook his head. Orochimaru thought that Tsunade could heal his arms. When she was a ninja, she was the greatest healer in the elemental nations. I guess I am now. My 6 paths powers let me heal most injuries like it's nothing, but I can't grow my arm back. I can heal other people, not myself. That's a strange power. It reminded her of Asia's twilight healing. She could heal anybody, but Rias had never seen her use it on herself. Even though she was easily injured. She fought with Orochimaru, along with Iro-Sennin. I fought Kabuto and I finished the Rasengan. I used a clone to stabilize the attack. And when she acknowledged me, I felt accomplished. I had brought a new Hokage to Konoha. I used to call her Bachan to make fun of how old she was, but she was my grandmother to me. What then? Rias asked. Based on Naruto's expression, she felt like the story was going to take a dark turn. Sasuke's Avenger heart had been reawakened. Orochimaru had placed a seal on Sasuke. It began to corrupt him. He got so obsessed with the power it gave him that all he could think about was getting more. He wanted to go to Orochimaru. Naruto grit his teeth. He challenged me to a fight and it got so bad. We used our strongest moves against each other. We could have killed each other. He had a Chidori, and I used a Rasengan. Kakashi sensei stopped us, but it was too late for Sasuke. He decided to leave the village. No. Bachan made up a team of all my old classmates, at least, the ones who weren't in the hospital. They told me to chase after Sasuke. Sakura cried. She begged me to bring Sasuke back. I promised her I would do it. I knew that she loved him, but it wasn't just for her. It was for me too. My closest friend, my rival, my brother, was leaving me. Go on. I couldn't stop him. I even tapped into Kurama's chakra, but I couldn't do it. I just couldn't make myself hurt him. Meanwhile, he had no problems trying to kill me. He drilled a chidori into my chest. That was probably the worst scar I got. My brother tried to kill me. Rias didn't know what to say. He said that his friend had given him the eye, but from the way he'd acted, Sasuke sounded like he was insane. Why he'd ever agreed to do something for Naruto, she wasn't sure. She knew that this was back when Naruto was young, but still, someone who was willing to kill their best friend wouldn't just change like that. And can I finish this story later? Naruto asked, meeting Ria's gaze. It's getting a little hard to relive it right now. I'm sorry that I asked. No. That's not what I meant. I promise that I'll tell the rest later, but I feel like I've been talking for hours. My ramen is cold now. I could make you some more. That would be great. Naruto smiled, and this one finally reached his eyes. Thank you, Rias-chan. Rias took his bowl, blushing at the honorific. She felt like she understood Naruto much better than before. He was selfless because he knew what it felt like to be pushed down. He was determined because he had to work so hard for certain things. Now that she understood why Naruto was the way he was, she also felt even more attracted to him. Anybody who could endure what he had endured was a strong person. You know, talking about it is actually starting to make me feel a little better. I glossed over some things, along with some of the other people I knew. I'll tell you about them later too, okay? Naruto gave her a thumbs up. I promise. I would like that, Rias said, turning the stove on. I want to help you, Naruto, in any way that I can. Thanks. Naruto looked back down at his hit I-8. It means a lot to me. For some reason, he found it easy to talk to Rias about it. He wasn't sure why, but she seemed trustworthy. He felt like she wouldn't judge him. He liked that about her. Rias was a nice person. Kurama watched from the inside of the seal. He hadn't really been expecting Naruto to speak so easily. Something about this Rias girl was good for Naruto. Her strange attempts of seduction aside, she would be an important person to Naruto. Naruto may not have been able to tell for himself, but Kurama had felt these emotions from Kushina when she'd interacted with Minato, and he knew that Naruto was beginning to develop a crush. Now that I don't hate Naruto anymore, his story is much more moving. He truly felt proud to have gotten Sasuke's acknowledgement. Kurama thought. Even I want to hear more of this tale. Hello? Someone shouted from the other side of the door. Anybody there? Naruto felt like he recognized that voice. He walked towards the door. We're here. Chill out, I can hear you, Naruto said, opening the door. There was no need to scream so loud. What are you doing here? Issei asked. Naruto glanced up. The entire peerage stood behind him. This is my new apartment. But isn't this Butchu's home? Kiba asked. She told us that she moved here. I moved in with Naruto-kun. He needs someone to guide him through life in our dimension. Rias said, approaching the door. Naruto stepped aside, allowing them to enter the room. WHWH what? Issei yelled, pointing at Naruto. Butchu moved in with you. She lives with you. Yeah, I was just as surprised. Surziches brought me here and then he left and Rias-chan showed up at the door. It doesn't really matter, I had an extra bedroom. Naruto explained calmly. Naruto-kun. Rias-chan. Already so familiar. Akeno whispered, leaning close to Naruto. Naruto stepped back, moving away from Akeno. For some reason, her teasing didn't affect him like Rias did. It's the red hair, isn't it? I hate that I have the same fetish as my dad. It's better than bondage. What? Now I won't claim that I was watching, but I'm pretty sure that your mother was into bondage. I mean, she used chakra chains, she chained me to a floating ball, and she did have a sadistic streak and Minato did seem a little masochistic to me. And no way. I refuse to believe that. Naruto's sudden outburst drew everybody's attention. Nah. I'm just saying. Don't put those kinds of images in my head. That's disgusting. Naruto gripped his head, trying to dispel the images his imagination created. He already had a hard enough time with Rias, he didn't need to be thinking about how he had been conceived. Naruto-sama. Are you okay? Asia asked tentatively. Yeah, Kurama was. He said something weird. Naruto said. He refused to elaborate. It's nothing important actually, why are you guys here? Well, normally we meet in the clubhouse, but spring cleaning is happening now, so I asked them to come here for our meeting. Tomorrow we'll be going to Issei's house. Hey, what? Nobody told me. Issei panicked. Why are you so nervous? Naruto asked, smirking. Need to hide your porn? I don't care about that. I just didn't know. Issei shouted shamelessly. Why do you know about his porn mags? Akeno asked. You claimed not to be a pervert before. I grew up in an apartment in the middle of the red light district. I knew about a lot of things that number 8-year-old should have learned. Naruto shrugged. I'm sorry. Kiba winced. It's fine, it actually allowed me to develop my own patented anti-pervert technique. Behold, the sexy jutsu. Naruto held his hand up. He was replaced by a massive cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, everybody's jaws dropped as the sexiest girl they'd ever seen appeared before them. It didn't help that she was completely naked and that only small wisps of smoke protected her modesty. Her curves gave her a perfect Hercules figure and her pose accented the size of her thighs. She blew Issei a kiss, giggling as he was blown backward by his own nosebleed. Issei collided with the wall behind him, grabbing his head in pain. Naruto turned back, laughing at the scene he'd created. Issei, however, would never forget the beautiful sight he'd just seen. "I'm surprised a pervert like you didn't pass out," Naruto said. "That jutsu was enough to knock out Jiji." The others didn't know about Jiji, but Rias spluttered. Naruto had held the third Hokage in such high regard and he'd fallen for this. What was wrong with him? "That's because I've found something even better than that," Issei shouted. "I've obtained the famous Book of Perversion. Behold." Issei pulled a small book from his back pocket. His fellow peerage members stared unamused at Issei. Naruto, however, knew that he'd seen that book before. He'd spent 2.5 years around it after all. "Is that Icha Paradise?" Naruto asked. Issei looked back to Naruto, still holding the book high in the air. "How'd you get a hold of that?" "Ah, I knew it. You are a pervert. No one else would know about this masterpiece. There is only one copy in the world and I spent my life savings on obtaining it," Issei said, his voice filled with pride. "Pervert." Kaneko spat. "Spending your life savings on porn," Kiba muttered. Issei Akeno looked at the book. "Maybe I could borrow it for a while." "No." Issei clutched the book to his chest. "This is my treasure." "Naruto?" Rias asked. Naruto looked over at her. "How did you know about that book? You just got to this dimension." "I told you, he has to be a pervert. There is no way else." Issei shouted. "I'm not a pervert, okay?" Naruto shouted. He pointed towards the book. "That book is the first book of the Icha series. The author is Jiraiya the Toad Sage. His alias was Mega Perv. I know that because he was my godfather." "What?" Issei shouted. "The first, there are more." "Yeah. There are 4 books in the series." "Do you have the others?" Issei screamed, blowing Naruto's eardrums out. "Be quiet, man." Naruto sighed. "I wonder how it got here. I'm pretty sure no one other than me can open portals between dimensions." "It's obviously the power of one pervert to another," Issei shouted. "Jiraiya was a master among perverts. The mention of his name is enough to bring tears to all perverts' eyes. Every pervert on the planet knows his name. His perversion sent his work of beauty through dimensions and it ended up in my hands. He was truly a higher being." Issei held the book high and the book began to shine in a strange light. "And you're saying that he was really your godfather?" "Yeah, he was. I remember when I first met him. I caught him peeping on the girl's bath." "Oh, please tell me you have the other books." Issei tucked Icha Paradise into his pocket. "I have to read more of them." "I'll see. I think I saw them when I went to get my hit I-8." Naruto walked back towards the bedrooms. Ria's peerage followed behind, not really sure what to do. They entered into Naruto's room. They noticed a large amount of orange, but Naruto was standing over a scroll that lay beneath a mountain of stuff. "Let me see, I know I kept at least one of them." "Tactics, I think," Naruto muttered, digging further and further into the pile. "Would you keep it?" Rias asked. "When he died, I wanted to keep something to remember him by. Turns out his only contribution to the world was the Icha series. It was a gift." "Be quiet, Issei," Rias commanded. "Here." Naruto said, holding 5 books in his hands. Icha Paradise, Violence, Innocence, and Tactics. All of his stories along with his first one. "What's with that one?" "It wasn't actually a porno, it was a novel. It was called The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. It didn't sell that well, but it's my favorite book. I was actually named after the main character." "I don't care about that. Just give me the Icha," Issei yelled. "Hey. Don't ignore this book. It might not be porn, but it's just as important as the rest, if not more. It teaches life lessons. Life isn't all about fulfilling your desires. There are contributions that you have to make. You have to improve society." "It seems that Issei still has a lot to learn," Akeno said sadly. "I'll just have to zap his perversion out of him." Akeno blushed and Naruto realized why he felt weird around her. "You're a sadist, you'd like violence." "You've read them?" Rias asked. "Hiro Sennin made me his unofficial editor. I've read every single book." Naruto trailed off. "Doesn't matter, just take the books." "Thank you." Issei clung to his new books like they were his lifeline. Naruto knew that Issei was a good kid, but this amount of perversion seemed unnatural. If only Jiraiya could see him now. He'd laugh about how Naruto was destined to become a pervert. It was only natural if he was always surrounded by perverts. "At least Bach and Sakura-chan aren't here. Wait. That means no one can beat the pervert out of me anymore. Don't even think about it." She cooked for you, Issei shouted. Unfair. Shut up. She can make ramen. She decided to make it as a gift for me. Naruto slurped from his bowl. It really did taste nostalgic. This is very good but you, Kiba said, eating carefully. Thank you, Kiba, Rias said, taking her own bowl. I felt bad about barging in on Naruto like that, so I decided to make his favorite food. Ramen is your favorite? Issei asked. Why? Eat this and tell me it isn't good. I dare you. Naruto glared at Issei. Ramen is a gift from God too. Ow. Every devil flinched at the word. Oh shit, sorry. Naruto said. I forgot that you can't say that. It's alright, Ria said, rubbing her forehead. You aren't a devil, you forgot. Anyway, ramen is special to me. It was my mother's favorite too. Naruto smiled, eating faster. Well anyway, how did you become so powerful, Naruto? Kiba asked. There must have been something other than training. I wasn't always this powerful. I used to be just as weak as the people in this dimension. I had to do a lot of training to get here and it really was just a lot of training. As weak as Issei? Kaneko asked. Yeah well, not since I graduated from the academy and I was already faster than he was before then and physically fitter. Stop. Issei whined. We get it, you're strong. Tell us more. Why are you being so mean to me? Perverts should die. Die is a strong word, I'd say castrated, Naruto commented, finally getting the chopsticks up to his mouth. He was starting to get it. It just took some time. I thought you trained with Uraya-sama. Why do you hate perverts? I don't hate them but Iro-senin was getting old. You're still young and you're already losing focus of what's important. No, I'm not. Breasts are the most important. Naruto deadpanned. I will never forget that. Let's move on, Rias said, trying to steer the conversation away from breasts. Naruto, as our sensei, I was thinking that maybe we should have our first lesson today. I mean it's not like I have anything to do but where? Naruto asked. As devils, I'm sure that you can't just train out in the open. I definitely can't do that. The people would freak out if a forest disappeared in a day. Well, the Gremory family does have private training areas, but my brother has given you something better. Rias stood up, walking towards the wall. A massive Gremory magic circle appeared. My brother has installed a seal on this wall. We are able to use it to travel to our own private dimension. Awesome. Your brother is the best. Naruto shouted, running towards the magic circle. Wait, how am I supposed to use this? As always, rushing in before you even have the information. Kurama, be quiet. And I can't use magic. Can I use this without you guys? I don't know. This is a magic circle for the Gremory family but maybe my brother did something. It would be strange for it to be in your house without you being able to use it. Ah, hold on. Naruto held his hand to the center of the circle. Let me try something. Naruto began to accumulate chakra in his hand. Surziches asked to sample my chakra. It might have been for this. Naruto pushed the chakra into the circle. The circle began to morph, changing shape until all that stood was enter. So he did do something. It says enter, but there's no doorway, Issei said. Where do we go? Like this. Naruto walked forwards and his arm disappeared into the wall. It's a passageway now kinda like my Rinnegan portals. Maybe you could make a portal to this training dimension. I don't even know how to find dimensions right now. How would I ever find this one? Just leave some of your chakra behind as a marker. You should be able to track that easily. Never thought of that, Naruto muttered, walking through the wall. I know. Now then, what to do first? Naruto sighed, looking around. The dimension itself was pretty normal. It was a grassy plain that stretched on for as long as Naruto could see. Trees were scattered around, along with a small stream weaving its way through the landscape. It reminded him of training ground number 3. We're waiting for you, sensei, Kiba asked, bowing. Don't call me sensei. I'm not old yet. Naruto yelled. He sighed, holding his hand up. I'm just going to see how high your levels are for now. Then I can decide what needs to be done. 6 clones appeared, 1 for each member of the peerage. Now then. Pick one and go. The 6 clones chose randomly, bringing that member of the peerage a good distance from the others. Naruto stayed in the middle, watching over everybody at once. He already knew that Asia wasn't very physically fit and she was more oriented to a support fighting style, but Naruto believed in the fact that everyone should have been able to defend themselves. What good was being the greatest healer on the planet if you died in one hit? What if your team couldn't defend you? Sakura may have been far weaker than everybody else on the team, but she had at least been able to hold her own in battle. Asia's clone was the first to go. Asia was weak. He knew that it wasn't her fault, but she was weak. She wasn't even willing to attack the clone. The clone had tried to goad her into doing something, even attacking her head on. But she just flinched and the clone gave up. Naruto went over to get Asia. I'm sorry. I couldn't even do anything. Asia sounded so small. It's fine. It just means that I'll have even more to teach you. Naruto ruffled her hair. You're a healer, not a fighter, but you still need to be able to defend yourself. I'll teach you, don't worry. Asia smiled softly and Naruto returned to the center, watching the other fights along with Asia. Issei was next. Naruto would say that Issei had potential, and when anything about breasts was mentioned, he became exponentially more determined. However, right now, he wasn't suited to fighting. He was still weak and slow and dumb. He rushed directly forwards, never tried anything new. His balance breaker thing only lasted 10 seconds and after that Issei became useless. Naruto needed to make Issei work much harder. He needed to become physically stronger. The fact that his power was doubled every 10 seconds was cool, but it cut Issei's stamina in half. And Issei didn't have much of that. Alright, Asia, could you go heal Issei? Of course. Asia ran over to Issei, who lay on the floor. Naruto had told his clones to go easy, but he was still extremely powerful. He could break rocks with his hands, and Issei still only had the abilities of a very athletic human. He was definitely hurting. Next went Kiba. Kiba was fast, faster than Riser's knights had been, but Kiba was weak. His speed helped him get close, but his blows did nothing. Even against Naruto's mediocre kunai use, his blows didn't have the power to do any damage. Wait, where'd I get a kunai? I don't have any on me. Naruto ran over to Kiba, who sat on the ground, panting. Hey Kiba. Do you know where my clone got that kunai? I went through its memories, but I'm missing a few seconds here and there. Naruto's memory wasn't perfect after all. You kinda put your hand out and this strange light appeared. And then you were holding a kunai. Why? Cause I don't know where I would have gotten one. Naruto sighed. Not like it really mattered. Kiba needed to work on his strength. Along with his very, very low durability. One hit from Naruto had sent the boy flying. Next was Kaneko. He was surprised at her ability to break the ground. He was able to do that in his base form, but only if he mustered as much strength as possible, and Sakura had been much better at it than he was. In his higher forms, he was liable to destroy a lot more stuff with a punch. So the fact that Kaneko came close to his own base strength impressed him. But she was slow and predictable. Her movements were so easy to read, especially since her reach was much shorter than his own. She had a hard time getting close and an even harder time connecting. He wasn't really sure how he would do it, but he would have to make her much quicker in a very short amount of time. Rias was the next to go. For a king, Naruto had to say that he was disappointed. Rias didn't know much in the way of combat. She only knew ranged attacks, and she was too slow to avoid his own attacks. Her ability was rudimentary at best. She could block and punch, but that was it. Nothing else. On the upside, her strange red attack was powerful. The clone had seen what it had done to a tree and taken care to avoid it after that. If she learned some sort of combat ability and she trained herself in order to become faster, she would actually have made for a decent chunin. Last was Akeno. She was probably the most powerful member of the peerage, if not for Ria's attack power. She could easily use lightning and fire, along with a few ice attacks. She incorporated flight into her fighting style, which wasn't something he'd seen from the others. She was also very fast, perhaps faster than Kiba. Though, it didn't seem like she could use her speed well. And then she didn't do much better than Rias in the area of physical combat. Just block and punch. She was also a heavily ranged fighter. He knew that in a team where Kaneko and Kiba supported her, that was fine, but on her own, anybody who got close could do whatever they wanted and she would have no way to stop them. After Asia had finished healing all of them, Naruto stood in front of them. He examined them with a critical eye. It didn't seem like they'd trained themselves. He got the sense that they'd had some, but it wasn't much. He would have to change that. Okay, let me say this. I can't do magic. I don't understand magic. It's not like chakra, so I can't teach it. But, I can teach physical combat and strategy. I may be a dunce, but the battlefield is where my intellect shines. So my training will be harsh, but in the end, it will make you stronger. Intellect? Issei asked. You just stood there. Why move when your opponent can't hit you? It's a waste of stamina. Naruto snapped. Let's start with you, Issei. I don't know what kind of training you've been doing, but you need to step it up. You rush into battle without a plan, and when that doesn't work, you don't stop to make one. I can commend you for rushing in, I've done that a lot too, but when it doesn't work, you need to try something new. And you're slow. And weak. Each word struck Issei in the heart. And you have almost no stamina. That is the most important part. If your sacred gear increases your power at the cost of stamina, then you need more stamina. That's the logical thing to do. Naruto stared Issei down. You are going to be running for a long time. Issei cried silently. Next Asia. Yes. She eeped. Standing much taller than before. He could feel her fear. He didn't want this to be a boot camp. Calm down, I'm not going to kill you. I know that you specialize in healing. You're not a fighter but I will have to teach you how to fight. You don't need to be as strong as the others, but you have to have some kind of skill. At least enough to defend yourself until your stronger teammates can help you. Yes, Naruto-sama. Now, then Kiba. Kiba looked up. I will say that you are fast, and even though I'm no expert, you use that sword of yours really well, and your ability to summon more is helpful. But, you are still very human in every other way. I won't say that I'm not overpowered. I have a lot more power than anybody here is used to, but you are still human in your strength and your durability. You may be able to hit your opponent with your speed, but your strikes lack power, and you can't take a hit. Yes, Naruto-san. Kaneko, you are really strong. It actually surprised me. Naruto scratched the back of his head. In my base form, I might only be a little stronger than that but I'm faster and taller. Kaneko cringed, showing much more emotion than before. I can't say that's your fault, but it means that you have a disadvantage against taller people. You have to get faster if you ever want to be able to hit someone. You will be running with Issei. Yes. Now then Rias and Akeno. Naruto looked at them. I'm disappointed. They flinched. For the two most powerful members of the peerage, you seem to be the least skilled physically. Neither of you knows how to fight hand to hand. If an opponent gets close to either of you, you won't have the time to use your ranged attacks. I will be teaching you along with Asia. I will teach you how to fight hand to hand. And Naruto. Rias raised her hand. We used ranged attacks because Kiba and Kaneko can defend us, they specialize in physical combat. Yes, but what if you are separated, or there are multiple enemies, or the enemy is quicker than Kiba? A smart enemy knows that they need to take out the ranged attackers first, and then focus on the others. If that happens then what? I don't know. Everybody should be able to defend themselves. I don't care if that's not how you fight. If you can't defend yourself you'll be a sitting duck to anybody stronger than you. Could we get a demonstration? Kiba asked. We were the ones who fought with your clones. Are your clones as strong as you are? Well, they should be. I split our chakra evenly, so if I make one, we both have 50% of my chakra, and so on with more, but I can make new chakra immediately, and they have to make do with what they have along with the fact that they explode in one good hit. One hit? Doesn't that make them weak? Alone, yes. There's not much of a point in making just one shadow clone, but I can spam them. I can create at least a few thousand. At that point, it's not about skill. The enemy becomes overwhelmed. When they all use attacks on top of that, it gets even worse actually. Back when I had absolutely no skill, that was how I fought. I made as many shadow clones as possible and tried to swarm my opponents. Didn't always work in my favor, Naruto chuckled. I used to get my ass kicked a lot. But I also said that it was one good hit. My clones are strong enough to take your attacks. A lightning strike from Akeno-chan or a punch from Kaneko-chan is all that could break them. Here, try to say. Naruto summoned a clone. Really, you summoned me just to hit me? Shut up. The clone sighed, walking up to Issei. Come on, let's see what you've got. Issei swung his arm back, stepping forward with his right foot. He punched, hitting the clone in the chest. Are you made of steel? Issei clutched his hand. What the hell? No, but I can use chakra to reinforce my body. If I hadn't, that punch would have popped me. They were so weak that they could be popped by splinters at one time. Those were back in the good old days. Good old days, those were some shitty days then. Shut up. Naruto barked. The older he got, the more annoyed he became with his clones. He was starting to wonder what that said about his own personality. Ah, so you've realized how much of an annoyance you are. Whatever, Akeno, your turn. Oh shit, the clone sweat dropped. You deserve this, Naruto said. Try and pop him. Let's see if you've got it in you. Ara, Naruto-kun asking me to hurt you. Well, if sensei asks for it, then I must oblige. Electricity crackled in her hands, and her cheeks turned red. The clone gulped. Sadists were the worst. The electricity arced forwards, racing towards Naruto at the speed of lightning. The clone had time to dodge, but the original Naruto was standing right there, and he was a clone. He wasn't sure why, but he always felt compelled to do what the original said. Maybe because they were the same person. So instead of dodging, he let the attack hit him. Naruto watched his clone disappear in a cloud of thick black smoke. He didn't feel any chakra or memories return to him, so he knew that his clone was okay. Akeno began to charge up again. Hey. That's enough. Naruto shouted, stepping forward. You don't need to fire again. Akeno glared at Naruto, seeming like she was going to disobey, but then her eyes suddenly changed and the electricity disappeared from her hands. And just when it was getting fun, oh well if Naruto-kun says so. Geez Akeno, what the hell? You were gonna shoot me again. The clone yelled, emerging from the smoke. His hair seemed a little frizzier, but other than that, he looked unharmed. Yeah, whatever, you can go now. Finally. The clone disappeared and Naruto felt the usual rush of information. I feel like they've gotten meaner. That just means that you got meaner. Damn it, Kurama. Rias? Naruto asked. Rias perked upwards, looking towards Naruto expectantly. Naruto chuckled at Issei's increased agitation. Can I ask about your attack? It's really powerful and it gives you the highest attack power out of your peerage. What is it? That is the Gremory family's power of destruction. I can use my demonic energy to easily destroy most things. Rias had pride in her voice. Alright, hey, does it use Senjutsu? I don't think so. Why? Rias asked, putting her finger to her lip, an action that drew Naruto's eyes. Well, he coughed. I have this ability that can negate most attacks unless they use Senjutsu. I wanted to know if your power of destruction can destroy my truth-seeking orbs. Truth-seeking orbs? This? Naruto held his hand out. He found it easier to create them when he activated Kurama's cloak, but he could create them outside of it. Your eye? Asia yelled. What happened? Oh, you mean the cross. Naruto pointed to his right eye. This is what happens when I use 6-path Sage mode. Naruto activated his Sharingan. My eyes change a lot. They are blue normally, but using Kurama's chakra turns them red with slit pupils. Entering normal Sage mode turns them yellow with a bar pupil, like a toad. I can put Sage mode together with Kurama's chakra to make my eyes orange with a cross. 6-path Sage mode turns them yellow with this cross. I can also use Kurama's chakra on top of that. Naruto focused. This is the Sharingan. I can see all the energy that flows through the world, along with the ability to predict my opponent's movements. This, Naruto changed his eye. Is the Mangekyou Sharingan. I can use it to use Amaterasu and Susanoo. Naruto let his eye return to normal. Then this is the Rinnegan. I can use it to teleport and make portals between dimensions, along with control attractive and repulsive forces and a lot of other things I'm not sure how to use. And I can combine it with my 6-path Sage mode Kurama cloak. I can also use Kurama's chakra to make a chakra avatar of Kurama. That's Bijuu mode. I can use that with 6-paths mode too. Your one eye, your other one always stays the same and why do you have so many different things? Issei shouted. How do you even keep track of them? Naruto shrugged. I'm not really sure. Naruto-san, please demonstrate all these things. I would like to see what we are aiming for. Kiba said. We may not be able to reach you now but we would like to do so one day. I guess Kurama, what do you think? Go ahead. Alright. Well then what should I demonstrate? Everything you know. Issei shouted. We're gonna be here for hours. So let me show you my truth-seeking orbs and then we'll start with the basics. Naruto focused his chakra and a small ball appeared before his hand, growing in size until it was about the size of a football, soccer ball. Issei, why don't you attack it? Naruto said. No way. Last time I almost broke my hand against your skin. Issei shook his head. Someone else can try it. I'll try, Kiba said, gripping a sword in his hand. Naruto nodded, stepping back and let the orb hang in the air. Kiba swung down, flinching as he felt his sword collide with what felt like a solid wall. To his surprise, his sword began to shimmer slightly, flaking away in the soft breeze until he was left with only a hilt. Oh yeah, I forgot that it could do that. Naruto said. I can turn things it touches to dust. So what would have happened if I punched it? Issei yelled. I would have healed you. Naruto dismissed. Akeno. Why don't you try? Without a word, Akeno shot a lightning bolt towards the ball. The lightning collided with the ball, disappearing on contact. Again, the orb showed no indication that it had been hit. This seems interesting, I wonder. Rias held her hand out. The power of destruction is supposed to be able to destroy anything, Rias said. But something else that also destroys that may be its limits. With that, she fired the projectile towards the orb. It collided in an explosion of red, but as soon as the red began to glow, it disappeared and the orb continued to float as if nothing had happened. Rias sighed, slightly disappointed. She'd suspected that she would be unable to do anything, but it was disheartening to see that it was true. Awesome, Naruto thought. If that's the most powerful attack on this planet, I know I can use my truth-seeking orbs in an emergency. Well, what else can you do? Issei asked. Other than that. Well, you've already seen the Henge and Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Henge? Rias asked. When I use the sexy no Jutsu, Naruto said dryly. Do it again. No way. There's also the replacement technique. I can use it to dodge things that look like they hit me. Naruto held his hand up. Someone attack me. The fireball raced towards Naruto, coming from Akeno's outstretched hand. The fireball hit Naruto dead on, leaving a plume of smoke at the impact. That was mean, Akeno-chan, Naruto said from behind them, looking completely unharmed. They looked back at the smoke. All that remained was a charred log. You said that we should attack you, Akeno licked her lips. Where'd you get the log? I don't know, it always just appears. Iruka-sensei said something about praise be the log back in class, but I don't really remember it. Naruto shook his head. Those are the 3 basics. Every ninja needs to know the henge, bunshin, and kawarimi. After that I don't remember any normal jutsu. I only know the Rasengan and its variations. Rasengan. Here. Naruto formed a sphere of chakra in his hand. I can make it bigger too, and if I use Senjutsu, it can be as big as a tailed beast ball. That massive attack that you hit Riser with? Naruto nodded. The Rasengan on its own is powerful enough, but when I added wind chakra to it, Naruto took in a little natural energy, along with adding wind nature to it. The Rasengan expanded, growing shuriken blades. I make the Rasen shuriken. I can throw this one, and it cuts people down to the cellular level. It's rated S class back in Konoha. The Rasengan is A class. Kage Bunshin is B class. Henge and Kawarimi are E class. After that, I only know S class jutsu. Nothing lower. You're so op. Issei whined. I can add other nature to my Rasen shuriken. Lava, boil, magnet. I can even add a tailed beast ball and truth-seeking orbs. Those are only reserved for people really powerful. I've only used it against Kaguya. She was the one who destroyed my dimension. And you could use Amaterasu and Chibaku Tensei too. I'm sure you'd find some way to combine them. Please show us. We want to see. Issei yelled, dropping to his knees in front of Naruto. It sounds so cool. He clawed at Naruto's shirt. Alright, stop crying on my clothes, I just got these. Naruto shook Issei off, jumping away from the others. Let me warn you that some of these attacks can destroy mountain ranges, if not countries. Rias peerage gulped. We'll start small Rasengan. Naruto pressed the Rasengan into a nearby tree. Letting go, Rias peerage saw the damage that had been done. The tree had most of its wood disintegrated and it was dangerously close to tipping over. Rasen shuriken. Naruto threw the attack away from the group. It soared for a few seconds before exploding outwards, whipping wind across the plains. A small crater was revealed, the dirt having been cut away by the force of the winds. Compared to what I do now, these seem weak to me, Naruto said, and the peerage sweat dropped. It really wasn't fair. Why was he so strong? Okay, now all I can do in my base forms is add other nature transformations to the Rasengan and Rasen shuriken. Based on the name you could probably guess what they do. Naruto said, sitting down on the grass. Compared to the outside dimension and the underworld, the natural energy here felt so free and peaceful. It was soothing to a sage like him. Naruto took a deep breath, stilling himself. What's he doing? Issei whispered. I thought we were getting a demonstration. Natural energy, Kaneko said. It's coming to him. Naruto mixed the energy into his chakra coils, letting it flow between his physical and mental energy. It meshed seamlessly, changing his chakra. It became denser, and he could feel himself becoming more and more powerful. Finally, he stopped letting natural energy enter his body, and he stood. This is Sage mode? Kiba asked. Your eye is yellow with a cross like a toad. Naruto nodded. I'm physically stronger, and my senses have been extended much further than normal. Naruto jumped into the air, punching the ground as he landed. A sizable crater appeared, the epicenter being the fist Naruto planted into the ground. Oh, that's bigger than Kaneko's weight. Why are your ears out? Senjutsu is warm. Can't help it. She replied. She hastily put them back. Along with that, I can make this. Naruto held his arm up. A Rasengan appeared, growing rapidly until it reached the size of a truck. I think you can guess what kind of damage this does. Naruto grinned, letting the ultra big bull Rasengan dissipate. He expelled the Senjutsu from his body, feeling slightly fatigued as his body replaced the lost chakra. However, it wasn't much, and soon Naruto's chakra was back to full. Now I start using Kurama's chakra in my attacks. I don't think I should use them here, it's a nice place, and I don't want to destroy it. I'll try my best to name and describe them. Okay. So, using Kurama's chakra, I came up with a planetary Rasengan. It's a large Rasengan that is orbited by 3 mini Rasengans. It does almost as much damage as the ultra big bull Rasengan. I have Amaterasu, a fire that burns other fire. I have to activate the Mangekyo for that. Also, that cool orange avatar is Susanoo. Then I can use Kurama's chakra to move faster than lightning. I can also miniaturize the tailed beast ball. I call that one the super mini tailed beast bomb. I can sync with Kurama and create an avatar to use a tailed beast ball, and I can make a planetary Rasen shuriken by creating a massive Rasen shuriken using Sage mode, and then Kurama shoots 3 tailed beast balls to surround it. After that, every other attack would destroy the entire country. It's not fair. Issei yelled. Why do you get to be so strong? Issei was crying, pounding the ground with his fist. I want to do all those cool things too. Sorry. What else can you do? Rias asked. You still haven't mentioned your 6 paths mode or your Rinnegan. So 6 paths mode lets me fly, and I can use any chakra nature on command, no need to waste any tailed beast chakra. I can combine that in my clones to make 9 Rasen Shuriken for Sage Art. Super tailed beast Rasen Shuriken if I use my truth-seeking orbs. Naruto called the one he created earlier to his side, along with a Kurama cloak, I can use 6 paths. Ultra big bull Rasen Shuriken I. Wonder if I could combine that with Amaterasu. Probably Sasuke combined his with Susanoo all the time and you could probably trap them inside a Chibaku Tensei first too. So before I got this that used to be my strongest attack. Now I have the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, so I could actually make something new. Oh, no. So, the Rinnegan lets me make and summon those meteors I used against Riser and push and pull my opponents along with other things I don't remember if I alright, let's test this. Let's sink first. Sink. Hind Kurama growled, letting his chakra flow freely. Rias and her peerage were surrounded by the orange chakra. They were quickly lifted off the ground, standing within the chakra avatar. It felt very weird to the devils. While they were used to flying, it was very different from being suspended inside the chakra avatar. It felt solid beneath their feet, but it was barely felt elsewhere, other than a strange heat against the skin. Naruto turned towards the peerage, activating his 6-path Sage mode. The peerage watched as black markings appeared on the avatar's stomach, extending down to its tails. This better be good, Naruto. Kurama grumbled. I'm gonna combine this with my Susanoo and then summon a meteor before destroying it with a tailed beast Rasen Shuriken and a truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken. If I trap someone inside, they should already be crushed by the rock and then the explosion should finish them off, along with the extra attack power coming from the Amaterasu and Susanoo and if I use Kurama's tails to make smaller Rasen Shuriken, that should be enough attack power to defeat anyone on my level. That sounds like it would destroy a planet or two. Issei gulped. Naruto grinned, holding his arm up. Multiple truth-seeking orbs appeared, hovering above the avatar's back. Don't worry, I'll test it out away from here. Brace yourselves. For WHII. Issei curled into a ball on the floor. He clasped his hands together, praying for his safety. He didn't care that it hurt. He just wanted to live. We can't survive up here for long. Kiba yelled. Naruto-sensei. Don't worry. Kurama's chakra will protect you. Naruto laughed. He flew higher and higher, trying to get away from the planes beneath him. Finally, Naruto stared into the vast expanse of space. Naruto wasn't sure if Surziches had created this dimension, knowing that Naruto would need a lot of space or if he had given him a key to a dimension similar to some of Kaguya's. Either way, Naruto was grateful. From here, he could see distant constellations that he'd never seen before. There was no sun, no other planets. Just this one and a few comets that passed by. The world beneath him was only green. It was small compared to Earth, only about the size of the moon. Somehow, it had its own light source. Issei muttered, staring back down at the planet. We're so high up. Did my brother really create this? Okay, let's try this. Naruto yelled, holding his fingers up. Here we go. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned 2 clones to his side. They began to merge into his avatar, forming the 3-headed, 6-armed beast he'd used against Kaguya. Susanoo. An orange construct formed around the avatar, forming an armor-like structure. Finally, Naruto used his Rinnegan to stop one of the comets in its tracks and it zoomed over to him, stopping right in front of them. Now then, I'm gonna need your help in controlling this one, Kurama, Naruto said. I can't concentrate on using 11 Rasen Shuriken along with Amaterasu. Yeah, I got it. Kurama raised his tails and Rasen Shuriken imbued with all the elements slowly began to form. Naruto took his attention away, letting Kurama finish that part. Using the arms, he created a tailed beast Rasen Shuriken and pushed all 9 of his truth-seeking orbs into his other Rasen Shuriken. Finally, using the Susanoo as a medium, he slowly introduced Amaterasu into the Rasen Shuriken. Instead of coating the Rasen Shuriken, the flames seemed to whip around it, using the wind as fuel, turning the blades into flame. Naruto looked towards the comet he was about to destroy. Time to name his new strongest attack. 6 paths. Burning Truth Orb Rasen Shuriken Barrage, Comet Buster. Rias' peerage would have told Naruto that that was the stupidest name he could have possibly given the attack, if not for the blinding explosion that went off. If it weren't for their devil abilities, they would all have been permanently blind and deaf, and even then, they shut their eyes and clamped their hands over their ears. Naruto flew backward, avoiding the massive explosion, but they still felt the vibrations move through the chakra that surrounded them. Naruto tried to shield his eyes, but with his Sharingan and Rinnegan mesmerized by the swirling chakra within, he couldn't look away. The way the chakra expanded outwards, disintegrating everything in its path, was, in its own twisted way, beautiful. Being able to see the chakra move, how it flowed, had Naruto entranced. The light slowly faded as the chakra finally dispersed, racing through space as fast as light. Naruto watched it go before finally turning back to look at the peerage. They were blinking rapidly, still holding their ears shut. "Is it over?" Issei asked, yelling since he could barely hear himself. Naruto just nodded. No use in saying anything when he couldn't hear. He didn't want them to suffer permanent hearing loss, so as he slowly descended back to the plains, he took the time to heal their ears. Finally, they landed back on the grassy plains. Naruto let the Susanoo dissipate, along with Kurama's chakra, leaving only 6 paths mode. His truth-seeking orb circled his back as he finally finished healing Kiba's ears. They landed back on the plains, near the still visible magic circle. Naruto deactivated 6 paths mode and he reabsorbed the truth-seeking orbs. "What did you guys think of that?" Naruto grinned, turning to the rest of the peerage. "Pretty strong, huh?" "Yeah." Issei sighed. "I don't think anyone can survive something like that. Maybe not here, but I think that Madara might have if he had time to prepare with his stupidly powerful Susanoo and the 10 tails at his disposal. I wonder if I'm stronger than him now." "I'd say that you're just a bit below him, at least when he was a Jinchuriki, but he's dead and you're not. You can still get stronger." "Naruto-sensei, I've come to notice that your names for these attacks are long," Kiba said, standing up. "And they all contain Rasen Shuriken or Rasengan. And the adjectives you use seem excessive." "What do you mean?" "He means that your naming sense sucks." Kurama took control of Naruto, speaking out loud. "That had to be the stupidest name I've ever heard. Burning Truth Orb, seriously? It's way too long." "Kurama. I told you not to just take control like that." Naruto reemerged. "And the name isn't that bad. The attack uses Amaterasu and truth-seeking orbs. But that doesn't have to be in the name. What about, I don't know, Ashura's Vengeance or 6 Paths? Destruction. Something simple. Your naming sense is as bad as Minato." "Hey. Just because my dad sealed you away doesn't mean that you get to insult him. This has nothing to do with that. You're both bad at naming attacks. The 2 most brilliant ninja of their generations, and you can't name for shit. My father isn't that bad. That combo attack you did with Sasuke. He called it Scorch Release. Halo Hurricane Jet Black Arrow Style 0. The peerage sweat dropped. That really was a bad name. But then he said the name was dumb." Naruto refuted. "What about Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Hall Style 3? He loved that name." Naruto grimaced. He had to admit that the name sounded weird. What was Style 3 even? Why did they need to know that it was the 3rd style? And what did it have to do with dancing or howling? What about Rasengan? That's just Spiraling Sphere. Perverted Sage named that one. Minato tried to name it and Jiraiya and Kushina both said no way. What did he name it? I remember when he finally completed it, he brought Jiraiya and Kushina to the training field. His eyes lit up and he shouted Blue Palm Orb of Ultimate Vorpal Destruction before slamming it into a tree. "I hate you." Welp, there went the shining image of his father. Now he was just a dork in Naruto's eyes. "Thank you, Kurama, for ruining his father's legacy." "It was my pleasure." "You suck," Naruto grumbled. "Doesn't matter, I'm keeping the name just to spite you." He heard Kurama grumble and smirked, knowing that he'd gotten the last laugh. His father's image may forever be destroyed, but Naruto would get his vengeance by shouting the full name every time he used it. "You suck," Kurama grunted. 17 years with you, and you do this to me. Alright, well, I'm not really sure how time passes here compared to Earth, so I'm gonna assume it's the same. We've been here for a few hours, let's go back. I'll start training next time you visit." "Yeah, okay." Issei wheezed. "I don't wanna know what your training is gonna be like." He walked towards the magic circle, followed by the rest of the peerage. Naruto followed behind them, looking back for a moment. He had a feeling that he was forgetting something. "SNKR. You know what it is, don't you?" "Yeah," Kurama said. Naruto was ticked. Of course, Kurama wouldn't help him. And he knew how bad Naruto's memory was sometimes. What could it be? Something about portals, but there's already a portal here. "Holy shit, you're dumb. If you're not gonna help, don't say anything." Naruto snapped. "Come on, brain. We don't need Kurama. Portals. Something about finding portals." Naruto grinned. Quickly, he thrust all the chakra out of his arm. It moved the air slightly, but now he could sense his own chakra signature. Hopefully, he'd find it from a different dimension. He flexed his Rinnegan, searching for Ria's energy. It wasn't that hard since these dimensions didn't seem that far apart. Naruto quickly opened his own portal, appearing in the middle of his living room. "Would you come through that one? This eye and its powers are new to me. I want to get better at using it as fast as possible." "Why?" Kiba asked. "Shouldn't you take your time to slowly learn the ins and outs of your abilities?" "Well, there's a kind of personal reason that I need this quickly." Naruto didn't want to tell them that it was so that he could break into the afterlife. He didn't want them to try and stop him. He knew that it sounded like he wasn't letting go of his sadness, but it was something else to him. He wanted to apologize. Whether they wanted it or not, he wouldn't feel right if he couldn't apologize. He'd made a promise and he hadn't been able to keep it. He had to make up for it. Personally. How long were we inside? Naruto asked, looking at his window. It's still bright. Only 2 hours, Akeno answered. We still have some time before this meeting is over. Well then, why don't we take Naruto around Kuo, Rias said, standing up from the couch. He knows nothing about the city he lives in now. Today will be orientation. Well, it's not like I really have anything planned. Naruto chuckled. I'll do it. Well then, let's go. Rias led her peerage out of Naruto's apartment. Naruto followed behind, locking his door on the way out. He would have to remember to apply some seals around. A world filled with supernaturals could mean that someone might try to sneak into his apartment, especially since Rias lived there and she was basically the devil princess. As they entered the elevator, which Naruto felt was just a bit too small for all of them, he discreetly held his hand up. Just as the doors closed, a small poof of smoke was seen. The clone immediately went back to the apartment, getting ready to arm the place. No one would get to the bedrooms without going through a lot of pain. So the entire world is connected by this internet thing? Naruto asked, staring at the television as they passed an electronics store. How did they connect everyone? That's something that us high schoolers wouldn't know, Rias answered. It was amusing to see Naruto like this. Even the other peerage members had to laugh. Naruto could destroy the planet if he felt like it, but he was so enamored with technologies they'd taken for granted. It was cute in a way. Wait, Naruto paused, turning his head down the street. I smell ramen. Really good ramen. He began to walk a bit faster. Whoa, slow down. Issei yelled. There's ramen. Naruto looked around frantically. Instant ramen is fine, but ramen from the stand is 100 times better. I've been here a week without it. Naruto finally got a glimpse of the stand. It was roughly 50 meters down the street. Without hesitation, Naruto broke into a sprint, racing past the civilians in a blur, leaving a wind trail behind him. Well, Naruto-kun seems excited. When they arrived at the stand, Naruto was already slurping the ramen down, working as quickly as possible without his arm. The other people at the stand watched in amusement. The employees were also hard at work, making sure Naruto got even more bowls of ramen. Hey, guys. Naruto swallowed. I ordered for you guys too. He went back to eating. Thanks, Issei said, sitting down at the counter. Soon, bowls were placed in front of the peerage and they began to eat. It's not sweet. It's not supposed to be, Naruto said, ordering a third bowl. I made the mistake of trying to make my own ramen and I added sugar instead of salt. That sounds disgusting. It is. My tongue felt so betrayed. I almost stopped eating ramen. Naruto shuddered. It still gives me nightmares. Just from bad ramen? Issei asked. Ramen isn't that important. Ramen is the king of foods. It's the best thing ever. Naruto glared at Issei, his Rinnegan glowing an ominous purple. I don't really get why you like it so much. This one's good, I'll admit that, but still ramen is so cheap. It's for when you can't afford anything else. Rias flinched. That was probably the reason Naruto had ended up eating so much of it during his childhood. Ramen is my porn, Issei. Ah. I get it now. Why was that what needed to be said? Rias wondered. Can I ask why you want to learn how to use the Rinnegan so quickly? Rias asked, poking at her food. After showing Naruto around the city and ending it at the entrance of the school, the peerage had gone their separate ways. It turned out that Naruto had a much easier time teleporting within a dimension than he had teleporting between dimensions. He grabbed her hand and they'd immediately appeared inside his apartment. She had barely noticed the transition, it had been so quick. Well, I want to revisit my dimension. Naruto lied. He trusted Rias, but it still felt wrong to tell other people. It wasn't much of a lie, he did want to return. I want to at least see my old home one more time, just get some sort of closure, you know. Naruto grinned, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Let's not talk about the sad stuff though. This is really good. What is it? It's a vegetable omelette, Rias said, still dwelling on his words. There's vegetables in this. Naruto stared at the food on his fork. But it tastes so good. If you cook it right, anything can taste good, Rias answered. Have you never eaten vegetables before? Rarely. If it wasn't in ramen, I didn't eat it. Kakashi-sensei was always talking about how I'd never get taller if I didn't eat them. Too bad that I'm as tall as he was now. Naruto laughed. How have you survived all these years? That's what I wondered every day. His body is magical. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Stop using my mouth to speak, Kurama. Naruto continued eating. No. I'll tell MMGMMHMHHM. Naruto stuffed his mouth with omelette, stopping Kurama in his tracks. I'm eating. Then make me a clone, Kurama said from within. Naruto sighed, creating a clone before going back to eating. A body for myself. Kurama flexed his shoulder. Finally. He sat down at the table, leaning back in the chair. Why I decided to stay inside you I don't know. Because I'm your only friend. HN. Don't Sasuke me. Fine but my point still stands. No vegetables for years and you still ended up being so tall. It's magic. It just proves that you don't need vegetables, Naruto said, finishing his omelet. But you do. Do you remember how short you were when you graduated? Everyone in your year was taller than you. You were so short, I thought I was gonna be stuck inside a child for the rest of your life. I wasn't that short. Yeah, you were. Kurama suddenly erupted into smoke. He re-emerged as 12-year-old Naruto, whose legs were barely able to reach the floor. He even had Naruto's trademark jumpsuit. See? I was really that small, that's not even 150 centimeters. And when you got back, you shot up. You were taller than all your old classmates except Sasuke. He was like a centimeter taller than you were, so again, magic is the only explanation. It wasn't magic. Then it was puberty. 14 years old is a little late though. See, he was cut off when Naruto sunk his fist into Kurama's face, destroying the clone. Rude, Kurama said in his head. Stop talking about how short I was. It's embarrassing. Why do you care so much? Because Rias-chan is here. Kurama teased. I don't know. Just don't. Naruto whined. So what do you want to do now? Rias asked. Watch another movie. Actually, could you teach me how to use this thing? Naruto pulled his phone out of his pocket. Surzicha said that I had to charge it or else it would die, and I did. 90% battery is good, right? She nodded. And I know how to call people since it's kinda like radio, but there are a bunch of other things I don't get. I can get to the internet from here, but how? Well, there should be an app that lets you search for things, Rias said, standing next to Naruto. She leaned over, trying to see his phone screen. Naruto got a face full of hair. It smells like cherries. Perv. You and your father's fetish for red disgust me. It's not a fetish. It's a preference. Then why are you getting excited? Naruto switched his attention from his mind down towards his crotch. Kurama was right. As I said, pervert. Welcome to Kuo Naruto-kun, Akeno said. You'll be sharing your classes with Butchu, but she's busy working out your acceptance, so I'll be showing you around for now. Ah, thanks Akeno-chan. Naruto glanced around. He felt sweaty since he had to wear some stupid uniform to school. It didn't even allow for an orange band or anything. At least he'd been able to leave it open, so his t-shirt was visible. Orange would be with him forever. Any questions before school starts? Akeno asked. Why do the girl uniforms have a window? Naruto chose his words carefully. He'd noticed it on Rias and Akeno, but this morning, Asia and Kaneko had also been wearing it, along with every female he'd seen on his way to school. He was starting to wonder if it was just this dimension, or was he getting more perverted? I think we both know. Naruto-kun, and I thought you weren't a pervert. Akeno bent over, showing off her cleavage. But if you really want to look, I can allow it. The window just makes it easier. No. I'm fine. Naruto yelled. I'm not, it was just a question. Are you sure? Akeno put her arm underneath them, pushing them up. Mine are larger than Butchu's. It's fine. Naruto insisted, turning sideways and holding his hand in front of her, obscuring his view. He could feel all the eyes on him, but for some reason, the jealousy he felt from the boys was much higher than he'd expected. Yeah, he was close to Akeno, but not close enough for this level of emotion. He really didn't understand the humans here. Thankfully, Naruto was able to get into the school easily enough. He was led towards the student council room by Akeno, who left him after they arrived, not without making super risque remarks the entire time though. Naruto shook his head, knocking on the door. Enter. He heard. He opened the door, looking into the room. Ria sat on a chair, smiling at him, while a black-haired girl with glasses stared coolly. You're late. Really? I thought school started at 8:45. It is 8:40. You will be late for class. She said. Please arrive at school earlier. Sure. Naruto shrugged. I'll try. And fix your uniform. She pointed at his chest. Your t-shirt is visible. Nah, that makes it too tight and stuffy. I'll leave it like this. Fine. Rias has told me that we should let you get used to this dimension before trying to enforce any rules. I am Sona Shitori, the student council president. I am also a devil. Do you have a sister? Or Naruto asked. He was sure he'd seen her face from somewhere before, but he definitely would have remembered the cold glare if that had been her. Yes, Erafol Leviathan. Okay, thought so. She was weird, she kept asking me if the elemental nations had magical girls and then she started arguing with Grafia-chan. Sona sighed, tired of her sister's antics. Well, whatever, why did I have to come here? You will be receiving a schedule for your classes, which you share with Rias along with the instructions for a supernatural creature attending this school. I'm not supernatural though. I'm human. Naruto pointed out. Is he dumb? Sona whispered, which made Rias giggle. There's no way that he thinks he's normal. He's a bit slow, but he isn't that dumb, Rias whispered back. Naruto, devils, along with the Gregory and the angels, have agreed to keep the supernatural world a secret. We don't want regular humans to get involved in our battles, especially when they are likely to retaliate by nuking the city. We'd rather avoid contact entirely. Oh, I get it. What are the rules? Naruto rested his school bag over his shoulder. Well, you should just avoid doing things that normal humans can't do. Don't use any jutsu, and don't run faster than an athletic person, but in case you do, just tell either Sona or me, and we'll erase their memories. But try not to rely on that, okay? Rias smiled. Yeah, I can do that. Naruto nodded. It'll just make school even more boring than normal, he sighed inwardly. Anything else? Not that I can think of right now, Rias said, tapping her lips. Can you think of anything, Sona? While you are in school you will be expected to follow the rules. I will not tolerate any rule breaking, understood? I get it, Naruto said flippantly. Compared to when Gremory spoke, he didn't really feel the need to actually take what the girl said seriously. And it wasn't like rules had ever stopped him before. If he wasn't allowed to use his jutsu in school, he would have to resort to pranking to alleviate his boredom. Rules would just get in his way. Sona pushed her glasses higher. Well then, that is all. Ring. And that was the bell, Rias said, grabbing her own bag from the chair next to her. That marks the beginning and end of class. We'll be late, but since it's your first day, you'll be fine. She walked past Naruto, exciting the student council room. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Naruto followed behind her, letting her lead him through this maze of a school. This school was massive. So many floors and halls, along with the open field. He remembered seeing the civilian school in Konoha, but even though it had been many times larger than the ninja school, it paled in comparison to Kuo Academy. This is our classroom. This is where we'll be for most of the school day. Now then, I'm not going to tell you to do well in class, but could you at least pretend to be interested? On the first day at least. But school's so boring. Why do I need to learn about things I'll never use in my life? I could easily get money by becoming some celebrity's bodyguard. I don't need to know much. Do it for me. Rias pouted. Please. Erg. Fine. I'll pretend. Naruto crossed his arm. But you owe me something. Then how about ramen for dinner tonight? Yeah, that sounds good, Naruto said. Alright. Rias smiled. Stay here for a minute. I'll go inside and explain the situation to the teacher. She'll ask you to write your name on the board and introduce yourself to the class. Just wait for her to come to get you, okay? Naruto nodded. Thank you. Rias turned around, opening the door to the classroom. She closed it behind her, but Naruto was able to catch a glimpse of the class. You're weak. What do you mean? You could have said no, but as soon as she speaks, you act like some sort of dog. Do it for me. Please. Disgusting. I refuse to have a Jinchuriki who has no backbone. It wasn't like that, Kurama. It was just. It was like that. You can't say no to her. You have a crush and you can't control yourself anymore. See, crush? Don't you even try to deny it. I can tell. You're always thinking about her, and when she was in your bed this morning, I know that you took some time to admire her before getting yourself ready. You even said it yourself. She's so easy to talk to. You have a crush. And no, I don't. Yes, you do. And not some fake crush either, like with Sakura. This one's real. You might not even be aware of it, but I am. I know these feelings. Every time Kushina saw him she felt like this, and I refuse to go another 5 years without it being resolved. You will tell her. No, I don't. Hami. Why are you so stubborn? You. Are you Uzumaki-san? Naruto looked forward. A 30 to 40-year-old woman was looking at him, holding the classroom door open. He assumed she was the teacher, and a quick glance upwards confirmed it when Rias nodded to him from her seat. Yes, that's me. Naruto tried to at least sound polite. He didn't want to get off to a bad start on his first day. He may be a troublemaker, but he had a feeling that his lack of knowledge would make him dead last again, so he at least wanted to make a positive first impression. Come inside. She commanded. Naruto followed her to the front of the class, playing with his fingers as he felt the class's attention on himself. Rias made a small motion as he approached the chalkboard. She mimicked writing, which he interpreted to mean that he had to write his name on the board. Naruto grimaced. His handwriting had always been pretty bad, but now that he had to use his left hand, he hoped that at least he would be able to read it. Please, introduce yourself to the class. The teacher said, handing him a piece of chalk. Grabbing it tightly, Naruto began to slowly write his name, trying to at least make it look like kanji. He knew that he was taking a while, and the teacher had noticed, but she'd also noticed his lack of an arm, so she didn't make a remark. Yo wait, his arm is missing. I didn't notice that. What do you think happened? Ugh, we have a cripple in class now. Naruto could hear their whispers as he wrote Uzumaki. He knew that it would be the normal reaction for anybody, but he didn't appreciate the fact that they didn't try to hide it. Naruto decided not to dwell on it though. He wasn't one to care much about what other people thought of him. Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, turning back to the class. I'm looking forward to spending the rest of the year with you guys. And I may be without an arm, but I bet that I could still beat any of you in a fight. Naruto grinned. Thanks for having me. Well, why don't you take the empty seat next to Gremory-san? The teacher said, pointing towards Rias. And do refrain from fighting with other students. Naruto walked between the desks, taking his seat next to Rias. People were whispering as he passed, but no one tried to do anything. Rias smiled at him, and Naruto gave a nod of the head, taking his notebook out. He would just copy the other people in the class for now. Eventually, after 10,000 years, the bell for the end of class rang, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The class was so boring. He hadn't believed that anyone would be able to bore him like Iruka-sensei, but at least Iruka had talked about history. Parts of it were interesting, even if the subject was boring. This class was so boring, Naruto wasn't even sure what the class was. Well, how was your first class? Rias asked, tapping Naruto on his shoulder. What was it about? Naruto whispered under his breath. As soon as her fingers touched him, he'd felt the anger of every male in class on him at the same time. Seriously, what the hell was their problem? It was just homeroom. It's the class with the least work in it. Rias smiled. If that was boring to you, then I don't want to know what you will be like in math. We have math next. Rias nodded. I'm out. I can't do this. Naruto looked back at his blank notebook. I can't even write my name, how am I supposed to do math? If you quit now, there's no ramen tonight. Naruto whipped back around to face her. Why? What do you mean tonight? Some kid yelled. The entire class looked towards him, confusion on their faces. Why is Gremory-sama making you ramen? That turned the attention towards him, and the anger he felt before was inconsequential to the anger directed towards him now. Hami, Naruto muttered. What's the problem? He asked, standing up, surprising the boys in the class. Naruto was much taller than he'd seemed before. The boy who'd spoken before approached Naruto, standing almost as tall as Naruto did. Why is Gremory-sama cooking for you? What did you do to her? You must have blackmailed her or something. He poked Naruto in the chest. Naruto could see people nodding in agreement. Now, there were many things that Naruto could take. He could deal with getting caught when he pranked someone, and he could deal with a lot of unfair hatred and anger directed towards him. It didn't faze him. However, being accused of something he didn't do, especially blackmailing Rias into cooking for him, was something he did not tolerate. Naruto was nothing without his bonds, and he wouldn't be accused of taking advantage of any of them. The boy felt justified in his anger. After all, this was to protect one of their great ladies from this strange foreigner. This blonde kid may have spoken Japanese, but there was a subtle accent in his voice, and he didn't seem integrated into Japanese society at all. In the boy's mind, he was being chivalrous, along with getting potential competition out of the way for when he did eventually ask Rias out. Doing this would elevate him in her eyes, he was sure of it. It was a surprise when the strange boy, who he had thought would back down after all the attention had been centered on him, used his only hand to squeeze the fingers he'd been using to poke Naruto. He almost collapsed on the spot because he felt like his bones were about to be squeezed off. I don't know what your problem is, but I didn't blackmail Rias-chan. Due to some strange circumstances with my old home and my arrival in Kuo, Ria's family decided to allow me to stay in their homes. That's all. That's part of the reason that I applied here. So don't go making up any stories or anything else. Naruto stared into the boy's eyes. He wanted to drive his point home. He wasn't making a threat, but he wanted the people to know that he didn't want any strange rumors about Rias to circulate. She deserved to live the life she wanted without having to deal with problems created by Naruto, who had literally appeared out of nowhere. He let go of the boy's hand, and the boy quickly stepped back, trying to rub feeling back into it. Naruto sat back down, his mood ruined slightly. That wasn't the best first impression to make. Now, this was unbeknownst to Naruto at the time, but the way he wore his uniform, along with his exotic foreign looks and his willingness to protect Rias, had attracted the attention of many of the girls in the class. While he wasn't as attractive as Kiba was, he wasn't bad, and it was enough to entice a small group of girls to approach him. Hello, Uzumaki-san. The leader said. I'm Kanik Suzu. Hi. Naruto asked. Nice to meet you. I heard that you're staying with Gremory-san's family. Is that true? Yeah. I actually arrived here in Kuo by accident, and since I had no place to go, the Gremory family was nice enough to let me stay with them. That's true. Rias nodded. Naruto does not know much about the layout of Kuo, along with the school, so my club and I have been helping him adjust. Naruto grinned. It looked like Rias had gotten on board with his made-up story immediately. How'd you lose your arm? One of the girls asked. All chatter in the room disappeared, replaced by a strange silence. Naruto guessed that his new classmates wanted to learn about this in particular. Well, I actually got into a pretty bad accident a few weeks before I got here, Naruto said grimly. But I'm still fine, I can hold myself in a fight. You fight? I've trained my whole life. Naruto smiled. But I don't do sword fighting. That was my friend's thing. I'm much more suited to hand. He pointed at her sack. Are you a sword fighter? Hendo. I'm actually the club president. Oh, that's so cool. I never found the time to learn proper sword techniques. Maybe I'll stop by. I will. Ring. Welp, guess class is starting again. Naruto looked back at his notebook and the group of girls returned to their seats. I hate this. Try to bear with it for now, Rias whispered as the teacher entered the classroom. The next class will be much better, I promise. If you say so. Naruto tried to listen to the teacher, he really tried to understand, but he was just so far behind academically that he had no idea what was being discussed. Since when had X and Y been involved in math? What the hell was a graph used for? Solve for X. Naruto was so lost in trying to understand it that his head began to hurt. I don't remember seeing any of this on Kushina's work either and I'm not even sure what X means. This must be an extremely high-level math class, Naruto. You're going to have to do a ton of studying to catch up. No. I refuse to study. Naruto screamed. I'll find a way. I'm telling you, study or be dead last again. Suddenly, a small ball of paper landed on his notebook. Naruto picked it up, unfolding it. Need some help. It was pretty obvious who it came from, but the fact that she didn't show any reaction when he glanced at her told him that classes were super strict about not interacting with other students. So, very carefully, so that each symbol was legible, he wrote his response. I never learned anything like this. I don't understand. It had taken him forever to do with his left hand, but he finished, recrumpled the ball, and subtly tossed it back to Rias. He heard her unfold it, quickly scribble something on the page, and the ball reappeared on his desk. I'll help you. Don't worry. Naruto grinned, tucking the paper under his notebook. Rias was really being way too nice to him. He'd have to thank her somehow. Naruto slowly drifted off, pretending to be looking down at his notebook, but in reality, he was just off daydreaming. It was beautiful, a world filled with ramen. Everywhere he looked, ramen bowls stared back at him. It was a paradise. Naruto, I made you something. Naruto turned around in his dream. Rias lay on a table, displaying her own personal ramen. The noodles she used shone with broth. The beef seemed to be saturated with flavor. It seemed to be the perfect bowl. I'll make you as much as you want as long as you do this one thing for me, Rias said. What is it? Naruto asked, already slurping down the bowl of heaven. Just this. Rias got up, swaying her hips as she walked closer to him. It's just so cold being alone, could you warm me up? Ramen was the last thing on Naruto's mind when Rias unbuttoned her uniform, tossing it to the side and leaving her only in her lingerie. Wow, what are you doing? Naruto asked, trying to back away. It wasn't working, and his legs remained in the same spot, watching as she reached behind her back. He heard a small click and he watched as the bra fell tantalizingly slow, revealing just a bit more and more of her breasts with each passing second. And I thought this would just be one of those ramen dreams you usually have. Kurama laughed. This is a big step for you. Hey Kurama, Naruto yelled, returning to reality. He was still in class. Rias hadn't done anything. What? Are you mad cause it was getting good? Kurama smirked. You are 17, so it would be understandable. Shut up. Your memory is almost flawless for someone who claims that they didn't look this morning. I didn't. And why were you looking? This class is boring. That was much more entertaining. Kurama grinned. Why, don't want anyone else to see your girl. She's in. You want her to be though, Kurama stated. Don't even try to lie about it. I think this dream of yours just reinforces that. It was just you're crushing on Rias. Your fetish for long red hair and your close friendship with her led to this. I just never thought that I'd see the day. Kurama began to cry. When you'd actually catch feelings. Sniffo, how you've grown. I hate you. Naruto glanced over at Rias, which just caused scenes of his dream to begin to play on repeat in his head. He blushed, glaring back at his desk. That's fine with me. Kurama stifled a laugh. But you might want to thank Kami that your pants are tight and restrictive. That would have been horrible to explain. Damn it. Where are we going? Naruto asked, watching his classmate slowly funnel out of the room. He quickly packed his stuff away, following Rias out of the classroom. We have PE, Rias said. Physical education. She explained when she saw the look on his face. So, it's like working out. Sometimes. Right now we've been just doing track and marathon, but soon we'll start playing certain sports. Sports. I think I remember some kids playing games in the park. They called it soccer. That's what Americans call it, but yes, we have that game. We call it football. Well, as long as it's not as boring as math, I'm down. That's good to hear. Rias smiled. You will need to change into your gym uniform though. I packed it for you this morning. Huh, really? Naruto rummaged through his bag, pulling out a pair of dark shorts and a t-shirt. Why didn't I notice this before? Because you have the awareness of a toddler. Rias laughed. She had almost forgotten that Naruto and Kurama could talk to each other at any time without giving it away. That had probably been the reason that Naruto had started to blush in the middle of math. Kurama must have said something strange. Why is he so buff? What the hell? Isn't he disabled? Naruto was used to the whispers by now. In a world where individual humans were weak, it was strange being the only human with the abilities that he had. And yes, Naruto still considered himself human. The intake of chakra from the tailed beasts had changed his body slightly, and the power of 6 paths had made his bang stand higher, but in the end, he still felt like a human, so he would call himself human. He struggled a bit with trying to put his arm in the sleeve, but after that, he stuffed his bag into the locker and went out onto the field. It was nice and warm, and the sun shone down from the clear sky. Naruto liked it. You're the new kid, right? Naruto turned towards the voice. An older man, who held a few folders and a whistle, had spoken. Would you be able to run without your arm to balance you? Well, I might stumble a bit, but I can still run. Don't worry about me. Naruto smiled. If you say so. The man muttered, putting the whistle to his lips. A sharp tone cut through the noise, and the class gathered around the man. Alright, this is the last day of running, so let's end this with a 2-kilometer run. That's only 5 laps around the track. Only? Be quiet, Yerger. The man held his notebook high into the air. It'll be timed, and the faster you are, the higher the final grade you'll get. So don't just walk it. He glared at a group of girls near the back. Pace yourselves, and after you're done, the rest of the period is free time. I'll separate you into 2 groups. Let's see. Uzumaki, let's put you in group 1, alright. Sure thing. Naruto nodded, stepping to the side. Slowly, the class was organized into 2 groups. The second group sat on the bleachers, waiting for the first group to start. Naruto stood in the middle of the group, waiting for the teacher to start the timer. Naruto wasn't really listening, but he could tell by the sudden shuffling of the people in front of him that the time had started. Naruto watched in amusement as a few guys sprinted ahead. They would probably be among the slowest people in the class. Sprinting wasted stamina, especially if it was a 2-kilometer run and not a 200-meter sprint. Naruto took it at a leisurely jog. Well, a leisurely one for Naruto. He slowly overtook most of the people in his class, focusing mostly on leaning just a bit to the right to keep his balance in the center. This was an opportunity to retrain himself and get used to life without his arm, at least until Ajuka had some sort of replacement. He hoped it would happen soon. He missed having his arm. So even without chakra, you're faster than a regular human. Naruto looked to his left. While he'd been zoning out, he'd ended up in first place, running alongside Rias. Well, a ninja won't always have enough chakra to do certain things. We trained our bodies too. Why are you so fast though? Being a devil gives me more strength than a regular human, Rias answered. I think this is our second lap. Probably. I haven't been paying attention. Naruto shrugged, looking forward. They were beginning to pass by the people who lagged behind, weaving their way in between their classmates. As they passed by a group of boys, Naruto noticed that their eyes began to lock onto something, going up and down constantly. In confusion, Naruto turned his head towards whatever it was they were looking at. And of course they bounce. Naruto didn't have the presence required to respond to Kurama, he was trapped inside the same trance as the boys in his class. While Rias ran, it was easy to see the way they bounced up and down, squishing slightly as they pressed themselves into her chest. Naruto almost stumbled, righting himself just as his balance went off center. That didn't stop his eyes from returning to the view. Suddenly, he felt sheepish. Kinda like he'd been caught by Iruka after pulling a prank. Naruto looked up and met Ria's eyes. She smirked, proud of having caught Naruto. He'd been avoiding her approaches, always disappearing from the bed before she had a chance to wake up, but she finally caught him. He had a libido, and now she could begin to crack his willpower. She knew she liked him, after spending a lot of time with him in the underworld, she couldn't deny that. But she wanted to make sure that he liked her back. It wouldn't feel right any other way. Where were you looking, Naruto? She asked, mirth lacing her voice. Naruto's throat felt dry. Well I. Did you like it? Rias asked, pushing her breasts together. Naruto bit his bottom lip, trying to distract himself. Well, I won't say I didn't, he muttered, but the look in Ria's eye told him that she'd heard it anyway. Okay, yeah, I liked it. Naruto forced. He heard Kurama snicker. But why do you keep teasing me with them anyway? That's a secret. Ria stuck her tongue out, running ahead of Naruto. He watched her thighs shift for a moment. Ass or boobs? That was a question Kakashi had asked him once. Naruto had yelled at him for being perverted before running in the opposite direction. Now that he was older and he had this magnificent view, he was pretty sure that he had an answer. Issei could love and worship the breasts, but Naruto would be the one chasing after that ass. And with that thought, Naruto sped up, trying to catch Rias as she ran away from him. She laughed, watching him get ever so closer before jumping sideways and racing ahead again. It wasn't a chore to them. This was a game. And Naruto was determined to win. From the other side of the track, the boy from earlier grit his teeth. He'd heard their conversation. At this rate, Uzumaki and Gremory would start dating. He would have to show Uzumaki why that wasn't going to be allowed. He was sure that his friends would agree with him. Wow, people really hate running in this world, Naruto said, watching the second group run the 2K. He had overtaken Rias and ran his run as just above 9 minutes. If he had really pushed himself, he could have cut it down to 4 minutes, but he had agreed to act like a normal, if not athletic human. Rias had run hers just 30 seconds slower. Did they like it in yours? Rias panted, holding a cold water bottle to her forehead. Naruto watched a trail of sweat drip from her chin, landing in her cleavage before disappearing behind her uniform. Well, it beat being ambushed and killed while on a mission, so just having to do some running was a great thing, Naruto said. He was pretty sure that this world was just perverted. Making the girls wear such short pants for PE seemed like it. And the clothes seemed so easy to rip too. Especially down the middle for some reason. Rias watched Naruto examine the class. With a strange pupil within his Rinnegan, Naruto's gaze looked so much more serious. However, when he smiled, something about it put her at ease. The Rinnegan looked strange in Naruto's eye, but it made Naruto look even more exotic. Along with his slightly tanned skin and the light scarring on his face. Naruto was beginning to feel hot. He could feel Rias staring at him and it was a strange discomfort. He felt self-conscious. And he didn't like feeling like that. So he stopped it the only way he knew how. Distraction. Why can't the entire day be PE class? Then I'd actually be really good at school. Well, then you wouldn't learn anything. I don't know any of this anyway, Naruto sighed. Ninja school was way cooler. I have to learn the history of an entire world and then math, and I don't even know what science really is and other languages. Naruto listed as he thought of his schedule. Tomorrow, one of my shadow clones can suffer. I'm staying at home. Shadow clones are useful, aren't they? Rias curled herself into a ball, leaning on her knees. Naruto smiled down at her. Super. Anything I can do, they can do. And since they're me, we never really argue about things except when one of them does something stupid. Like grabbing their opponent's butt during a fight? She asked cheekily. Yeah, like that. Naruto looked away. Clones know they don't last forever, so they do things I would never do. But if they're you, doesn't that mean they were only acting on your perversity? Naruto really wanted to deny it, but after multiple conversations with Kurama, even Naruto knew that he was a pervert. He was much better at hiding it than Kakashi and Jiraiya had ever been, but he was. And he hated it. Why did he have to become the very thing he wanted to destroy? He was actually scared of how many times Bachan would have hit him if she knew what his thoughts were about. He'd be in a full body cast by now. Well, Naruto began. He knew by now that Rias liked to tease. He'd been living with her for a few days now. She loved to make him squirm. So, it was too bad for her that Naruto was starting to wise up to it. He would no longer be the same Naruto he was yesterday. No way. He was going to be the one doing the teasing from now on. Why do you care so much? Is it something you want me to do to you? He smirked. Nailed it. Wait, Rias took a moment to process what he'd said. She had definitely not been prepared for that response. What was he trying to say? That she wanted him to be perverted towards her. Naruto watched Rias stammer. To him, it looked like no one had ever teased her back, so Rias had no defense against it. Attack 9999, defense 0. They made small talk about mostly nothing for the rest of the period. After listening to a few of the surrounding conversations, Naruto was starting to realize why. In Kuo Academy, Rias and Akeno were considered to be the top of everything. They were the most sought-after girls in the school, so the jealousy he felt was beginning to make sense. And then Kiba was the most popular boy too. And Kaneko was their mascot. The Occult Research Club was a haven for the school's most popular people. And Issei. And me too. Finally. Naruto screamed. A few people laughed, but most of the class shared his sentiment. The school day was finally over. At least for his year. They were getting the last period off. Well then, why don't we go to the club room a little early? Rias asked as they left the classroom. Unless there was something you wanted to do. No, I'm fine with going. I've never been there before anyway. Naruto explained. He followed Rias out of the school. Wait, I thought the front for the peerage was a club. Naruto asked. Shouldn't we go to a club room? Yes, but to avoid suspicion we took the old schoolhouse as our grounds. To avoid normal people from approaching. Rias explained. How'd you convince the school to do that? The Gremory family has complete control over this school. If I need it, I can get it. Wow, I thought this was a normal school. Nothing is normal for us, Naruto. Rias stopped at an old and slightly worn-looking building. Let me show you around our building. Rias led Naruto up the stairs, stopping at a large door. He could feel lots of the same energy that Rias had hovering around, so he was pretty sure this was the room the club met in. It was a simple room. A desk surrounded by a few chairs and couches. Various shelves filled with books lined the wall. He saw small Gremory crests hanging around. It looked pretty normal compared to what Naruto had expected. The only thing he didn't understand was the shower on the wall. Why was there a shower? In a club room? And why didn't it have its own room? Well, the answer to those questions came immediately when Rias began to undress. Naruto actually took a second to make sure that this wasn't another dream. No, he was pretty sure this was real. And his confusion increased. Along with his arousal but confusion mostly. Wait. Why are you getting undressed? I'm still feeling a bit dirty after PE, so I wanted to take a shower before anyone else got here. Oh okay. Naruto really had lost it. He had no idea what was going on anymore. Why? Did you want to join me? Rias asked, removing her skirt. Do it? A part of him screamed. I think I'll pass. Naruto squeaked. I'll let you have your privacy. Naruto quickly stepped back out of the room. For a second it looked like he would say yes. Rias laughed. Where to go, Naruto muttered. He'd left the academy grounds, trying to clear his head. After her comment, all he could imagine was what would have happened if he said yes. Ever since arriving he'd had a hard time reining his libido in. And Rias was the cause. At first, it had been a mild interest, after all, she was pretty and cute. Now though, he couldn't get her out of his mind. That wasn't what Naruto's focus was though. Right now, he wanted to get her a gift. He wanted to say thank you for everything she'd done and would do for him. And he wanted to get something that she loved. He vaguely remembered seeing her room filled with strange figurines, so he assumed she liked those kinds of things. He just had no idea where to get that kind of stuff. Hey. Excuse me. Naruto yelled. The woman looked at him. Do you need some help, sir? Yes, I do. I'm new to Japan and I wanted to get my friend a gift and I know that she likes these little strange statues of people. Do you know where I'd be able to get something like that? Strange statues, you might find something like that in Akihabara. Akihabara, thanks. Naruto ran off, running in a random direction. We don't even know where Akihabara is. Well, we'll find it, right? Ugh, well, we didn't hear about Akihabara during that tour we got, so we can assume it's not right here. It's probably a ways away from Kuo Town. Let me see. Naruto let a bit of chakra leak in every direction. It was a small amount, but he spread it around the area, trying to search the entire area quickly. After about a minute, he found a spot about 20 kilometers away. The number of people there was enormous. And he was pretty sure that the sign he had seen had read Akihabara. The Rinnegan could seriously do anything he wanted it to. Are you teleporting there? Probably, Naruto answered, stepping into a nearby alleyway. I still want to practice teleportation when I can't see the target. Naruto concentrated, focusing on the alleyway he'd found near the street. Almost immediately, Naruto appeared in that alleyway. For an eye with so much power, it was stupidly easy to use. Just think about what you want, send chakra to the eye, it does the thing. It was no wonder the people who had used it for the worst things. It was too easy. Naruto was pretty sure that Iruka had told him that power corrupts. The Rinnegan was definitely one of those corruptors. Naruto walked out of the alley and he was totally overwhelmed. The crowd was massive. People were everywhere, lights were everywhere. It wasn't even night yet and Akihabara was already brighter than anything he'd been expecting. Seeing the world in chakra wasn't the same as seeing it in the light. Just let me through. Naruto shoved his way through the crowd, searching for a store that sold what he was looking for. Just out of the corner of his eye, he saw what looked like a massive stack of figurines. And he was also pretty sure that he recognized a character. It was that one girl from the show Rias and Naruto had watched on their first night together. Along with the fact that the sign said newly released and Naruto knew that he had to buy this one. He grabbed the figurine, which was still inside its plastic box before he walked into the store. He was searching for the place to pay, but this place was so big that he wasn't sure exactly where that was. Walking by, he spotted a pair of Bluetooth headphones. Rias had downloaded a few songs on Naruto's phone and he had to say that the music in this dimension was really good. There were so many good songs out there. It was sad to see his world so devoid of it. And since Naruto had been addicted to this one song, he decided to grab the headphones as well. After about 15 minutes of searching, Naruto found the counter to pay for his stuff. He paid with the credit card Sasuke had given him before quickly leaving the store. He returned back to the alleyway and he teleported directly into the occult research clubroom. He heard the sound of running water and he could see her figure through the patterned glass, so he knew that Rias was still showering. Naruto relaxed on the couch, drifting off into nothingness. For once, he finally had the chance to sit down and do nothing. There was no Akatsuki. There was no looming war. There was no Madara. No Sasuke to chase. Nobody he needed to defeat. For once in his short life, Naruto finally had the time to just sit and not worry about anything. The sound of falling water lured him deeper into that sense of security. He couldn't help but slump deeper into the couch. The only thing that would make this better is if I had some music playing, Naruto thought. He reached into the plastic bag, pulling the headphones out of the box. The instructions were on the back, so Naruto had an easy time setting the Bluetooth up. He placed the headphones over his ears, picking one of his favorite songs from his music library. Perfect Ed Sheeran. Naruto lay down, listening to the man sing into his ears. The song was beautiful. Even if it was sung in English, a language he barely understood, he could feel the love that Ed had put into the song. He sang along, mimicking the song under his breath. Love was all that Naruto had ever wanted. It had been his luck that he had been born into a world of hate and war. Along with bad circumstances, and the one thing that Naruto had longed for had always been just out of reach. He'd never gotten the time to sit with his loved ones. Not ever since returning to Konoha. That year had been filled with training. The amount of stuff that happened after he turned 16 was insane. How he'd ever found the time to reinforce the bonds he'd had and now lost, he didn't know. Darling, just kiss me slow. So it was only right that he spent the time he finally had with his new friends and, maybe, just maybe, he'd find the love he'd been looking for so long. Maybe being in a new dimension was a blessing in disguise. Naruto wasn't sure, but he could hope. He could really hope. Kurama was right. Naruto liked Rias. She was so nice to him when she didn't really have a reason to be. Yes, he'd saved her from the marriage, but she could have easily just thanked him before returning to the life she'd had before. Instead, she'd taken her time to ease Naruto into this new world. She'd held his hand through his confusion, explaining what he didn't understand. She didn't demean him like Sakura had. Naruto knew that he wasn't the smartest, so he really appreciated Rias not showing any care for his lack of knowledge. Even things he knew that other people his age would know, she took the time to help him. She really was the nicest person he'd met in a while. When you said you looked a mess. I wonder what she thinks of me? Naruto wondered. If I knew that, then maybe I'd know if I should ask her out. You look perfect tonight. And with that thought, Naruto slowly drifted to sleep. Why are you here when Butchu's showering? Naruto flinched, sitting up quickly. His music had ended a while ago. Naruto felt like he'd gotten maybe 10 minutes of sleep before they showed up. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get his brain to reboot. Issei was standing over him, looking like some great tragedy had occurred. Akeno stood at his side, smiling sinisterly. The look on her face made Naruto itch, compelling him to move. So he used his free arm to vault himself over the couch, landing behind it, where Kiba, Kaneko and Asia stood. Hi? Naruto asked. He knew there was some kind of meeting that would be happening in here, but he had no idea why Issei was screaming at him. He pulled his headphones off, leaving them resting on his neck. Naruto-kun. So forward, Akeno laughed. I like that. Naruto shuddered. No. Just stop that. Stop what? Akeno put her finger to her lip, feigning innocence. Stop teasing. Just don't. Naruto rubbed his forehead. Why should I? Akeno asked, kneeling on the couch, getting as close to Naruto's face as possible. Is something wrong with it? Akeno, stop assaulting Naruto, Rias said, coming out of the shower. Leave him alone. If Butchu says so. Akeno conceded, getting back up off the couch. She walked over to a tea set on the side of the room. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto. Stop getting so close to the girls. Issei yelled. I'm supposed to be the harem king. Hey, I didn't do anything. Naruto held his hands up in surrender. And I don't see why you're so obsessed with having a harem. Isn't one girl enough? One girl, that's only one pair of breasts. How am I supposed to live with only 2 breasts? Those glorious mountains of flesh are meant to be caressed. They're meant to be laid upon so that they can share their secrets. Breasts are higa. Issei went pale after Kaneko punched him. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Kami, I think he might be more perverted than Hirosen, and Naruto muttered. Really? At this point, his perversion doesn't surprise me anymore. Rias said, patting her hair dry. Naruto watched as her long red hair glittered in the light, each droplet adding a sparkle to the crimson. Stop gushing. I wasn't. Ugh. Naruto looked away from Rias, trying to hide the blush threatening to expose him. He wanted no one to know of his fetish. Not a single soul. What is today's meeting about but you? Kiba asked. Naruto arched an eyebrow. Kiba seemed a bit out of it. He was getting the sense that Kiba didn't want to be here, which was weird since he had such strong loyalty to Rias. Naruto-san, are you alright? Asia whispered. Naruto turned to look at the girl. Yeah, why? Well, you fell asleep in the clubroom, so I thought that maybe you had been feeling unwell. Well, I'm feeling fine. I was just really relaxed. Thanks for worrying about me though. Naruto ruffled her hair a bit, making her smile. Really though? Thanks. Stop getting so close to her. Issei tackled Naruto, having recovered from the earlier blow. She's living with me, you already got Butchu. Asia-chan is living in your house. Naruto looked at Asia for confirmation. She nodded, blushing a bit. I'm sorry. What's wrong with it? Issei yelled. She's living with you. Naruto yelled back from his position on the floor. I have absolutely no doubt that she can hear every moan from your room. A perv like you can't help it. Hey. Issei tried to maintain a shred of dignity. That's not true. Not true my ass. Naruto pushed Issei off of him, standing up. Who believes me? Kaneko raised her hand immediately, taking any chance she could to shame Issei. Akeno raised her hand as well, loving the way Issei squirmed. Kiba wasn't paying much attention, but even he raised his hand. They looked towards Rias and Asia, the only two who hadn't had an input. As king, I think I should refrain from commenting on Issei's late-night activities. Well then Asia. Naruto grinned evilly. Do you want to tell us if it's true or not? After all, you are the only one who knows the answer. Asia looked at her feet, shuffling a bit. Well Asia glanced at Issei, who was desperately shaking his head. I think we both know the truth don't we? Naruto smiled, patting Asia on the head. No need to say it, it's alright. Shut up. Issei yelled, running at Naruto, fist cocked back. Naruto leaned backward, letting the attack miss him by just a few centimeters before jumping into the air above Issei's head. He attached himself to the ceiling of the clubroom, out of Issei's immediate reach. He pulled himself up higher. Issei. Let it go. Rias commanded, sitting down at her desk. Akeno returned from the side of the room, carrying a steaming tea kettle, along with cups. She began pouring for each member of the peerage, and Naruto dropped back down to the floor to receive his own cup. Well then, Rias began. There isn't much to talk about today, not yet at least. She cleared her throat, glancing at Kiba. So, does anyone have a contract they have to fulfill today? I do, Issei said. I do as well. Naruto would have asked what exactly a contract entailed since he only had a vague idea of how a peerage functioned, but he had been distracted by strange bumps in Ria's shirt just on top of her breasts. And while Naruto was no scholar, he did know enough about anatomy to know what those bumps were. So that begged the question. Why isn't she wearing a bra anymore? This woman is perverted, just like you. This is probably a more subtle attempt at seduction. No way, she tries to seduce me in private, not public. Tries. She succeeds. Every single time, you freeze up and start to stutter. I'm pretty sure you've only resisted once. Be quiet. Well then, let's complete them quickly, alright. Kaneko disappeared into a magic circle, while Issei and Asia left via the door. I'll be taking my leave as well, Kiba said, not even leaving time for a response before he left. Did something happen? Well, it has something to do with Kiba's past and I'm not sure if he'd want me to share it. Well, just make sure it doesn't end up causing a lot of problems in the future, alright. Naruto sighed, taking another sip of his tea. It can cause lots of problems. It sure did for me. Naruto smiled softly, a sad smile that didn't seem to lighten the mood. What happened after Sasuke left? Rias asked. Akeno looked between them. Well, I promised Sakura-chan that I would bring him back, no matter what I had to do. Then I left with Iro-senin. We were supposed to go on a training trip for a few years to get me ready for when Akatsuki came for me, but now that I think about it, I didn't really learn much from him. Naruto grabbed the plastic bag that contained his gift for Rias. He held on tightly. He didn't teach you or? No, but when he said training trip, I thought he was gonna teach me some really cool moves or something. It was more of a I'm trying to make up for not being around the last 13 years kind of trip. Naruto nodded. The only thing I did learn from him was chakra control and battle strategy, nothing other than that. Why did he say training trip then? Well, back then, all I cared about was getting stronger. Sasuke left and I thought it was because I was too weak to stop him. I was too weak to stop Orochimaru, so I thought that if I got stronger, I could beat Sasuke into coming back. It was so superficial. I really didn't understand a single thing back then. Naruto beat his hand into the couch. I thought all my problems could be solved by punching things like I wouldn't face the consequences from just beating whoever I wanted. I was so dumb. Rias watched Naruto silently. She really had no idea what to say here. Well, I learned. I realized that punching things didn't make things any better. Sometimes a fight is good, but it doesn't solve anything. Words solve things. Communication, arguments, that's what moves the world forward. Fighting doesn't do anything except make people hate each other. That was the last lesson I learned from Iro Sennin. He taught me his philosophy. And that was. He wanted peace, one of the most powerful shinobi of his generation, and all he wanted was peace. He wanted to be sure that we would never return to a time of war. He lived through two of those, so I can understand why he wouldn't want to see it. Again, Naruto shook his head. And now my world doesn't even exist anymore. That peace that we all wanted, we never got to see. Stay calm, Naruto. Raging won't help anybody right now. Sorry, I'm just frustrated. All the entire world wanted was peace, the security and knowing that your loved ones would be safe, and in our fear of losing them, we armed ourselves with jutsu, ninja, and tailed beasts. We declared war on other villages in some stupid effort to protect our own. If only we just realized that we all wanted the same thing, none of us would have ever had to lose anybody to war. War causes more war, and it was Jiraiya sensei's dream to end that cycle of hatred, and he didn't make it. His life was taken from him in the name of peace. Naruto scoffed, using his fingers to quote pain. And sometimes I wonder if Nagato knew what he was doing. I promised that I would find a way to unite the world, and now my world is gone. Destroyed in a war. One said that I wouldn't let happen. Do you hate Nagato? Rias asked, standing up and walking towards Naruto's side. He killed Jiraiya, right? Naruto nodded. I hate what he did. I hate that he killed my sensei, but I don't hate Nagato. I know why he believed he had to do it. Why did he do it? Nagato was the leader of the Akatsuki. He lost his friend in an ambush and he lost his parents in the second ninja war. Naruto pointed to his eye. He had the Rinnegan in both eyes and he used it to take control over the village hidden in the rain. He thought that the only way for people to want peace was for them to experience pain. He used his power to become a god to the people hidden in the rain, and I don't like to admit this, but it worked. They were so scared of Nagato that they didn't have conflicts in fear of the consequences, and he thought that he had to become the god of the elemental nations for us to have peace. And when Iro Sennin went to investigate, he tried to dismantle that and Nagato killed him. Naruto looked down. I wasn't there though. This is what I learned from Bachan and what Nagato told me. Naruto looked back up at Rias, who looked sadly back at him. She sat down on his right, staying silent. It's just I really don't know what to think anymore. Naruto admitted. Did we succeed in bringing peace, or were we just going to go back to the pre-war tension? Me and Sasuke, that was our last argument. Back then, I was so sure that we had brought peace to the land. We were working together, and I thought it might have stayed that way forever, but now, when I take the time to think about it, was I right? Would we stick together? What if the fear of the tailed beasts overruled the new understandings formed? Or would it be fear of me and Sasuke? Or what if the friendships just weren't strong enough to overcome the tension from earlier? There are all these things that I don't know the answer to, and I'm worried that I was wrong. I promised Nagato that I would find a way to bring peace without having the threat of an angry god looming over them, but I don't know if I can keep my promises. I've already failed at so many of those. Naruto. Rias began, laying her hand on his shoulder. No one knows everything. I don't know if your world would have found peace, or if it wouldn't, but it was possible that it would have. It was a possibility. That's much better than you can say about our situation. Angels, Gremory, and devils fight any chance they get. We don't even consider working with other races. The only reason Asia is in my peerage is that Issei declared that her connection to the church didn't matter. She was his friend before she was an enemy. I'll admit, I did not like the idea of Issei associating with a nun, even after I discovered how kind she was. But my mind has been changed, and so, I believe that all our minds can be changed. And that's why I believe that your world would have found peace. Maybe, Naruto muttered. Perhaps, but a maybe is always better than a no. Naruto, you have to believe that peace would have come. I hated humans, but it was you who convinced me to re-examine my viewpoint, and I found that my hatred for them clouded my judgment because not all humans are deserving of that hatred. Everyone has a reason for their actions, whether it be fear or greed or love, but sometimes that reason can be justified, even if we hate the result. I understand why we were sealed away. We were powerful, and you humans feared our power. I hate that it happened, but I can understand why. And it was you who convinced me of that. And your presence in the elemental nations convinced other people of that. They understood that not every attack on them was a quest for power, that not every attack was only for the sake of attacking. Every horrible thing a human has done, they believe that it is for a valid reason. That reason may not always be a good one, and that person may end up doing terrible things, but in the end, the world has always become a better place. Before the elemental nations, there was, even more, war and suffering, and I believe that as human civilization continues, there will be less and less war until people realize that war should never be used. That's the trend, Naruto. As society grows older, it becomes better. And sometimes, as Rias said, maybe peace, the possibility of peace, is better than no peace. I hope so, Kurama, cause I don't know how else to cope. Naruto laid the thought aside. He was never the type to dwell in sadness, and he noticed that he was taking more and more time out of his day to think these depressing thoughts. He wasn't sure why, since he had never done that before and Naruto didn't like it. He didn't want to always think bad things. Why couldn't he always think good things instead? I bought this while you were in the shower. Naruto gave her the bag. Rias took it slowly, her thoughts still lingering on what Naruto had shared. I'm jealous, Naruto Kanekeno said, sliding up on Naruto's left. You told Butchu about your past but not us. And now you're buying gifts. She pouted. Well, we've been living together, so I've spent more time with Rias, so the topic just kinda came up, Naruto admitted, showing no reaction to Akeno's riskiness. Rias was the only person who could make him flustered. He certainly appreciated the view, but it wasn't any more than a nice. Rias, on the other hand, she was the one who made it hard to think of anything else. Naruto wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Exactly, Akeno, so back off. Rias stuck her tongue out, pulling Naruto's stump into her cleavage. But you, it's selfish to keep him to yourself. Akeno did the same. I'm a devil. It's in my nature to be selfish. Then, as a devil, it's my right to be selfish and take him from you. Hey. Naruto disappeared from in between them, replaced by a log. I'm not property. No one's keeping me. Naruto shook his head. Can I go a day without you two fighting over something? Yeah, Akeno. What about you and Issei? Now that got Naruto's attention. Not only did Issei have the affection of Asia, as was made so obvious by her adoration, but Akeno had something with him too. When did this start, and why was his dream of becoming a harem king coming true? True, and he is oh so tasty, Akeno put her finger to her lips. But who said I had to be limited to one? Issei would like to become harem king. Why couldn't I be a harem queen? I would very much like having numerous slaves around me. And that's why you should never get your own harem, Naruto answered bluntly. Is it okay for me to keep asking about your past? Naruto glanced down at her. They had returned home and were watching a movie that Rias had recommended. He had to say, the main character was hilarious. Able to switch between voices so easily. Rias was laying down, resting her head on Naruto's lap. He played with her hair, running his fingers through the ends of her locks. Well, I don't always like talking about my past, it brings up feelings that I might not want to feel. Sorry. She winced. But I can understand why you'd want to know, and I'm not really sure about this, but talking might be a good thing. Naruto glanced back at the movie. Would you ask? Are you worried about hurting me? Kind of, Rias admitted. She sat up, shuffling closer to Naruto. She leaned backward, using his arm as support. You were already hurt before you came here, and now, I don't want you to be hurt even more. She turned her head towards him. Naruto smiled, finding her sad face adorable. You don't have to worry about that, Rias-chan. He wrapped his arm around her. You guys have been trying to make my life here as easy as possible. You guys gave me a house, money. You're explaining technology and history and math to me. That's a lot more than most people did for me back in my world. And I'm really lucky that I met you. You've just been so helpful. There are so many things you didn't have to do for me, but you do it anyway. Honestly, I'm starting to feel like a freeloader. Well, Rias smirked. Naruto caught on quickly, laughing slightly at her implication. Must I remind you that I could blow this town off the face of the earth in a heartbeat? You could, but you wouldn't. Rias grinned, turning so that she sat next to Naruto. She lay her head on his shoulder, snuggling closer. This time, there was nothing sexual about it though. No pulling his arm into her breasts, even though her breasts were so big that his arm was practically in between them anyway, no sensual tones in her voice. She just wanted to be closer. You're really warm, she muttered. Kurama did that, my body's always been warmer than normal. That's why I don't get sick. Oh, your immune system works better in the heat, I learned that from somewhere before. Bach-an was the one who taught me about the human body, she's probably half the reason I know anything. 38 degrees. That's what I am. That's the heat of a fever, and that is normal for you. Rias sighed, and he felt her breath run over his chest. Other dimensions are weird. No, I think I'm the weird one. Other people weren't like me. Naruto went back to playing with Ria's hair, the movie had been completely forgotten. I'm the special one, nobody else. He felt Ria's chest move slightly. This is nice. Naruto thought as he held Ria's. Why couldn't I ever find this in the elemental nations? A place with constant war doesn't leave much time for this. The only ninja couple I can remember is that Asuma and Kurenai. Another couple I couldn't save. I should stop reminding him. Kurama thought. Stop that. Just be happy with what you have now. Well, I do like this, and don't you say anything about red hair. Naruto said, hearing Kurama prepare to speak. Damn it. But you're right. I should be happy with what I have now. Rias is my closest friend now and I can just sit with her without having to worry about anything. I hope it stays that way for a while. What the hell? Issei shouted. When? Well, this is certainly strange, Akeno remarked, just as shocked as Issei was. When could someone have done this? What they were referring to was the color of the school. From the outside, it all seemed normal, but the moment they'd stepped through the school gates, everything had changed. Every single surface other than the school building itself was bright orange. From the ground to the grass to the trees. The strangest thing was the fact that every blade of grass still leaned with the breeze. Which meant whoever had done this had painted each blade individually. Is this supernatural? Has someone entered our territory? Rias asked. Akeno shrugged, still disoriented. Naruto grinned. He knew he would enjoy their reactions. His shadow clones had worked through the entire night, covering every surface with his own patented Uzumaki prank paint. Greatly improved since his famous defamation of the Hokage's faces. And of course, he was going to prank the school. He had to make himself welcome. And he'd decided to target the entire school instead of someone specific. Now the only thing left was to implant the rumor that he was responsible and the entire school would know his name. He would reign supreme over any other troublemakers. Though, he'd be a lot better at avoiding the consequences here than back in Ninja Academy. No Iruka, no problem. Naruto laughed, watching the school teachers interrogate every student they spotted. Of course, the other students were just as disorientated as the teachers were, which resulted in some comical conversations. Is this permanent? Rias crouched down, examining the orange field. Will we have to replace the entire field? Why? I like it. Orange is nice. Naruto put his hands behind his head. You may like it, but the other teachers and students wouldn't want to spend the rest of the year staring at orange grass. And Kuo is supposed to be the most prestigious school in the region. What would their parents say? Rias sighed. Naruto was beginning to feel guilty for this. He didn't want to cause anybody problems. Especially since the Gremory family was the one managing the school anyway. It'll disappear in an hour or two, Naruto whispered, making sure that only Rias heard him. It was Uria's scream whispered at him. She glared at him. You used clones. She wasn't looking for an answer, she already knew. I can't believe why. I'm Konoha's #1 troublemaker. School would be boring without my pranks. Ring. Naruto snapped awake, slightly saddened that his latest dream had been interrupted. Rias had been in his bed in the morning, as usual, but it had taken an extremely raunchy turn after that, and Naruto was sad to see it go. And yes. He had given up on trying to stop those dreams. Or deny his urges. A year of preparation that resulted in a world war kinda stopped you from having nice dreams. Felt like his mind was trying to make that all up now. It wasn't like Naruto could control it at this point. Let's just get out of the classroom, Kurama said. Rias already left. Naruto looked to his right, where he was surprised to see Ria's seat empty. Usually, she waited for him before they went to the clubroom. She has been acting weird ever since that Sona girl told her something. Naruto thought, grabbing his bag. Hope everything's okay. Or she could be mad about this morning. Nah, Naruto shook his head. She got over that by lunch. If you say so. Kurama crossed his paws. I'm taking a nap. Oh, okay. Naruto turned towards the old school building, not taking notice of the 4 people following him. Sleep well, I guess. Kurama shut off their mental link, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto kept walking, whistling an old tune he remembered from back in his orphanage days. Probably the only good thing he'd gotten from that orphanage. Thankfully, he'd never met the owner again. Stop. Naruto heard. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto glanced backward. It was the boy from yesterday, along with a group of 3 boys he didn't recognize. They glared at Naruto, which was strange since he'd never talked to them before. Were they mad about the prank? If so, how'd they figure it out? He hadn't dropped any hints. Yes? He asked. He turned around fully. Did I do something? Yeah, you keep hanging around Gremory-sama. Stop it. We were here first, we get first dibs. Naruto grimaced. Seriously? This obsession with Rias was just dumb, either ask her or don't. Don't get mad at someone else for approaching a girl that you were too scared to approach yourself. And dibs. Girls weren't property. There was no dibs. Or what? Naruto asked, dropping his bag to the grass, which was green once again. His paint evaporated after about an hour of light exposure. In actuality, he already knew what was going to happen. He could sense their intentions. They were angry and they wanted to get violent. And that was a negative emotion if he'd ever felt one. Or we'll make sure you know your place. One boy said. He was the biggest of the bunch. You're a foreigner and a cripple. And based on your looks, homeless too. Hey. Naruto knew his hair was unruly, but that wasn't his fault. He blamed his father. Shut up. the boy yelled. I don't know what you did to get into her club, but if she'll accept a rat like you, she'd definitely accept me. I prefer Fox, thank you. Naruto interrupted. He was goading them. He wanted this to be over quickly. Rias might need him, and he could sense that her emotions were becoming more and more negative as time went on. And Kiba was downright murderous at this point. Be quiet. The boy commanded, swinging a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto ducked underneath it, ramming his shoulder into the boy. The boy stumbled back, gasping for air. Don't touch me, Naruto commanded. I warned you when I introduced myself. I know how to fight. Naruto directed his words at the ringleader, the boy from his class. The one from yesterday. Which is why I brought friends. A cripple can't win against four. And with that, the other boys joined in, surrounding Naruto from all sides. The boy he'd rammed stood in front and the other ones took his sides, while the ringleader was behind him. Naruto waited patiently, waiting for them to make the first move. He had to end this quickly. Which meant use them against each other. The boy in front of him got impatient and he tensed, preparing to ram himself into Naruto. Naruto sensed his intention and crouched just a bit, prepared for anything. As he thought, the boy rushed in without hesitation and his friends reacted, all moving towards Naruto. Naruto dived in between a gap to his right, rolling to his feet immediately. He turned and as expected, the boys had to slow down rapidly to avoid colliding with each other. And that time is what Naruto would exploit. The tallest boy was just turning around to face Naruto when he felt a sneaker collide with his cheek. He flew backward, taking one of his friends down with him. They both collided with a tree, which they hit hard enough to take them out of the fight. Not unconscious, but unable to move for a while. The other boys looked backward, shocked, which Naruto also took to his advantage. He punched one of them in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, before kicking him in the chest, sending him into his friends. All that was left was the boy from yesterday. I told you, man, now surrender or get beat, Naruto said. And let me tell you, there's a right and wrong choice. Gremory saw him as Naruto bopped him in the mouth, causing the boy to grab his mouth in pain. He tapped the boy on the neck and the boy slumped down, unconscious. The other boys watched in disbelief. Naruto grabbed his bag, pulling out an orange paintbrush. I was wondering how to do this, but now I don't have to spread it myself. You'll do it for me. You painted, one boy asked, realizing that the paint on the brush was the same as the grass this morning. I did. He crouched down, painting "Uz" on the unconscious boy's shirt. And you're going to spread that? I want this rumor to be known to everybody. He drew Uzumaki on the other boys' shirts, despite their protests. It'll disappear in about an hour. It's not permanent. No need to wash either. Naruto put his brush away. And I'd take your friend to the infirmary. Naruto walked away, beelining towards the occult research clubroom. He's too good. Can't believe he did all that painting. And he fights like a pro. I kinda want to learn from him. B2. B3. The three boys eyed, wincing as they got up. Let's take Karu to the infirmary. One said. He draped the unconscious boy on his shoulder. A little help. Yeah, one boy took the other side. And that paint, he glanced at the maw on his chest. I'm impressed and I thought we were the pranksters. We were. The last boy said. But there's a new king now so we have to be taught by him. He shouted. It's our responsibility to learn from our superiors. Yeah. The two boys shouted in agreement. So the Excalibur fragments are within Kuo? Rias asked. Yes. We tracked the thief here. All three pieces should be within Kuo town. The blue-haired girl said. My territory has been filled with problems lately, Rias muttered. Ah, Naruto, you can enter. Rias said when she'd noticed his presence. He had entered silently, in the middle of what seemed to be a negotiation. The two girls, one blue-haired and the other reddish-brown, were dressed in strange outfits. They also had swords in hand, which seemed to be in barely mask aggression. Those swords were also where most of Kiba's hate seemed directed. The girls also radiated energy that seemed to clash with the devil energy present within the clubroom. Especially the cross on the blue-haired girl's neck. The blue-haired girl's sword also radiated much more energy than the katana that the other girl held. Who is this? The brown-haired girl asked. Also a devil. Naruto could hear the venom in her voice. Naruto, these are knights that the church sent. Irina Shido and Zenobia Quarta. So you're with the angel faction, right? Irina nodded. Huh, well, nice to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Are you a devil? Irina asked again. No. Then why are you associating with such things? Zenobia asked. They're my friends. Naruto stepped forward. I don't know why you care so much. Did they do something to you? They are devils. And? Naruto asked. He walked towards Ria's desk, leaning against it. The problem with that is? He raised his eyebrow. I don't care if they're devils. I don't care if people were angels. These people are nice. They helped me, and they're my friends, and I won't hesitate to protect them. Naruto wasn't trying to threaten anybody, but based on his wording, Zenobia took it that way. We were sent by the Vatican to retrieve the Excalibur fragments. We will do that job, whether allowed to or not. She grasped the hilt of her sword harder. And you will not stop us. Please, let us calm down. Rias sighed. Naruto, I understand your sentiments, but please, don't cause trouble between factions. You don't understand much about it, and your involvement could result in displeasurable results. Yeah, sorry Rias-chan. Naruto relented. It wasn't his place to talk. This thing about Excalibur wasn't his area of expertise. Naruto is a human who appeared in the underworld. We have given him lodging for a while. Generosity in a devil, Zenobia muttered. Rias rubbed her temple. It was always difficult to talk with the church. She had witnessed her brother attempt it and now she was doing it herself. Are you aware of who stole the pieces? We believe it to have been stolen by the Gregory and that their leader was Kaguya. One of the higher-ranking fallen angels. Rias wasn't feeling very well. Too much information was being dumped on her at once, but she refused to lose her cool. Her peerage needed a strong king. He is a survivor of the war, so he would have the power necessary to challenge the church. Correct. We have sent exorcists, but they never returned. We can only assume that they perished. They've been sending exorcists into my territory. If this had been going on for a while, then Rias should have been informed about his presence in her territory a long time ago. The church had overstepped their bounds. The treaty had declared that no faction may enter the area of another without first going to inform the owner of that area. The church, having sent prior exorcist, was in clear violation of the treaty. This was an insult to Rias. Well, I appreciate the information, although it should have come earlier. However, that probably isn't the only reason you've asked to meet with me. So what do you want? We demand that you stay out of this conflict. This is between the church and the Gregory. Devils have no place in this. Now that was too far. They expected her to ignore a battle between factions from within her own territory. Excuse me, but that won't be possible. Rias seethed, standing up from her seat. After sending exorcists into my territory without my permission, you don't have the right to ask me to stand aside. This battle has nothing to do with you. This battle is within my territory. I am responsible for what happens. Rias paused. Is it fear? Do you fear that us devils will choose to side with the Gregory? Our enemy? The Vatican has not denied the possibility. Excalibur is a weakness for devils. It would make sense if the fallen angels and the devils worked together to keep them away from the church. How dare you accuse me of doing such things? If you do side with the Gregory, we will not hesitate to eliminate all of you. Zenobia stated, shocking most occupants of the room. Even Irina seemed to be out of the loop. Okay, this has become dangerous. It's time that I become the mediator. There will be no elimination of anybody. Naruto stood straight, speaking with conviction. You should both calm down. And why do you get to decide? Zenobia asked. I've nominated myself as a mediator, Naruto said. This argument is becoming too personal. Don't attack the person. Naruto gestured towards the two girls. These girls have come to tell you what their intentions are. Well, they may have been disrespectful and asked for something unreasonable, they did tell you. He gestured towards Rias. And you clearly do not believe the devils are capable of good and have let that viewpoint stain your words. He put his arm down. Be civil and calm. Alright. We cannot ignore the battle between you and the fallen angels. However, I can promise that we would not side with the Gregory if we are forced into battle. That is acceptable for now. Zenobia conceded. Is it just you two? Rias asked, trying to detach herself from her anger. That seems reckless. We do not need to waste resources. The two of us will be enough. We are prepared to die for this cause. The church has always been excessive. Rias? Naruto glared at her. Sorry. She shook her head. Now then, I will allow you to stay within Kuo Town, but I refuse to allow you to battle without supervision. But. No. That's a reasonable demand. As Kuo Town belongs to Rias, she has the right to dictate what visitors can do within the area. Thank you, Naruto. She looked at Zenobia. It will only be supervision. No involvement unless I see it as necessary. Either that or I will have Naruto escort you outside Kuo Town and I will deal with Kaguya myself. I agree, Naruto stated. It doesn't stop you from doing what you wanted and it allows Rias to maintain some control over the situation in her territory. Alright. Zenobia sighed. We'll be supervised. Great. Rias smiled. Now then, do you have a place to stay? So that's why this floor is empty, Naruto muttered. He'd always wondered why he didn't have any neighbors. Turns out, Surziches had made it like that intentionally. Rias had told Zenobia and Irina that they could stay next door to Naruto and Rias. And that they would be eating dinner together. So Naruto could say that his evening would not be very relaxing. "So are you guys okay with Raymond?" Naruto asked. "Raymond? The Vatican doesn't serve Raymond." Naruto sighed. "Why? What is it with this world and the absence of Raymond?" Naruto asked, confusing the two visitors. Rias just rolled her eyes. "It's not this world. It's you. You're the one who craves Raymond. Raymond wasn't that popular in the elemental nations." "Really? I remember meeting a lot of people around Ichiraku. Because they knew that they'd meet you there. They were there for you, not for Raymond." Kurama sighed. "I wake up and all I hear is you bitching about Raymond. Then go back to sleep." Naruto commanded, keying his door. "Well, this is our home. I guess there's a key for the other doors somewhere." He glanced at Rias. "Yes, I'll retrieve the keys. Keep them company while I'm gone, okay?" She disappeared into the back hallway and Naruto was left to awkwardly stand with the church members. Again, the energy Rias left behind clashed with the energy irradiating from the cross and Naruto was starting to wonder why that was. "Well, welcome to Kuo Town," Naruto said, trying to fill the silence. He never did like silence. It reminded him of his earlier years. Before ninja school. "Ah, yes. Thank you," Irina said. She seemed to be the friendlier of the two. I grew up here, but I moved away." "Oh?" Naruto raised his eyebrow. "Then you probably know the place better than I do." "I haven't been here in years." "And I got here like a week ago," Naruto admitted. "This place is very different from the place I grew up in." "What happened to your eye?" "Zenobia, that's rude." "It's fine." Rias-chan was just as confused about it. Naruto pointed to his eye. "It doesn't actually belong to me. It was my friend's, but well, some fights don't always go your way." He trailed off. "And your arm?" "Zenobia. Same fight. That one took a lot from me." Naruto shook his head. "But you shouldn't be expecting a story about it." He smirked. "I don't give up the story of my life that easily. Let me just say, don't get on Ria's bad side. 'Cause I will enforce her rules, whether you like it or not." "I'm back." Rias appeared in the hallway. She walked towards Irina, dropping the keys into her hand. "The room is just outside and to the left. Drop your stuff off while I make dinner." She attempted to smile, but to Naruto, it was so obviously fake that he could barely stifle a giggle. The two girls slowly walked out of the apartment and closed the door behind them. Naruto let out a sigh. Yeah, he wasn't an enemy of the angels, but his friends were, and that made it a bit difficult to diffuse the tension. Finally Rias groaned as she sat herself down on the couch. "Why do they have to be so difficult?" she muttered. Well, Naruto sat down next to her. They do make a point. I know that you would never team up with fallen angels, but they have to assume that everybody is against them. Especially considering how much energy those Excalibur pieces of theirs radiate." Rias glanced over at him. "But it's nothing to you, is it?" She leaned back. "With barely an effort, you could shatter those swords into nothing, all that power at your fingertips." "Probably, but the things I had to do to get this power, I'd rather still be in Konoha, as weak as any regular genin instead of living through that war." He stood up, looking back at Rias. "Having a lot of power isn't always a good thing, Rias. Yes, you might have less to worry about, but people fear you. My father killed so many people during the Third Shinobi War that he was labeled a flea on sight by Iowa. But in exchange, when I was born, they couldn't even tell me that he was my father, in fear that Iowa would send assassins to murder me in my sleep. People want your power when you have a lot of it." He lifted his shirt, showing of Kurama's seal. "Wars are fought to obtain power. Imagine if those two girls knew that I could destroy Excalibur. I would never have another day of rest because the church would keep sending people to kill me, even though I'm probably never going to destroy the swords." He smiled grimly. "They wouldn't care about what I said. They'd only care about what they thought I could do. When you become as strong as I am, people are scared of what you could do, even if they know that you wouldn't. But what about when you need power? To protect something good?" Rias stood too. "My freedom was won using your power, and I almost lost it because I lacked power. How are people supposed to protect themselves without power?" Naruto turned around, looking into Ria's eyes. The blue stared right back into his. He knew what she was trying to say. And she was right. Sometimes, power was needed. But having that power led to problems later on. The people with power always ended up being the ones to hurt those without. So those without seeked power and became those who hurt others. It was a vicious cycle. Evil in every way. Naruto wasn't sure why it was true either. Was it human nature? Instinct? A god that sat above the multiverse? If it was, then why had God created life? Just to watch it suffer? Just to watch people get hurt? And if not, then could it be changed? Could Naruto change human nature, or would he be fighting a pointless battle? Rias watched Naruto glance downward. She'd been hoping that he would have an answer, but she could see it in his eyes. His eyelids quivered slightly. He had nothing. He had no answer to give her. And she knew that he wanted to. He wanted to answer her. She sat down again. Naruto was right. He had seen what excessive power could do. He lived through it. Based on Naruto's own strength, whatever number war it had been was devastating. But she needed power. She was supposed to become the next head of the Gremory family. She needed to lead, and in the underworld, you lead with your power. You were respected because of the amount of power you held. That was why Naruto was already famous. He was the strongest thing there. He was the most respected and feared. But she didn't want to be feared. And Naruto didn't want to be feared either. It's a paradox, Rias. Naruto looked away. You need power, but having it ruins you. It's not fair. He declared. If I could, I would do anything to change it, but I don't even know how I'd start. He looked out the window, gazing at the sun as it set, but his eyes seemed to be seeing a different place. There is no answer. You could invest all your power in someone you trust to oversee things, but people die. Or they get corrupted, or they were corrupt to begin with. Now you're a slave to a god, or you spread the power evenly, but while some people might be content, others, well, they would want more. Some people get a taste of power and they believe that they need more. And I really hope that it's because they want to protect someone, but I'm not that naive anymore. Sometimes people want to hurt other people. They want to see people suffer. And maybe you can't bring them back from that. Kaguya, what changed you? Was it chakra? Or was it being treated like a god? Or were you just unstable and then you snapped one day? Did you ever want to do good things? I mean, you were an alien, so did you even care about the elemental nations? It's really not fair. Rias stared down into the floor. Yeah, and that's why it's up to people like us to make it as fair as possible for other people. Naruto stuck his thumb into his chest. We are leaders, Rias. I have power and you have loyalty. If we teach them well, then they will go on to teach what we taught. And so on and so forth until a majority of the people agree with us. Then, we can hope that things get better. So this is ramen. Zenobia poked at the bowl of noodles. Naruto had already finished his and was getting up to get seconds. Irina and Rias were eating slowly, something that Naruto was incapable of doing. Yeah, it's tasty. Naruto grinned, scooping more into his bowl. Working with just one hand made it difficult, but Naruto was making it work. Just try it. Zenobia glanced at Irina, who smiled at her. She looked back at the bowl, holding a few noodles near her mouth. Naruto nodded, trying to encourage her. He could sense it. As a ramen connoisseur, he could tell that she would love it. She blew on the noodles, moving the steam in the air. Finally, bit down around the noodles. It took a second, but Naruto could see the gleam in her eye. He had been right. She liked it. I hate that fact that you could tell what is with you and ramen. Ramen is the food of the gods, Kurama. It's a blessing. Ugh. Well, how is it? Rias smirked. It's good. Zenobia conceded. Well, then I'm glad. Rias went back to her own bowl. It's all Naruto wants to eat, so I was hoping I was good at it. I eat other things. Ramen's just the best. Naruto argued, slurping on his next bowl. True. Yeah, after she had to force you to try her omelets. You can shut up, Kurama. Naruto shot back. He observed the table. Irina seemed completely content and Zenobia wasn't attacking Rias. Rias was preoccupied with her thoughts. Finally, there was a minimal amount of tension present. Now if he could just keep it this way, his evening would go well. So, what was your home like? Irina asked suddenly. Rias glanced up before moving her eyes towards Naruto. She raised an eyebrow. Hey, I told you that you're not getting the story of my life. Naruto set his bowl down. I haven't even finished telling Rias, and she's my best friend. Rias smirked, feeling a bit more important than before. But a best friend. She would have to step it up if she wanted Naruto to ask her out. Couldn't you just tell us a bit? No, sorry. Naruto shook his head. My life is complicated. It would take too long. Irina let it go, feeling disappointed. Naruto just leaned back. He didn't really want people to know everything about him. Not because he was scared, but because he didn't feel like his life was a show. It wasn't supposed to be entertainment. It was his life. It had shaped him to become who he was today. It wasn't for anybody else except him. But you told Rias. And she's helping me work through the hard parts, Kurama. It wasn't a mistake. I know. It was the right thing to do. I remember when you would have given everything to have someone listen to the story of your life. You know, for someone who hated me, you sure did take the time to remember things about when I was young. Well, it's not like there was anything else to do in there. Kurama shouted. I would have gone insane with boredom. Yeah, sure, but it's nice to know that you cared. Yeah, whatever. Kurama muttered. Rias had been listening to the conversation between Irina and Zenobia, but the small smile that appeared on Naruto's face caught her eye. He seemed grateful. And for once, it truly met his eyes. For how much of a loudmouth troublemaker Naruto was, his smiles never reached deep. It was surface level, but he never really seemed to be truly happy. It was like he wore a mask. And Rias didn't know how to get him to leave it behind. It was like this, right? No, I think it was angled slightly upwards. Naruto was laying on his bed. He'd been having some trouble with falling asleep lately, so he'd taken to trying to do more personal stuff before finally falling asleep. Still awake. Naruto looked up at his door. Rias was standing in the doorway, dressed in the thinnest nightgown Naruto had ever seen. He could pretty much see through the fabric. It was only slightly thicker around her breasts, but even then, her nipples poked through. She also wore lacy lingerie, which made it seem like she was ready for a night of debauchery rather than sleeping. Of course, Naruto was used to this by now, since Rias refused to sleep in her own room. Yeah, he looked back down at the paper on the desk. I'm working on this seal that I remember from back at the academy. Really? Rias walked towards Naruto, leaning over his shoulder. It just says endurance. I know it does, but that's not what it means. Naruto ignored how her breasts were smushed against his cheek. This was actually the seal my dad used. He would mark things with this seal, and he was able to teleport to it at any time. He used to attach the seal to kunai, and when he threw dozens at the same time, he had complete control of the battlefield. That's why he was called the Yellow Flash. He sounds amazing. He was my hero. I wanted to be just like him. Naruto smiled. Then I met him and found out that he was my father. It was a pretty big deal to me. I got pretty mad for a while, cause I knew that the Yondaime Hokage was the one who sealed Kurama in me, and when I found out that my father did that to me he trailed off, but Rias got the idea. Well, why are you trying to make his teleportation seal? Doesn't the Rinnegan let you teleport? Well, yeah, but only to somewhere I can sense, or somewhere I've been before, Naruto explained. And, I forgot about this fact, but the Rinnegan has a 5-second cooldown. That's not that long. Do you? But fights have been decided in that time. I was able to beat pain because of the cooldown. Naruto looked back down at the seal, brushing just a bit at the edge of the seal. So, since I'm not that great at using it, I was thinking of using the Hiraishin to teleport. There's no cooldown for it. You're only limited by your chakra. So you'd be able to use it continuously forever. Yeah. Naruto blew on the paint. I know I probably won't need it, but as a shinobi, we were always supposed to prepare for the worst. Rias stepped back and Naruto stood, grabbing the slip of paper. What now? I'm going to test it. Naruto stared at the slip of paper, activating his Sharingan. He pushed a small amount of chakra into the letters. It flowed evenly, and it seemed stable enough. Naruto attached it to the wall. I'm going to teleport from the living room to here. With that, he walked out of the room. Rias watched him leave, sitting down on his bed. It was difficult at night. Naruto never seemed finished. He was always working on something. Usually, he was sifting through dimensions, trying to find his home. She usually watched in silence. He'd create a portal, stare through it, and then moving on to the next dimension until he was too tired to keep going. And apparently, other dimensions had strange things too. One kid had blue fire arsing around him, and another had these soldiers using magic circles to transmute things. She'd used to think that heaven, earth, and the underworld were the only dimensions, and the dimensional gap was between them, but now she knew better, and that knowledge scared her. What would happen to her world if an Avildoer from a different dimension attacked theirs? Would they all be as powerful as Naruto? She was snapped out of her musings when the seal on the wall began to brighten. It was only for a split second, but as soon as she turned her attention towards it, she was blinded by a bright flash of yellow. She covered her eyes. Yes. It worked. Rias asked, trying to get the pain out of her eyes. Yes. I did it. Naruto cheered, holding his hand over the seal. Now I just need to copy it into my chakra network and I can slap this seal onto anything I want. Rias stared at Naruto, who seemed to be conversing with Kurama, based on the changes in his expression. For once, he seemed proud. And it was endearing. He was just so happy. The amount of joy on his face was contagious, and Rias couldn't help but feel happy too. How could one person hold such a sway over her emotions? Why did he get to decide how she felt? Now, I can put the seal on people too. Naruto turned towards her. The seal had disappeared from the paper. So no matter where you are, I can appear by your side. Just tap it and I'll come. I promise, Naruto grinned. Where do you want it? Right here. Rias pointed to her heart. Would that be alright? She knew that Naruto didn't realize that she wanted it over her heart. All he'd seen was her point to her breast. But she wanted to know that Naruto would be there for her. Whenever she needed him. Okay. Naruto squeaked. He was trying to keep the blush off of his face, but he was pretty sure that the blood rushing towards his lower head this time. You sure? He glanced at her breast. That nightgown really didn't cover much. Yes, is it a problem? She might as well tease him. Well, I need to touch your skin. Naruto looked to the side. Because if I just did it on the clothes, it would just be on that instead of you, so. Well then, I guess this will have to go. he heard. He glanced back, regretting it immediately. She had just removed her nightgown, leaving her only in her lacy panties. His eyes scanned up and down her body, looking for any place to settle. But they just ended up following the curves, which was not helping Naruto's situation. Well. Sure. Naruto closed his eyes, but the image wouldn't go away. Fine. He moved forwards, holding his hand up slightly. He swore this type of thing would never have happened to him in the elemental nations. He forced himself to open his eyes. No matter how uncomfortable he was with the situation, he would not allow himself to hurt Rias. Seals were fickle, and one mistake could result in anything happening. From shrinking her breast to making it explode. Neither seemed ideal. He could not look Rias in the eyes. He knew that she would love seeing his aversion, and he did not want to give her that pleasure. So instead, he stared directly at her breast. Not like it was any better, but it was something. With an active Sharingan, so Naruto could see the chakra he would be injecting, he lay his hand on her breast, covering her nipple. Slowly, trying to be as precise as he possibly could be, let his chakra enter her. Rias was amused, seeing Naruto's determination to hide his embarrassment. However, the moment Naruto began to filter chakra into her, she felt strange. His chakra seemed to fill her breast, warming it from the inside, which felt extremely confusing when compared to her right breast. And it felt good. It was such a euphoric, soothing feeling that Rias couldn't help but lean into Naruto's hand. His hand was warm against her skin. Naruto felt her shift and tried to concentrate as his hand sunk just a bit deeper into her breast. Honestly, he was super tempted to squeeze, just clench his fingers just a bit. But no, he had to concentrate. He was almost done anyway. Rias was breathing a bit heavier. She couldn't help it. It just felt so nice. She wasn't sure whether it was Naruto or if it was chakra. But she wanted more of it. She never wanted Naruto to stop. So she leaned in a bit more. She bit her lip as she felt Naruto's hand tense. His fingers sunk into her flesh, gripping it harder than before. Then she felt Naruto's hand squeeze. Rias had never told anybody this, not even Akeno, but her breasts were one of her erogenous zones. Whenever she had the urge, her breasts made it feel even better. So it was fair to say that she couldn't control what happened next. MFF. Did she moan? I think so. Naruto hadn't been able to stop the urge. She had been leaning into his hand and she kept getting closer and closer, so as soon as he was done with the seal, he'd squeezed. And she moaned. Rias watched Naruto slowly look up from her breasts. She was mortified. Had she really been so obsessed with getting closer to that nice feeling that she had forgotten how sensitive she was? Naruto stared at Rias. She stared back. He was pretty sure that they were both embarrassed beyond belief. Naruto had absolutely no idea what to say to her. So he just ended up staring. Directly into her eyes. Rias felt like a deer in headlights. She had tried to stifle the moan, but she knew she'd been caught. And now Naruto just stared at her. He was completely still. Everything was still, except his Sharingan. His Sharingan spun lazily, continuing to revolve around his pupil. So that's what she focused on. They stared at each other for at least a minute before Naruto finally tried to break the silence. So? He was interrupted by Rias suddenly flipping over, pulling the sheets over her head. He paused. Now she was just a lump on his bed. So I guess we're not talking about that now, Naruto sighed, sliding into bed next to Rias. He wouldn't force it. And it wasn't like he needed the covers anyway. He was warm enough without them. At back here. Ria's eyes shot open. She was standing in the middle of a street in what seemed to be a festival, based on the decorations. She glanced around, confused. The last thing she remembered was the feeling of Naruto laying down in bed after her embarrassment. So where was she? Demon brat. Leave me alone. You killed my brother. I didn't do anything. Rias turned towards the sound. There was a large crowd of people who all seemed to be brandishing weapons. And they were all surrounding her. How did I get here? Rias prepared her magic, trying to defend herself from the crowd that had appeared out of thin air. Things like you deserve to die. The Hokage is an idiot for letting you live. What did I do? Rias lowered her hands. Their aggression wasn't directed towards her at all. They hadn't even reacted to her magic. Die. No. Rias looked to her left. A small boy, panting from exhaustion, lay on the floor. He was covered in dirt, wearing clothes that were way too small for him. His leg was wounded, a large scrape that bled onto the stone below. The crowd suddenly began to move in towards the child, raising swords and sticks, along with a few empty beer bottles over their heads. Why are you doing this? The boy asked in clear terror. The Hokage let you join the academy. You've brainwashed him, you demon. We will cleanse the village of you. They're about to attack this child. Rias realized. She rushed forwards, intent on ramming the closest man away. Instead, all that happened was that she ended up passing directly through the man as if he wasn't even there. Blah. Rias turned around. What's going on? Where am I? Rias? She heard. How'd you get here? Naruto was sitting on a swing a few feet behind her. He stared up at her, eyes laced with confusion. Naruto. Ria's eyes widened. When did you get here? Where are we? This is my dream. Or memory. Or both. Dream? Naruto nodded. But how did I get here? I don't know. Naruto shrugged. This has never really happened to me before. The last person that's gotten in here was Sasuke. Wait, this is your memory. Then the kid on the ground is. Yeah, that's me, Naruto admitted. This was my 6th birthday. October 10th, the Kyuubi festival. You said that they got a little violent. I thought that meant that they threw rocks and other stuff. You never said they tried to kill you. She shrieked. This is horrible. Yeah, well, Naruto scratched the back of his head. I don't try to think about it. What are you doing? They heard. Naruto glanced at her side. There's Gigi. Rias turned towards his gaze. There was an old man surrounded by people in masks. The look on his face though was terrifying. Here to save the day. Naruto finished. We were going to cleanse the village. One man shouted. He has you brainwashed. The old man snarled, clear rage present on his face. Anbu. Arrest them all. The men in masks rushed forwards at a much greater speed than Rias anticipated and the mob fell apart, taken down by the Anbu. Dog, go get a healer. Yes, Hokage-sama. The man in the dog mask disappeared in a swirl of leaves. This Naruto, I'm sorry. The Hokage sat down at the boy's side, checking him for internal injuries. It's alright, Gigi, young Naruto said. It wasn't your fault. But it is, he lamented. I just rest, Naruto. You'll feel better in the morning. He sat young Naruto on his lap, hiding his pain behind a smile. I promise. Slowly, the scene faded as the younger Naruto closed his eyes. Finally, it all disappeared and Rias and Naruto were left standing inside black nothingness. This was your birthday. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Rias turned towards Naruto. That it was this bad. Don't you trust us? Rias asked. Why didn't you tell the truth? I do trust you. Then why? It's hard. I spent so much of my life trying to escape this. I never wanted to be back here, so I was determined to become Hokage. So much of my time was spent getting away from these times that it's hard to speak about it, it's hard to think about how bad it used to be. So I avoided. That's why. Because it's hard. That's it. But that has nothing to do with you guys. Naruto insisted. I do trust you guys, especially you, Rias. More than anyone. I do. But this part of me isn't something that I can talk about so easily. It's easier to talk about almost any part of my life than this part. Kurama. No problem. My parents' death. Easy. But this part of me hurts. It's an important part of me, but it's the part I wish I didn't have. She looked down at the ground. I shouldn't have gotten so mad. Rias admitted. I understand though I didn't tell the whole story. Naruto bowed down a bit. I'm sorry. No, I'm the one who should say sorry. Rias motioned for Naruto to rise. I got cocky. It's not my place to decide how you tell your story. Well, I forgive you. Naruto smiled, pulling Rias into his one-armed hug. Rias closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Naruto's torso. They took comfort in each other's presence for a moment, just trying to tell the other how sorry they were. And neither wanted the moment to end. Well, not to interrupt, but how did she get here? Damn it, Kurama. Naruto yelled, letting go of Rias. Stop ruining my moments. Sorry. Rias gazed upwards, in awe of Kurama's massive size. She should have expected this, but he was roughly the same size, if not larger, than the avatar Naruto had created before. He was a dark orange, with black fur extending from his eyes to the ends of his ears. His head lay on his clawed hands, which had opposable thumbs, something she did not expect to see in a fox. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Kurama. Rias bowed. Now why weren't you that nice when we first met? Kurama looked down at Naruto. Naruto glared back at him. You tried to eat me. Yeah, true. Kurama laughed. If only I'd succeeded, then I wouldn't have had to suffer through 4 extra years of being sealed in a bumbling idiot. The bumbling idiot that could kick your ass. Naruto shouted, raising his fist. Kurama sighed. So uncivilized, Rias, please teach him how to be normal. I'd try, but I don't think Naruto would remember any of the lessons. Hey. Very true, Kurama laughed. But anyway, I'd like to know how you were able to enter Naruto's mindscape. I am actually unsure, Rias admitted. This has never happened to me before. Yeah, and the only other person who's ever been able to get in here and interact with you was Sasuke and Killer Bee. But that was more of Gyuki affecting your mindscape more than Bee. That just leaves Sasuke as the oddity. Did you figure it out? I'm not sure if this is an ability of just Sasuke Sharingan or if all Sharingan can do this, but either you put Rias in a Jinjutsu that allows her to view and interact with your mindscape or you pulled her indirectly. But when did I do that? Well, you kept staring at each other after that entire thing. You had your Sharingan active to help with the sealing process. If the Sharingan can't put me in a Jinjutsu, then it could easily put Rias under one as well, even unintentionally. Why are these eyes so strong? Naruto yelled, ignoring the blushing Rias behind him. Who the hell thought that the Sharingan and Rinnegan were good ideas? Even the Byakugan is stupid. Blame Kami. When I meet him I'm going to kick him straight in the balls. That seems harsh. Don't care. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.